Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Hybrid Kinesis Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a lovely August afternoon. A subtle gentle breeze shook the brightly colored trees and carried its leaves down in a beautiful, elegant dance. The sun passionately shone down without hindrance of any clouds, creating spotty patches of shade, where tree branches blocked its light, for adults and children alike to relax under. It was, in all honesty, the perfect autumn day. So naturally, the gods and deities above decided to screw everyone over, halting any and all hope for peace and quiet. Come on, Kacchan, I'll race you back home. Like you could win against me, IZUAAAAAH. Wife, are you, how you're flying? There, before Katsuki, floated his best friend, 10 feet in the air with red and orange flames flickering and shimmering across his skin. With glowing red eyes, to top it all off. Katsuki was amazed. Izuku was freaking out. Freaking out is not something one should do 10 feet up in the air, a lesson Izuku had learned right then and there. Without warning, the vibrant colors disappeared and he plummeted to the forest floor. Inko Midoriya was a calm and rational woman. Inko Midoriya liked to think that in any situation, she could quickly and quietly think of a solution to said issue without hesitation, despite her emotional outbursts. She was prepared for any scenario from having to cover an extra shift at work on short notice to the goddamn apocalypse. Inko Midoriya was not prepared, however, for her 4-year-old son to come back home with an arm snapped and bending backward, with a giant bruise on his cheek, followed by his blatantly traumatized best friend. Furthermore, Inko Midoriya was not prepared to make an emergency drive to the hospital with her son sitting in the back seat of her car, gushing and ranting about his newfound quirk, not giving a care for his painful and frankly quite disturbing arm injury and a giant smile on his face that could outclass the sun. Needless to say, August 24th was a day to remember. Katsuki would never forget his first day of therapy at the ripe age of 4 to compensate for the disturbing image of Izuku's bent and bloody arm burned into his brain. Inko would never let Izuku and Katsuki play in the woods without supervision again. This is quite a fascinating quirk you've got here, Dr. Tsubasa said as he lifted a paper over a clipboard, looking at yet another document underneath through gleaming round lenses. Telekinetic flames? It's been a while since I've come across anything this unique. Hisashi had a fire-breathing quirk and I'm able to attract small objects, so I suppose this shouldn't be too shocking. Inko smiled as she spoke, looking at Izuku. She squeezed his shoulders in a reassuring manner, doubling as an attempt to perhaps calm the hyperactive toddler, though with no such avail. Izuku was practically vibrating in the swivel stool he sat in and had almost fallen over quite a few times while waiting for the doctor to come in, much to his mother's dismay. He still, after all, had a small cast on supporting his broken, mangled arm from just a few days ago as it continued to heal with the help of a curing quirk. When Dr. Tsubasa did come in, Izuku leaped out of his seat, effectively knocking it over, and had to be restrained by Inko after he attempted to bombard the man with questions, all while wearing a massive grin on his chubby baby face. There was just no way he could sit still after all this was about his newfound quirk. The very thing that would aid him in achieving his dream, his great master plan. And no, Izuku did not mean taking over the world with giant all-might robots. He meant becoming a hero. He scrapped that idea ages ago when his mother told him she wouldn't make him Katsudon if he just so happened to even think of world domination. She was probably joking, but he wasn't about to take that risk. Truly astonishing, Dr. Tsubasa spoke in an amazed, hushed voice and he looked at the pair as he set the clipboard down on a nearby countertop. He folded his hands, elbows on his knees, and leaned forward to meet the eyes of a frenzied boy. Tell me, Midoriya, in your own words, what happens when you use your quirk? Izuku's smile somehow widened as parted his lips and unleashed a flurry of words. When I use my quirk, Izuku felt particularly ecstatic when he uttered those words. He had a quirk, and it was his. It was his because he had it. It was his quirk and nobody else had it. Izuku was giddy just thinking about it. It feels tickly around my fingers and arms and my eyes feel weird and hot, but it's not bad and actually pretty warm and nice feeling, and when I fly I don't feel weightless, but I feel in control of myself and I dash. Izuku, maybe slow it down just a bit. Inko lightly shook his right shoulder. Not everyone can understand you when you talk 1,000,000 miles an hour, Bean Sprout. Izuku flushed a little at the nickname, but Dr. Tsubasa just looked more and more intrigued by each passing moment. Izuku started off, slowly this time, but still with the same enthusiasm as before, albeit more controlled. As I said, it feels a bit tingly around my fingers and forearms when I activate my quirk. My eyes feel warm but not really hot, and when I tried to move a pencil earlier, I felt my quirk door grasp. He looked at his mom, who nodded and gave an encouraging smile. Yeah, grasp onto it, and it kind of felt like I was holding it but also not at the same time. Amazing, the doctor whispered as he unraveled his hands. Dr. Tsubasa leaned to his left, reaching for the clipboard and pen he had earlier, and settled back in his seat. He directed his attention back to the freckled boy. Could you move this? He offered Izuku the clipboard, who eagerly accepted. Izuku concentrated with all his might, staring holes into the papers and clenching the sides as hard as possible, but without much gain. The board twitched just a little bit, but nothing else besides being surrounded in see-through flames. He felt his quirk activate, but not exactly go through. It was hard to hold on to. Izuku let go of a breath he wasn't aware he held and slumped down just a bit, and couldn't help but feel slightly dejected. It had worked just before with an eraser Izuku had been playing with earlier that morning. Why wouldn't it work now? That's probably too much for you at the moment. Dr. Tsubasa took the clipboard out of Izuku's right hand and instead gave him the pen. Try this instead. Izuku looked at the smaller object in his hand and activated his quirk. The effects were immediate as Izuku felt his quirk begin to work, arms tingling and eyes heated. The pen began levitating, doing clumsy and jagged flips in the air to Izuku's will, all while being surrounded in red and somewhat orange holographic flames. The small boy celebrated the small victory in his head as he held onto his concentration. Wonderful! Dr. Tsubasa exclaimed, sitting up straighter in his chair. His glasses shone just a bit brighter as he held out his right hand to ask for his pen back. Izuku obliged, and the pen, though wobbly, made it safely back to the doctor's hand. The boy felt the tension slip away from his hands and eyes slowly cool down after releasing his quirk. Izuku looked over at his mom to see her hands clutching the fabric over her heart, a fond and proud expression worn like a medal on her face. Interesting. Both Midoriyas turned their attention back to the doctor, who murmured to himself while handling the pen. As it turns out, Dr. Tsubasa said, looking over at Inko and away from the pen. There's a heating factor in your son's quirk. The pen I handed him was fairly cool, if not room temperature. Now, however, he lifted up the pen for the two of them to see. It was glossier than previously. It's quite hot. Dr. Tsubasa handed Inko the pen, which she found to be indeed very warm. He continued while she handled the pen saying, I noticed the clipboard also felt warmer, though this just confirms my theory. Inko's eyes widened a considerable portion as she gave the writing utensil back. Izuku watched the conversation unfold and unknowingly gaped. A heating factor was in his quirk as well. That's insane. That being said, Dr. Tsubasa said gruffly, standing up with slight difficulty. It's very rare to have this powerful a quirk without some form of drawback or barrier. He opened a top cabinet and pulled out a small green plant with a bit of soil in a sealed glass container, along with a lonesome dead sprout in a separate glass jar. The man then sat back down, scooting his swivel chair closer to Izuku. What's this? Izuku asked, tilting his head in slight confusion as he looked down at the two plants in the doctor's hands. Try to use your quirk on this, Dr. Tsubasa stated as he set the lush herb aside on the counter and opened the glass case for the shriveled-up weed. Just the plant. Okay, Izuku nodded and started up his power. It took a few seconds, but the slightly glowing shrub slowly rose out of the jar and into the air before slowly drifting back down into the container it came from after Izuku disabled his quirk. He looked back at Dr. Tsubasa, who recapped the lid and swapped its place with the live plant. Try this now. Izuku tried using his quirk on the herb, but oddly enough, nothing happened. Not even a single movement. In fact, unlike the clipboard which at the very least glowed red, the plant didn't seem to be affected at all. Izuku couldn't take hold of the small fern at all, even as his hands were covered in small flames and eyes glowed red. What the hickety heck? Izuku couldn't help but think. Dr. Tsubasa leaned back in his chair, and Izuku noticed he seemed just a tad disheartened. It seems that we've found your restraint. Izuku tilted his head to the side, slightly perplexed at the doctor's words. Seeing the young boy's confusion, Dr. Tsubasa continued, "It appears that you cannot move living, organic matter." "Are you sure?" Inko spoke up. The man turned to her and nodded. "Quite so. Actually, I'm fairly certain that if your son tried to use his quirk on me, or anybody for that matter, nothing would happen. With the clipboard, even if Midoriya couldn't move it just yet, his quirk was still activated, and I have no doubt that as he grows more used to his abilities, he will be able to move it without much hindrance. And yet, with the living plant, he was unable to even affect it whatsoever." Dr. Tsubasa looked at the freckled boy. "In fact, why don't you try to use your quirk on me?" Izuku took a deep breath in, preparing himself. He closed his eyes and tried to grasp and tug on his power, activating his telekinesis. Izuku felt his quirk flare up, though just couldn't seem to take hold of the doctor, who still sat lazily in his chair. When Izuku halted his unsuccessful attempt, he was already lost in thought, not catching what Dr. Tsubasa said after. How would he overcome this hurdle? How could he save people even with this restraint? He supposed he would just have to be resourceful and use his surroundings to assist him and others. Perhaps not directly affecting the people, but instead the problem itself. In a robbery, he could disarm the burglar. If someone were falling, he could make himself fly and catch them. If a building fell on someone, "Uku, come on, sweetie." Inko's voice shook him out of mumbling, making him jump a bit. "Say goodbye to Dr. Tsubasa." Izuku stood up, taking hold of his mother's awaiting hand. He smiled at the man who sat in front of him, though the doctor was too busy scribbling things down on papers to catch the boy's goodbye. To get Dr. Tsubasa's attention, Izuku gave a cheerful, "Bye-bye, doctor." "Thank you." The doctor looked up with a gleeful expression and waved back at the small boy. "I look forward to seeing you again, Midoriya." Izuku didn't know what he meant by that because Dr. Tsubasa was just a quirk doctor, and thus Izuku didn't need to see him after this appointment. But it was when the freckled boy walked through the building's front doors, hand in hand with his mother, did he realize with a start that the man was talking about being a hero. Of course, when Izuku was a hero, Dr. Tsubasa would see him helping other people all the time. Izuku was once again vibrating with excitement as he sat in his car seat, rambling to his mom about his ideas of all the different applications his newly dubbed versatile quirk, pyrotelekinesis, would provide. "Of course it wasn't so much of a test, but I'd say you passed with flying colors." Inko grinned as she looked in the rearview mirror, looking at her son's reaction. Izuku giggled with delight. The rest of the ride home was infected with the euphoric sounds of Izuku's shrieks and laughter, making the air feel light and cheerful. "Zuku, what do you think my quirk will be?" Izuku lifted his head and stopped trying to make a stick float, to look at his blonde best friend staring at the ground. He seemed to be fiddling with his fingers, which was a bit odd for the typically confident, arrogant boy. The two of them sat at the back of the school playground on a curb, hidden away from the other children's view so Izuku could practice his quirk without the hindrance of their classmates swarming him. When Izuku showed up to daycare the day after his powers manifested, he was immediately showered with praise and attention from his teachers and peers. At first the compliments were welcomed, but they quickly became annoying and extremely overbearing. Izuku couldn't go 5 minutes without a comment about how freaking cool you are, Midoriya. Please. Izuku already knew he was amazing, no need to repeat facts, honey. But Katsuki was having none of it. Even if he wouldn't admit it, Izuku knew that the blonde felt left out from the constant fawning over and badgering that occurred over the following weeks. He also knew that Kacchan didn't want to be outshone by the freckled boy, didn't want to be discarded or left behind, even if the insecurities were covered easily by his angry facade. Izuku theorized that the constant praising comments he received probably fueled Katsuki's anxiety as well. So when Kacchan dragged the freckled boy by the wrist away from all the other students, glaring daggers at anyone who dared attempt to follow, Izuku didn't protest. Do you think it'll be something as cool as Yo dash? Katsuki stopped himself, cheeks reddening. Something cool? Izuku tilted his head, partially feigning confusion. Izuku knew that he needed to reassure his friend, but he also genuinely had no doubt that no matter what, Kacchan was going to make good use of his quirk, whatever it may be. Because he was Kacchan. Simple as that. Well, no duh. Izuku raised an eyebrow, pouting. And even if it isn't something cool, you'll make it cool. He pumped a fist in the air as Katsuki watched him with wide eyes. Why, you really think? Katsuki whispered. But what if I'm quirkless? Mama said that her daddy was quirkless. He sounded like he wanted to believe what his green bean best friend was sprouting, but the doubt was still evident in his voice. However, Izuku picked up on the underlying hopeful tone and tapped into that. I mean, aren't we supposed to be the coolest heroes ever, Kacchan? Quirk or no quirk dash, Izuku clumsily scrambled to his feet, using excessive and wild gestures with his arms as he continued his speech. We're definitely gonna be the coolest, bestest, most amazingest heroes ever. Just like All Might. Just like my daddy. But if I don't have a cool quirk, we can't be friends. Katsuki's voice was a pitch higher than it typically was, and a tad bit squeakier as well. I'm not gonna stop being friends with you because of your quirk, stupid. Izuku frowned a bit and crossed his arms. That's stupid. He nodded after he stopped talking, as if to reaffirm his statement. Amazingest heroes aren't stupid. Katsuki looked up at Izuku with slightly glossy eyes, letting out a small laugh while he stood up from the concrete curb. You do know that amazingest isn't a word, right? He took a step towards Izuku before poking his cheek with his index finger. Well, it is now, Izuku huffed, shooing Katsuki's hand away. Who are you to tell me what words can and can't be? He stuck his tongue out jokingly at Katsuki, failing to dodge the playful swat he earned. Izuku retaliated, slapping his best friend's shoulder, and then subsequently screamed as he sonicked away from a particularly murderous toddler. Katsuki had both his arms stretched out, trying to grab onto the edge of Izuku's shirt as the other shrieked and giggled with delight. Come back here, you. Izuku fell face first into the small grassy field they were chasing each other in, and got a mouthful of earth. It wasn't even the premium quality kind of soil, it was just a bunch of gravel, sand, and unfertilized, cracked mud. 0 5 stars, would not recommend, terrible dishes and poor customer service. The food tasted like dirt. Literally. Before Izuku could further sass the ground, he remembered that, wait, something happened? How the hell did he fall and what was that noise? Groaning, Izuku flipped onto his backside to better assess the situation, though his confusion quickly turned into unadulterated excitement. Kacchan! Katsuki stared down at the palms of his hands, which were smoking and had a faint sheen across his fingertips and palms. His crimson eyes were bulging and gleamed with astonishment, and Izuku didn't fail to see the way Katsuki's shoulders relaxed. I got my quirk, he quietly mumbled with a small smile etched across his face, still in a daze. Katsuki quickly snapped out of it and exclaimed with much more confidence and newfound enthusiasm, I got my quirk. The relief displayed on his face was as clear as day to Izuku as he watched Katsuki clench and flex his hands, now sporting a giant grin. Izuku, I got dash. Katsuki looked down at Izuku, still on the floor. Wait, oh no, are you okay? Izuku stared at him for a split second before going in a fit of giggles as he shakily got to his feet. Katsuki's eyes were slightly watering out of worry for his friend as he steadied the hysterical boy and asked, Did I hurt? No, Izuku, stop laughing. I'm starting to think I hit your head. Dash. Kacchan! Izuku suddenly exclaimed, turning to face Katsuki with stars in his eyes. Your quirk is so cool. Katsuki stared blankly at Izuku before smirking as the comment sunk in. Well, yeah, it is. Come on, Kacchan. Izuku tugged at the blonde's shirt and pointed in the direction of the daycare. We gotta show everyone how cool your quirk is. Although he knew that after the adrenaline wore off, Katsuki would also be flooded with annoying compliments, but in their current excited states, Izuku couldn't care less. Yeah, Katsuki yelled, and the two of them made their way to the front of the school to confront an eager crowd of students and teachers alike. Izuku had to reassure Kacchan that he was indeed not hurt, but the blonde didn't stop pestering him about it. Izuku pouted while he sat in the nurse's office after being dragged there against his will. 10 years later. Izuku, I'm pretty sure I did some brain damage to you when I first got my quirk. Why do you say that, Kacchan? Because you just called me over to look for a goddamn banana. The same one you've been searching for the past hour and a half dash. I know I put it somewhere here. I swear, I just grabbed it as a snack and I don't remember eating it, and I don't want it to rot in my room. Kacchan, please help me find the banana. Izuku put the couch cushion back into place with his left hand and pinched the bridge of his nose with his left index finger and thumb. Izuku, what's in your right hand? Oh, it's just a banana I was eating. And you said that the banana you were looking for was the last banana you had in the house? There are no other bananas. Yes, Kacchan, can you stop asking pointless questions and help me? I'm leaving. What? Wait, why dash? Katsuki slammed the front door shut. Aldera Middle School. Since you're all third years, it's time for you all to think seriously about what lies ahead for you. The class perked up ever so slightly at the mention of their future. Well, the class sans Izuku and Katsuki. Izuku was dedicating his time on making a fantasy in his head of someone barging in and whacking his teacher in the face with a metal chair, saving him and his fellow comrades from any more horrendous and tedious lectures. Someone, please. Sensei's lectures were widely known to be boring and bland, so it wasn't an uncommon occurrence to find a few students passed out while he droned on about geometry with the passion of a dying cockroach. And since Izuku had already taken all extracurricular classes known to man, dragging Katsuki along with him despite the explosive protests caused Izuku was not going to sit through 3 hours of English class alone. He often passed time writing in his analysis notebooks or learning pencil tricks. Izuku attempted to follow the man's teachings once, but gave up fairly early on after he found the floor to be a much more intriguing topic. Katsuki tried to berate him a few times for his lackluster attention, but shut up after Izuku pointed out that he wasn't much better off. You can't even go a day without needing to explode something. Hell, your neighbors literally called the police to report fireworks and gunshots so many times that they have your phone number saved. Don't try to lecture me on staying focused, idiot. To which Katsuki replied with a lovely, you want to say that again, you stupid overgrown bush? So, while the rest of the students now were listening to Sensei with just an ounce more attention, Izuku was too busy twirling a floating pencil and Katsuki just kicked back in his chair, feet on his desk, and stared at the ceiling. Besides, they were set on being heroes together in the future ever since Izuku started floating and Katsuki's hands became literal grenades. I'd pass out applications for future occupations. Sensei slowly stood up while knocking the bottom of a paper stack against his desk. But you're all pretty much planning on going to the hero course, aren't you? Sensei threw the documents in the air while spreading his arms, ending in a dramatic pose while the students went wild, quirks activated. A girl who sat next to Izuku's hands burst into flames, wind swirled around the classroom from another kid's quirk, and some guy's head turned into what Izuku always thought looked like wooden swordfish. Seriously though, what the hell is his quirk? The shape is unnatural and has straight, symmetrical carvings. I'm not even sure if it's made out of wood because doctors wouldn't be able to do much testing on it without harming him. That means that he has nerves throughout this mutation. Does he have bones? Because he can control his quirk and only mutate if he allows it. What happens to his skull, mouth, and nose? He still has his eyes and ears, so did the other facial features just shift out of position? If so, how does he get oxygen? In fact, the kid never showed any difference or immobility when he uses his quirk and when he doesn't. That means there probably isn't a difference in mass, otherwise he would have a much more difficult time balancing his head on his spine. Sensei! Katsuki's voice shook Izuku out of his mumblings. He lifted his head to see the blonde's face break into a menacing grin. Don't lump us all in the same group, Katsuki drawled. Izuku and I aren't gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. A few quiet moments passed before all hell let loose. Hey! What the hell, Bakugou? Why you can't just say that? That was so uncalled for, man. Oh god, Kacchan. Izuku chuckled quietly to himself, smirking despite the situation and chaos Katsuki caused. You all should shut up like the extras you are. Katsuki barked, eyes narrowing to what Izuku liked to call the glares. Oh, that's right. Sensei's eyes brightened as he looked down at a paper attached to a clipboard. Bakugou, you and Midoriya are applying to UA, right? Silence followed that statement, words echoing throughout the classroom. That's the plan, Sensei. Izuku broke the stillness as he flicked his finger and the twirling pencil flew up, almost reaching the ceiling light. He let go of his quirk and caught the pencil with his right hand before it landed on his desk. And we intend on getting in. Izuku thought he looked like a badass. His classmates thought the same. Like hell we are. Katsuki declared with satisfaction, standing up. We're the only ones who aced the mock test. Izuku and I had the highest scores on the written practice test and we have the best grades. We're the ones getting in UA and out of this dump. Murmurs broke out amongst the rest of the students. Izuku only caught the few words of lowest acceptance rate dash and course they could get in dash, but he was too focused using his quirk to pick up all the papers Sensei had thrown on the floor and placing them on his teacher's desk, silently cursing his teacher for being so extra. All right, class, settle down, thank you Midoriya. Sensei adjusted his tie and slumped back in his chair. Bakugou, sit down please. Now that's done with, everyone get out your science textbooks and flip to page 423 where we'll be. Izuku, hurry up. Izuku slung his backpack over his shoulder, taking the notebook and pen off his desk, walking towards a very irritated Pomeranian. So are I, Your Highness, Izuku said, bowing mockingly. My humblest apologies for keeping you waiting. Would you also like me to call your golden chariot and fetch your fastest horses, my liege? Hell yeah, Katsuki grinned while Izuku just rolled his eyes and huffed in amusement. Well. He looked expectantly at the freckled boy. Idiots first. I'll give you a head start this time because last time I totally kicked your dash. If you insist. Izuku said and then bolted, not even letting the blonde finish his sentence. Sayonara, loser. You dash, Katsuki yelled, chasing after Izuku, who had booked the hickety-heck out of the classroom. No. Thank you. Izuku shrieked as he dodged an exploding hand to his right. Izuku twisted and turned the corridors of Aldra, flying down a few flights of stairs, before finally making it out the front doors. He slid into a random alleyway, catching his breath and still smiling, before taking out his phone to check the notification Izuku had gotten during his chase with Katsuki. Explodo B. Teach 355. Old hag says that your dumbass and Auntie Inko are coming over tonight for dinner. 359. IZUAAAAAH Midoriya. Did you even ask my mom yet? Explodo B. 4 o'clock. Not yet, but you're coming over no matter what. If you don't, I'm going over there and dragging your butt to my house. Don't argue with milk. Autocorrect. Izuku let out a small laugh and held his notebook under his arm to have both hands for texting Katsuki. In his amusement, he didn't notice the sewer drain beneath him slosh as something moved closer and closer to Izuku. 401. IZUAAAAAH Midoriya. Came up. Smiley face. Explodo B. 341. I'm done with you. News. Apparently, a new hero debuted earlier this morning. It's near the route you take to school. Thank God you walked with me today. I could have just saved your life. You should thank me. 402. IZUAAAAAH Midoriya. Wait, what? Kacchan, are you serious? Also, are you care ABT my well-being? Touched cat, smiley face. Explodo B. 402. I don't give a damn about you. And yeah, some extra with a Titan quirk or something. 403. IZUAAAAAH Midoriya. Wait, what? Kacchan, this is big. Explodo B. 403. Well, no, Shin Sherlock. That's what I just told you. Her quirk makes her big. Don't even. It's autocorrect. I did not write Shin. 403. IZUAAAAAH Midoriya. Cat, you know what I mean, sad face. Passion. Explodo B. 404. I hate you. You've been typing for a minute straight. Oi, nerd. Don't type so much. I gotta actually read that analysis. 405. IZUAAAAAH Midoriya. That's so interesting though. Like her quirk literally makes her a giant, and I wonder if it changes the density of her bones or her mass or weight because she becomes what, at least 30 feet tall? That's crazy. No, but when she did her canyon move, she hit that villain into the side of that building and the building broke, so that means that it can't just be her normal strength, otherwise her civilian form would be able to break a building as well. So does it alter muscle mass as well? Her shoes should be solid in her hero costume, I would hope, because I'm assuming that it'd be the easiest target to make her fall down and take her out. Wait, who is she teaming with? Is she going to be with Kamui Woods often, or does she have her own agency? Is she going to be a local Herod Kafjisksoch? Izuku was cut off by a cold, wet feeling on his back. A medium-sized invisibility cloak. Thanks, kid, you're my hero. Katsuki gave an amused huff as he stared at his texts with Izuku. The idiot typed out a paragraph stream of consciousness style, and if properly edited, Katsuki wouldn't be surprised if that chunk of text alone would be sufficient to get an 100% from sensei in literature class. What a nerd. Something about it was off-putting to Katsuki. The dumbass hadn't even gotten to a quarter of the length of his typical analysis. He said nothing about her hero persona, zip nada on Kamui Wood's special move seen in the video. And that wasn't even touching up on the fact that Izuku ended it so abruptly with a keyboard smash. Katsuki put his phone away as he walked through the front doors of the local convenience store to pick up a new pack of gum. Though as he took the watermelon-flavored sweet off the shelf and paid the cashier, he couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in his chest. The unsettling thought of something almost weighing him down, making his feet drag along the floor. There had been a slight increase in crime in many cities in Japan, including Mizudafu, over the past few months, and although it was nothing too concerning, there was definitely an upward trend in the statistics. Katsuki knew through Izuku's ramblings that it was suspected by some news articles that this issue had to do with All Might being in America the past year. Crimes such as the one that occurred that morning with Mount Lady and that robbery in the daylight were growing pretty common, much to the press's favor and the citizens' chagrin. Katsuki was rarely ever wrong with his intuition, but maybe the nerd dropped his phone down the drain, or maybe something came up abruptly. It was probably nothing. You'd better be okay, nerd. If something happens to you, I'm going to hell and resurrecting your butt so I can kick it myself. Izuku was not okay. In fact, he was pretty sure he was suffocating. Don't worry, the weird slime thing said as he shoved more sludge, his hand, down his throat, and despite Izuku's best efforts, he was worrying. I'm just gonna take over your body, just calm down. Izuku tried to use his quirk, eyes flashing red and bright, translucent flames dancing across his hands, but it didn't do anything against the sludge. It must be made of organic material, it's an actual part of his body then. Izuku's eyes widened with fear. He was so screwed. Royally screwed. Astronomically screwed. There was no possible way to be more screwed than Izuku was in this position. And then Izuku's visions started blurring. Oh, how the universe just loved to prove him incorrect. It never ceased to amaze him, but this was the first time it scared Izuku, and in his opinion, the universe was being a bit too dramatic. Izuku struggled to take another breath, mind desperately racing for any ideas, any plans, that would help save him. Unfortunately, Izuku's brain was a bit too focused on the fact that he was screwed and probably going to die. Oh God, he'd never get to UA and become a hero or eat Katsudon again, and dear the holy man himself, please just be RH. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds, the villain could. You'll feel better soon. I promise. Izuku clawed at the slime more, though he could feel himself slowly drifting out of consciousness. Just fantastic. Feel better soon, my butt? But he never realized how much Katsuki rubbed off on him until just now with his cuss words. Right before he was about to die. Come on, the sludge man murmured, focus intensifying. It's all right now. You have nothing to fear. For I am here. Why does Satan look like a blonde muscly giant with bunny ears? Izuku finally fainted, ears ringing as a seemingly faraway voice called out, Texas Smash. Hey 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 dash. Izuku had never heard a more annoying alarm clock, and was beginning to wonder whose it was, And what did he have to do to get them to throw it out the window and into the garbage can? Then he registered the fact that he was attacked by a villain B, passed out, and C was getting slapped in the face repeatedly, which was why his cheek was so numb. With a jolt, he sat straight up, eyes snapping open and slowly adjusting to the light. And that's when he realized the 7-foot-tall American golden-haired man with an award-winning Colgate smile, standing over him with his arms stretched out, hand hovering near Izuku's face. "I'm glad you're okay. Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting. I don't usually make mistakes like this, but I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place." Ah! Izuku just stared at the blonde, and then let out an unholy shriek that only a pterodactyl could rival. "You were of great help though. I'd been tracking this guy for quite some time now, thank you for your help," he boomed, talking over a still screeching Izuku Midoriya, while gesturing towards 2 giant soda bottles containing green goo. "You're all might, oh my god, you're my favorite hero. What the heck are you doing in Japan? I thought that you were in America. Holy mother of chickens, hello, thank you so much for saving me. You have no idea how much I've been wanting to meet you, like my entire life was leading up to this one point, and I was so sure that I was going to die, but thank you, and could I please have your autograph?" All Might just stared at Izuku as the boy whipped out his hero analysis notebook, completely unsure of what to say. Thankfully, Izuku seemed to do all the talking for the both of them. "Oh my god, you already did!" Izuku exclaimed, eyes shining with what All Might could have sworn were stars in them. "How the... Can we take a picture together?" Unfortunately, my time here is limited." All Might stood up straight and pocketed the bottles in his large cargo pants. "Farewell and thank you again for your help, young man." Before Izuku could say anything more, All Might shot straight up into the air. With a bush clinging on to his pants? Hey, what are you doing?" All Might frantically tried to shake the boy off his pant leg. "This is too much. Even for a fan. I'm not leaving without a picture." Izuku screamed over the roaring winds because he was going to get that photo. "No matter what. You need to let go, young man." All Might bellowed, now using his arms to try to shove Izuku off of him. Izuku blinked at him a few times, and then proceeded to display the most terrifying grin only someone about to do something very, very stupid and scary would make. "If you say so." And then Izuku, like the good kid he was, followed directions. "Let's go." For a few seconds, All Might just continued to fly through the air in shock and horror as he witnessed the teenager he'd saved just a few moments ago freefall to the city below them. And then, was that a phone? All Might watched in utter disbelief as the young man took a phone out from his back pocket, unlocked it, posed for a selfie, snapped a picture, and then waved back at him with an award-winning smile of his own, all while falling. The blonde was so distracted that he nearly face-planted into the side of a building because what the hell? Needless to say, Toshinori considered retiring right then and there on that very rooftop he landed on. He could go to a nice, peaceful retirement home, and nobody would question him for his head of gray hair he now sported. All Might would have to look into finding a successor sooner than he thought, cause Kami, his heart would not be able to take any more of this bullcrap. As Izuku slowed his descent back to planet Earth, eyes flashing red and hands bearing warm flames, he couldn't help but be ecstatic because holy heck. Firstly, the look on the guy's face when Izuku let go was priceless. He'd pay an arm and a leg, and honestly anything he owned too, just to see that expression again. But besides that, Izuku got an autograph and photo with All Might. The All Might. How cool was that? Izuku gently touched down in a street he recognized, and stopped to put his notebook with the treasured signature from All Might in his canary yellow backpack. Katsu's gonna be so jealous. Izuku was still wearing the massive grin on his face as he strolled down the sidewalk back towards his house, though nobody that ran past him paid any attention to it. Wait, what? Izuku glanced up from his phone, finally taking in his surroundings. People were sprinting past him, traffic was halted, the faint sounds of explosions registered in Izuku's ears, as well as panicked screams and shouts. But Izuku knew that sound. It was the sound of a raging Pomeranian with hands as living grenades. Without further hesitation, Izuku started sprinting in the opposite direction as all the civilians around him. In his haze, the boy didn't even register that he was flying through the air with his quirk activated. Everything was a blur. Izuku just knew that he needed to get to Kacchan. No. Katsuki could only see red. Well, red and the disgusting murky green of the goddamn villain trying to suffocate him. What the hell? Katsuki's mind raced as his eyes widened, pleading for the heroes nearby to do something. Why won't they help me? He couldn't help but think. Explosions continued bursting from his hands. Katsuki resisted as much as he could, trying to force the slime off of him, ears ringing. Why are they just standing there? Katsuki couldn't breathe. Why are all these people just watching? His throat felt like it was on fire, the taste of metal filling his mouth. Why are they letting this happen? Katsuki's fingers were numb and his wrists were sore from all the explosions and the strain of overusing his quirk. Do I not deserve to be saved? In one last act of desperation, Katsuki's crimson eyes latched on the nearest person he could find and pleaded with all he could muster. Please, save me. Izuku felt all the air escape from his lungs as he watched his best friend writhe and struggle against the pressure of a very familiar figure. What? How did the villain escape All Might? Izuku's world was spinning. Oh my god, it was because of me. And suddenly, Izuku was back to suffocating under the force of the sludge villain, hands and knees quaking as he struggled to take a breath. He was reliving his time in that random alleyway being smothered by the cold slime creeping over his arms and legs. Izuku's breathing became heavy and ragged as his heartbeat increased, and he could feel it pounding and resounding throughout his head. No, 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 no. Izuku felt a pair of eyes fall upon him. He tilted his head up, still shaking, but everything faded as bright green eyes met glaring red. Fear met fear. Katsuki's eyes pleaded, begged, for someone to save him. And nobody was doing anything. Kid, get back here. Izuku heard voices and yells erupt from around him, but he really couldn't register anything. He vaguely realized that he was running forward towards Katsuki, but his brain wasn't focused on that. Izuku was focused on putting the hasty, dangerous plan he subconsciously came up on the spot into action. He needed to get to Kacchan, so sue him if he was being a bit risky when his best friend's life was on the line. Izuku chucked his phone at the villain's left eye, using his quirk to move it faster and more accurately. But hurt the weak points, and then that should buy Kacchan enough time to breathe. As if on cue, the sludge man cringed and howled in pain, letting go of Katsuki, just long enough for him to take a few quick breaths, though still very submerged in the slime. Now! Kacchan! Katsuki whipped his head around to see Izuku throw his slightly glowing backpack at him. Catch! The blonde freed his right hand with difficulty just in time to latch onto the bag that promptly burst into transparent red flames. Izuku pulled with all his might on the backpack, putting any and all energy into hauling Katsuki out of the villain's reach. His quirk threatened to slip from his grasp under so much tension, but to hell if Izuku was going to let his best friend die, without him too, for goodness sake. But Izuku knew he couldn't hold on for much longer, and that thought alone made him sick. He felt his muscles ache and his fingers cramp. Izuku just pulled harder, desperately trying to hold onto his quirk. And then he couldn't go on anymore. No. God, no, oh God, please, nah, please save him, I need to save him, dash. Do not fear anymore. Izuku's eyes widened with tears streaming down his cheek as he saw a tall blonde man step through from the crowd. For I am here. The sludge villain's eyes were now hyper-focused on the figure slowly approaching him, no doubt getting more flashbacks. Detroit. Smash. It started raining. Izuku tried to run over to Katsuki, but ultimately his path was blocked by Death Arms and Kamui Woods. Any other time, Izuku would be positively freaking out and asking for autographs and pictures, but now was not the time. He needed to see his best friend, but the pros wouldn't let him pass. What you did was incredibly dangerous. Kamui Woods scolded. You're lucky that All Might was there to save you. Death Arms crossed his arms. You really shouldn't dash. Let me through, Izuku pleaded. He didn't bother to wipe the tears streaming down his face, nor did he care for his long now soaked hair obscuring part of his vision. He probably looked like a train wreck. That's my best friend who was hurt. I need to get to him, please dash. I'm sorry but dash, Kamui Woods tried, but he was interrupted. Zuko. Izuku tore his vision away from the pro heroes to see Katsuki limping over to where Kamui Woods was holding the freckled boy back. The blonde coughed a little, and while Kamui Woods was slightly distracted, Izuku pushed past his arm and sprinted into the arms of his best friend. Kacchan, are you okay, Omitho? Izuku rambled into Katsuki's shoulder. I'm good now. Katsuki's voice was raspy. He hugged Izuku back, even though later he would deny it, before pulling away. Let's just go home, nerd. Wait. Death Arms protested. No, we're going home. Katsuki simply said as he handed the yellow backpack and cracked phone he was holding back to their owner. You all barely even bothered to help me. Zuko didn't give up on me like you all did, Katsuki choked out. He glared at Death Arms. Nice going. The paramedics tried to stop the teens from going anywhere, but the crowd of reporters and cameramen rushed forward beyond the safety barriers to interview the famous All Might prevented them from reaching the duo in time. Izuku and Katsuki, both shaking and huddled close together, limped away as the sun began to set. All Might wasn't able to catch the pair on their way home, but he quietly whispered to nobody but himself a promise to find them someday. Izuku glanced at the clock on his bedside table and read the time as 6:28 p.m. It had been 40 minutes since Izuku arrived back at home from the ER that Inko drove him to immediately after seeing him step through the front door. She asked during the car drive there, asking if he was alright and what really happened, as she saw majority of the story on the news, but wanted his side of it all. Izuku couldn't bring himself to answer, and Inko thought it was probably due to the overwhelming exhaustion, and left him alone after that. Izuku had taken a 20-minute nap after collapsing on his bed, but woke up in panic and covered in sweat. He didn't recall what he dreamed about, but the boy remembered the sudden panic he felt as he sat up. The feeling that he wasn't safe. Silently, Izuku got up out of bed and stepped into the bathroom. He took a towel off the rack that stood just beside the door and turned on the water to the hottest possible setting. Izuku undressed himself, throwing the dirty clothes in the laundry basket near the toilet, and stepped inside the now steaming shower. He just needed to get the feeling of being covered in the cold, suffocating slime off of him, and Izuku had never been more thankful of the small side effects of his quirk, such as having an insane tolerance to heat. He spent some time just standing there, feeling the hot water hit his back and roll down his shoulders, flattening the long, bushy hair he grew out, contemplating today's events. Izuku's mind drifted towards what he thought about in the drive to the ER. What he could have done better. What more he could have done for Kacchan. Izuku's quirk, deemed pyrotelekinesis by Dr. Tsubasa, allowed him to control and move non-organic matter with his thoughts. Upon activation, Izuku's eyes changed from bright green to a glowing red, and what seemed to be semi-translucent flames surrounded his hands, as well as around whatever object he was manipulating. It caused him great strain and concentration to move or control anything heavy, but he could accurately and much more precisely maneuver smaller items with ease. In fact, Izuku did the calculations and math when he was 10 to come to the conclusion that he would be able to lift 3.45 times his normal strength. And due to the fire nature to his quirk, a side ability Izuku gained was the power to control how hot he wants his flames to be. Which is why when he needed a new backpack since he burned the straps off the other one by accident today. Izuku pondered if there would have been a way to burn the slime villain as he worked shampoo into his long curls. He wondered if he hadn't gone into that alleyway and gotten distracted by his phone, if this could have all been avoided as he rinsed out all the soap. Izuku thought if he hadn't even latched onto All Might for a stupid picture in the first place, if that would have made a difference while stepping out of the shower. Izuku was wrapping the towel around him, contemplating what would have happened if he told the pro heroes a plan instead of rushing in himself, when a notification popped up on his now cracked phone screen that caught his attention. Explode OB, Teach 646. I'm coming over for dinner in 5 minutes. Auntie Inko invited me and my parents. Izuku's breath hitched and replied with a hasty okay, before rushing to dry his hair and throw on a red sweatshirt and sports shorts. He brushed through his hair, putting it in a messy high bun with a matching red ribbon, and walked into the living room just in time to see 2 blondes and a timid man walk through the door. Izuku! Auntie Mitsuki strolled over and hugged Izuku, letting go after a few moments. Nice to see ya, Squirt. Uncle Masaru just gave a small grin and wave. Good to see you too, Auntie, Izuku mumbled, a small smile gracing his lips. Mitsuki beamed, but Izuku could see the underlying concern in her eyes. Hi, Kacchan. He shifted positions, awkwardly playing with the bottom of his sweatshirt. Katsuki made eye contact with Izuku and promptly took his wrist and dragged the freckled boy into his room, with the promise of dinner in 20 minutes by Inko echoing down the hall. Izuku started, Are you okay, Kacchan? The two of them were sitting on Izuku's bed and Katsuki hadn't said a word since his arrival and had instead seemingly taken interest in the wrinkles of the bedsheets. Izuku noted how his wrists were wrapped up in gauze, along with some wrapped comfortably around his neck. This was so messed up. If the heroes had just helped him. If Izuku had just helped him. This was all Izuku's fault. No. Izuku was startled and realized he said those words aloud. No. God damn it. It wasn't your fault it. Katsuki looked at his hands, palms open. It was mine. I shouldn't have been so weak. Are you kidding me? Izuku interrupted and Katsuki jolted back in surprise and looked up at Izuku. You weren't, it wasn't . He groaned. Why was this so hard to explain? But if I hadn't been caught in the first place none of this stuff would have . Katsuki tried, but Izuku just stared at him. Kacchan, Izuku whispered. Before the sludge villain took you, he tried to kill me first. What? Katsuki croaked, voice cracking as he looked at Izuku with both confusion and worry. What? Oh my god. It was when you sent the text about that hero. Izuku nodded, fidgeting with his hands as he continued. I was in a random alleyway after I ran away and he snuck up on me through the sewers and Izuku gulped. I would have died if All Might never showed up and when I saw you I froze up and it's all my fault. Zuku, Katsuki took Izuku's hands into his own and looked at him with a stern complexion. It's not your fault. Why would it ever be your fault? Izuku took a shuddering breath, eyes tearing up. Curse his crying tendencies. B because when All Might tried to leave, he accidentally dropped the sludge guy. B because I wanted a stupid picture. Izuku sobbed. And you got hurt, and I waste-assed people's tea time and those PR pro heroes . Zuku. Izuku, Katsuki said as he clutched Izuku's hands harder. It's not your fault. Okay? We're both okay. Those idiots who stood by, it was their fault, okay? Thank God All Might was there and he saved us and . But what if he wasn't there? Izuku exclaimed, head twitching up to meet Katsuki's eyes. You see could we died and it would have been my fault B because I'm not strong enough . Then let's get strong enough. Katsuki's eyes narrowed and morphed into a determined glare. What ? Let's get strong enough. Strong enough to protect ourselves. Strong enough to protect each other. Strong enough to protect everyone else. The corners of Katsuki's mouth curled up to a grin. Stronger than, God forbid, All Might himself. Izuku was unable to say something for the first time. This determination from Kacchan was even more than when they first decided to be heroes. But stronger than All Might? There's no way. Without warning, Izuku burst out in hysterical laughter. Kacchan! Izuku wheezed. Nobody can be stronger than All Might. Nobody, Katsuki agreed, smiling wider. But we aren't just two nobodies, are we? Izuku slowly but surely stopped cackling hysterically and looked at Katsuki with a raging fire in his brilliant green eyes. He showed his own terrifying smile and just like that, it was done. There was no convincing these two to change course. Once they were determined, there was no going back. PLSE, Izuku taunted. I'm gonna be stronger than you. You do realize that, right? The hell you mean, YA nerd? Katsuki barked. Says the weakling that lost a tug-of-war competition to a pile of goddamn slime. Says the idiot that had to rely on me to get out of that mess in the first place. Ha! The two bickered on for the rest of the night. Inko, Mitsuki, and Masaru would deny listening in on their not very subtle and quiet conversation, though they all agreed to gymnastics and different fighting classes relatively fast during dinner. That night, Izuka thankfully didn't dream of a single thing and enjoyed a peaceful night. What about like a gym membership or something? Would a dumb gym membership let us practice our quirks, idiot? Well, it was just a suggestion, cat, and watch your language. Hitoshi Shinso looked up from the cash register to see one very angry red-eyed blonde in a tan turtleneck and jeans bantering with who he could only describe as the personification of a bush wearing a loose yellow sweatshirt with leggings. Well, the word bantering didn't really do what this conversation was justice. Shinso would more accurately describe these strings of colorful terms brought forth by this cat guy and the seemingly endless sarcastic comments sprouting Getika's plant from Bush Boy as low-key arguing, high-key annoying. He was starting to get a very large migraine just from being in the mere presence of the duo. Plus, they were scaring the cats. Could always try dance, Bush Boy said, while the two of them made their way towards the front counter of the cat cafe. After all, you need to work on your flexibility. The hell you mean? The blonde growled back. I'm more flexible than your sorry butt is. And yet you can't even touch your toes, Bush teased. Of course I can touch my goddamn toes dash. Oh shush, the freckled boy playfully slapped his back. You're disturbing the peace and serenity of this cat haven. The cat lords will not be pleased with you. The cat lords can say Maya's dash, snapped back. Gasp. Bush covered his mouth with both hands, feigning shock and, Did he just say the word, gasp, Hitoshi thought. Kacchan, you take that back right this instance. Stop interrupting me, dumbass. No, seriously, please shut up. You're getting extraordinarily annoying. The blonde and Bush Boy stopped talking and turned their attention to Shinso, who waited impatiently behind the counter. Everyone within the cafe had quieted down to see the two loud boys' interaction, but the conversation was now picking back up, and the ambient chatter filled the building once more. The hell Hues red eyes started, before getting hastily cut off by Bush's frantic apologies. So sorry about that. Kacchan, shut up, sorry about that. He nudged the newly dubbed Kacchan, who just scoffed and glared in a different direction. Whatever, Hitoshi sighed and tapped the propped-up screen in front of him a few times before raising his head to meet the bright green eyes of Bush Boy. Do you know what you want to order? Yes. Bush smiled and Shinso's eyes had to adjust to the brightness that radiated off of the boy. Must be his quirk, he noted. We'd like to have a medium caramel blend with whipped cream and a large strawberry milkshake. Sure, Hitoshi nodded as he pushed a few buttons. That'd be X yen. AN, I don't know currencies. And Kacchan shoved money into Shinso's hands before Bush could pull out something from his hoodie pocket, growling something like, I'm paying, and if you say anything, I'm breaking your neck. To which the other just replied with a huff and an eye roll. Hitoshi counted the bills before putting them in the cash register, then handed the Sunshine Boy a pager. Take these, they'll beep when your order is done and you can pick up your drinks at that counter. He lazily gestured to a station near his right. However, when the other reached for the device, Hitoshi noticed the bandages barely peeking out from under the yellow sweatshirt. Now that he was looking for them, Hitoshi found several more gauze wrappings around the two's necks and wrists, almost fully concealed by their clothes. What the dash? Purple hair, Shinso snapped back to reality by the blonde's words. What ya looking at? Creep. What dash? Hitoshi's eyes widened when he realized that he'd probably been staring, and was probably making the two uncomfortable. Wait, sorry, I didn't mean to, I just… your neck and arms, he trailed off. Oh. Bush's smile fell a little and Kacchan shifted uneasily. Nothing, Thadash? No, crap, sorry man, Hitoshi scratched the back of his neck. You don't need to explain anything to me. It was rude of me to ask anyways. Here, just… have a good day. He cringed a little at his words, and silently scolded himself. Thank you. The two turned away from Shinso and made their way to a small table in the corner of the cafe, sitting down near the window. They started talking again and the sleep-deprived barista peeled his eyes away from the duo, still mentally recovering from that disaster exchange he initiated. When the boys left the cafe with drinks in hand, chattering away, Hitoshi couldn't help but wonder what happened to them. If the damage had been done at home, he winced just a little bit at a few unwanted memories springing forth, or perhaps by some sort of freak accident. His thoughts were interrupted by the light jingle of the front doors opening, and he plastered a smile on his face and asked what the next customer wanted to order, forgetting about the duo. I know there's some quirk training places in a nearby city that's just an hour train ride away. Izuku took a sip of his cold, caramel drink as he and Katsuki walked down the sidewalk away from the busier parts of the city. Yeah, but that stuff's expensive, Katsuki pointed out. Not to mention, I don't think you're sorry but can get out of bed at 6 in the morning without kneeling over and dying with your terrible sleep schedule. Hey, it's functional. Izuku protested. I get a good 5 hours of sleep every day at least. Pathetic. The blonde sipped his smoothie. You're just saying that 'cause you get like, what? Izuku poked Katsuki. 10 hours of sleep? Wow, such a good, responsible boy you are. The foo, I'm well rested, damas. I have a healthy schedule, Bakugou scoffed. And plus, it's 9 hours and soon yours will be too. What? You really think Ima let you live off of 5 hours of sleep? Katsuki sighed. I wouldn't be surprised if you just dropped dead someday out of nowhere. But Izuku tried. No. You're matching my sleeping schedule. Got that, idiot? I'm fine, If you don't, I'm taking away your notebooks and all of your pens. You can't Just. I won't Or else I'll tell Auntie Inko. Katsuki smirked as Izuku opened and closed his mouth, unable to provide a witty response. He knew the nerd wouldn't be left alone by Auntie Inko if she found out that Izuku stayed up past 2 a.m. to watch hero videos and take notes. She'd never stop pestering her son over getting so little sleep. You can't just Izuku stuttered. That's playing dirty. It's playing smart, Katsuki flicked him on the forehead. I wouldn't hesitate either. I know, Izuku sighed as he finished his drink. Finey. That's what I thought. Still doesn't solve the issue at hand right now. Izuku stared at the concrete on the floor, taking care not to step on the cracks. Between the tiles. We need to find a way to train. Katsuki ran his left hand through his hair, right hand holding his drink. We only have 10 months before the entrance exam. Right. Izuku tore his eyes away from the ground to look at the upcoming scene the two were coming across. It was Dagoba Beach, aka the city's resident trash dump, full of abandoned scraps and furniture. It was a shame really, Izuku was never able to appreciate the lovely clean waters his mother described to him, and all the animals sans rats and seagulls stayed away from the trash pile as well. A few volunteers tried to clean the place up, but gave up quite quickly due to lack of motivation. It was too much of a pain and took real strength to lift up washing machines and refrigerators in the first place anyways. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Izuku suddenly exclaimed, making Katsuki flinch and shoot him a dirty look. What the ? Katsuki yelled, but quickly quieted down, wincing as his sore throat ached. The hell was that? You almost made me drop my smoothie . The beach. Izuku grabbed his best friend by the shoulders. We can clean the beach. What? Think about it, Kacchan. Izuku's eyes shone and sparkled. We can clean the beach, it'd boost our strength, you can use your quirk to explode junk and I can use mine to practice moving heavy objects and we'd be able to do a public service while doing so, and if I'm right, we can sell the metal scraps and even earn a bit of cash and it wouldn't cost us any money so we'd be able to do it freely and it's near our houses as well so we can just come here without hassle. Oh my god, Katsuki, who was fluent in Izukunese and comprehended everything with ease, secretly grew more and more excited. Zuku, you are a certified genius. I know. Izuku chirped, dodging a playful swat Katsuki threw at him. We should come up with a training schedule and work on our diets, maybe sign up for some gymnastics and by the time the entrance exam rolls around we'll kick butt. The blonde smirked. I was gonna say, we'd be prepared, but I guess that'd also work. Izuku laughed, and Katsuki huffed in amusement. What do you think the test will even be on anyways? The hell if I know, Katsuki tossed the empty plastic cup into the garbage can to the right of him. The written test would contain questions about math, science, history, literature Izuku pondered aloud. Well, that's obvious. But, Izuku continued, I'm assuming the practical would be something more related to seeing our quirks in action. I wonder how they do that considering not everyone has physical quirks, because there's no way that they just have the test geared in an unbiased direction. Right? Those with mental quirks would need to show their powers as well. Pisage, obviously UA would give everyone an equal chance. Katsuki kicked a pebble. But we're gonna get in anyways, so it doesn't matter what obstacle they try to throw at us. I'm just saying, Kacchan. Izuku stuck his tongue out and maneuvered out of the way from another swat Katsuki tried to land. It's just interesting to think about. Come on, nerd, let's start walking back. Auntie Inko, old hag and old man are gonna get paranoid. The two began their walk back home, Izuku excitedly rambling on about the possibilities and planning what exercises they'd do, and Katsuki providing a snarky comment or two once in a while but also giving his input, even if his words had more cusses than anyone could say in a lifetime. And when they arrived back to their respective houses, their parents noticed a change in their demeanor. They didn't comment on it, of course, Mitsuki and Masaru not wanting to spoil one of the few times their house was quieter and more peaceful, and Inko just happy to see her son smile, but they did wonder what had happened on their boys' day out. Izuku and Katsuki couldn't keep their parents wondering, even though they originally planned on not telling them until after the entrance exam at the very least. They didn't want word of their brilliant idea to accidentally slip out and for a bunch of dumb extras going out there and stealing their plan, as the angry blonde put it. But Katsuki begrudgingly gave in when Izuku pointed out how their parents were going to continue nagging at them for an answer as to where they would be going during the weeks. Oh, Izuku, sweetie, that's a fantastic idea. Inko hugged her son. So long as you don't snap your arm in half again, I think it's a good way to get some exercise. Bakugou, it's your turn. The blonde sauntered out to the field, snatching the small rubber ball from their coach's hand as he stepped into the faded white circle. He took a deep, calming breath, and for a moment, the rest of the class who'd been watching from approximately 10 feet away thought that, perhaps, this was the one time that their eardrums would be spared. Of course, Izuku, who knew all too well how loud the raging Pomeranian could be, covered his ears with a smug smile on his face in anticipation. He caught the puzzled eye of a black-haired boy whom he recognized to be the new student in his class, and leaned in to whisper a few warnings. After all, the poor boy didn't deserve to be completely deafened on his first day in a new school. You might want to cover your ears, cat is louder than an airplane taking off. The boy gave him a perplexed look, but thankfully covered his ears nonetheless. Just in time too. Go to hell, Lel. The class cringed at Bakugou's wonderful declaration, but still watched with wide eyes. Even though the junior high students couldn't use their quirks in PE testing, they've come to learn in the past couple months that anything the blonde did during gym surpassed all other scores in the class, even setting a few school records in things such as push-ups and pull-ups. Of course, Izuku and Katsuki knew the reason behind the sudden surge in strength he displayed. The two of them had been heading down to Dagoba Beach at 5 p.m. for a few hours every day of the week, sans Thursdays and Sundays, when Izuku had gymnastics, for the past 2 months. Katsuki would either go swimming or use the gym card he reluctantly got on those off days, as old hag doesn't want me going out alone even though I can fend for myself. As he put it, cleaning the dump was hard and treacherous work, but in all honesty, it was doing wonders to both of the boys' physical and mental complexion. It was no surprise that lugging giant metal scraps and broken-down machines would help build muscle, but Izuku seriously underestimated how much it would actually do to his mentality. For one, more often than not, Izuku would be too tired and exhausted from the day's work to stay up late. Plus, it's just right to do something good and productive like this. 67 meters. Coach exclaimed, scribbling down the number on his paper. Excellent work, Bakugou. Katsuki smirked as he strolled over to Izuku, and the freckled boy silently cursed himself. Just 1.2 meters behind. Zuku, Katsuki drawled, shoving his hands into the front pockets of his gym jacket. What was that about beating me in the ball throw? Oh, lay off, Izuku sighed, rolling his eyes. I said that I would beat you today overall in testing. Not specifically in the ball throw. Katsuki's grin widened. And what's the score now? Izuku grumbled something under his breath. What was that, Izuku? I said it's 4-3 meanie. Izuku whined. I thought I totally would have won. I absolutely destroyed you in flexibility too. Huh. Of course I couldn't have stretched further than you, idiot. Katsuki barked. It's not my problem that you're idiot but is bendier than a goddamn noodle. Oh yeah. Izuku snickered. Then you admit that I'm better than you at something? Phew. That was so manly. The two of them turned to see the shark-toothed grin of the black-haired boy Izuku had warned to shield his ears earlier. His poppy-red eyes were elated with enthusiasm and astonishment, and his hands were clenched into fists, which he held against each other, as if fist-bumping himself across his chest. How did you manage to get such a far throw? He asked. I only got to 51.5 meters. Training. How else would we do it? Katsuki snarled, smile gone. Who the hell are you? Oh, sorry about that, dude. The black-haired boy smiled sheepishly. The name's Eijiro Kirishima. Nice to meet you, Kirishima-san. Izuku immediately shifted his personality from screw you Kacchan to sunshine boy as he animatedly stuck out his hand, which Kirishima shook. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this blonde idiot is Katsuki Bakugou. Okay, maybe Izuku still had some screw you Kacchan switches and settings on, but when has he not? The only idiot here is you, Katsuki huffed. Ignoring him Izuku continued, why'd you switch schools halfway through the year? Izuku knew that their previous classmate which Kirishima replaced moved to homeschooling. Apparently his mom pulled him out after the boy hurt his neck pretty badly on school campus, and thus his parents were worried that it would happen again. In general, having a neck injury isn't welcomed, but it especially isn't good when your quirk had something to do with your neck. In that boy's case, he was able to extend his spine. So yeah, not ideal. Every time Izuku thought about it, he shuddered and rubbed his neck subconsciously. Kirishima's sharp-toothed smile faded a little bit. Oh, I lived pretty far from here and I wanted to try out for UA's hero course, so my mom thought it'd be best to move a little closer. He trailed off. Katsuki whipped his head towards the boy and narrowed his eyes. You're trying out for UA? Kacchan, don't get too competitive with someone you just met. Izuku chirped while producing a notebook seemingly out of nowhere. But I am very interested, so if you don't mind, Izuku turned to Kirishima, pen ready to write on one of the few blank pages left of his journal. What's your quirk? Well, it's not super flashy. Kirishima lifted his hands up, and in a blink of an eye, they became stiff and rigid. My quirk is called hardening. I can harden any part of my body. He softened them and brought them back to his sides. It's pretty weak, but I've been improving on making my skin tougher for longer. By the time Kirishima looked back at the notebook Izuku held, the boy had already managed to fill the majority of the page with barely legible handwriting. He was muttering and the pen was still flying across the paper, but stopped abruptly when Bakugou nudged him a little. Izuku looked up at Kirishima with wide, excited eyes. Nothing could have prepared Kirishima for the animosity of words that were suddenly dumped on him by the little fluff ball of sunshine staring right at him. That's so cool. Do you know if there's a limit to your quirk? What are the side effects of overusing hardening? I thought perhaps it'd cause irritation, or maybe your skin would wear down after some time. Do you know what happens to the atoms, or does it have something to do with the chemical compounds? I'm assuming that it's not only your skin that hardens because that'd make your limbs still very flimsy. Oi, shut it, nerd, Katsuki cut him off, but there was no real bite in his tone. If anything, he sounded amused and perhaps fond. You're scaring the poor guy. Ah. Izuku flailed his arms around a little, flushing. Sorry, I just get really excited and oh my god, Kacchan, stop laughing at me, he complained while the blonde chuckled. It's not funny. You really need to learn how to shut up, he snorted. While the two bickered on, Eijiro just stared at the two of them in shock. He'd expected at least a little bit of backlash, a display of uninterest, or at least something for having a quirk like his. At Ijiro's old school, Mustafa Private Middle School, everyone, even his friends, wrote him off as just someone with an unattainable dream because of his weak quirk and how little control he had over it. And despite his best efforts of trying to be optimistic and positive, Ijiro struggled to be confident in his abilities. But Midoriya had just accepted his quirk, spiraling into an analysis fit, and Bakugou hadn't made any unwanted remarks on it either? What the? Kirishima-san? Are you okay? Izuku's voice broke him out of his spiraling thoughts. You kinda spaced out a little bit. We're supposed to be heading back to the locker rooms. Kirishima looked at the blonde and green-haired boy, noticing the rest of the class already making their way back towards the buildings, and realized with a start that they were waiting for him. Oh, dang sorry man. Didn't mean to keep you waiting. Whatever. Bakugou started walking. Zuku, hurry up. Izuku stuck his tongue out at Katsuki, earning him a glare, and turning back to Kirishima, who felt very out of place while watching their exchange. Don't worry about him. Kat doesn't really like hanging out with a lot of people, but he hasn't called you an extra yet. So he must not hate you too much. He smiled reassuringly before saying come on, jogging to catch up to the angry blonde. Ijiro listened with a shark-toothed grin as the two continued their friendly but not too kid-friendly banter in the locker room. Oh my god, finally. Izuku rubbed his eyes, while Katsuki leaned against the freckled boy's desk. That has to have been the most boring literature lecture sensei's ever given. Ever. I'll say. Katsuki snorted as he took his phone out of his book bag and began scrolling through a news app, checking for any recent updates. I'd rather listen to you ramble for an hour straight. Hey! Izuku whined, gathering his belongings sans his notebook and pen, sliding them into his newish, red backpack. You like listening to my analysis talks? Yeah, the blonde rolled his eyes, putting his phone away. Just as much as I like listening to a broken record. Dimwit. Dumbass. Idiot. Stupid nerd. Aggro Pomeranian. What the F-? Katsuki began. Izuku rested his hand on Katsuki's left shoulder. We don't want your dumbassary to affect anybody else in this room. Katsuki smacked Izuku's hand off him. You're literally the only other person in the room beside me. Idiot. You don't know that. Izuku stood up and swung his backpack over his shoulder. There could be a ghost in the room, Kacchan. Ghost people matter too. God, you're such an idiot, Katsuki scoffed, making his way towards the classroom door. Are we heading to your place or mine? Mine. Izuku followed him out into the hallway. Mom's not home, so she said we could just have the snacks she prepared, and quote, be as loud as we want without the neighbors worrying about another supposed murder. He groaned as Katsuki snickered. It was your fault. Well, what the hell do you expect me to do after finding out that you just happened to be extremely ticklish? Katsuki strolled down the stairs, Izuku following a few steps behind. It was a golden opportunity. Plus, it was payback for that time your dumbass broke my goddamn swivel chair. That one wasn't even I literally sat down on it. Izuku gestured pointlessly, flailing his arms around. It was already broken. But doesn't have the capabilities to break a goddamn chair, Kacchan. Tell that to my broken chair. Katsuki pushed through the front doors of the junior high. I didn't do jack shit to it before, and suddenly when you come over to my house, it's in pieces. Okay, but have you thought about the fact that maybe, just maybe, how that isn't my problem? Izuku took his journal and flipped through a few pages before settling on his most recent writings. To be perfectly honest, that sounds more like a personal issue, Kacchan. Personal issue, my butt. The blonde snapped. Yes. Your butt. Izuku pointed at him. Not my butt. You mother dash. Katsuki snatched the freckled boy's notebook out of his hands, and despite Izuku's protests, skimmed through the pages. What the why'd you do this long analysis on Sharky? Don't ruin it, then. Sharky? Really? Izuku twirled the pen between his fingers. So creative. Wow. Shut it. Yeah, but I'm interested in his quirk. Izuku started clicking the pen. It has so much potential and it'd be perfect for heroics as well. Offense and defense, of course it's close-ranged, but I mean heroes have support items too dash. Okay, before you nerd out more, Katsuki tossed the notebook back to Izuku. This still doesn't explain why you have a schedule and fitness plan for him. Well, I mean he was nice and obviously didn't bother you as much as our other classmates do. Izuku caught the notebook and looked down at his handwriting. Katsuki huffed. Those shitty extras are just background characters. They just try to follow us around and all that dog's hit. It's annoying as hell. None of them had any thoughts for themselves. Izuku rolled his eyes, but he had to agree. None of their classmates seemed genuinely interested in companionship after seeing the two's quirks way back when, and instead just wanted the title of I am cool because I know people with cool quirks and by correlation, making me cooler. Which in Izuku's opinion was just a load of BS. They were all just yes men, mindlessly following whatever the duo did. On one occasion, Izuku jumped off a log into a small river that ran through the forest fully clothed. He caught himself last second with his quirk, but everyone, except Katsuki, just jumped in right after him. Without hesitation. Idiots. All of them. Since then, Katsuki shoved off whoever tried to get close to the two of them, and the class took the hint reluctantly. Of course, this didn't stop the students from admiring from afar, nor did it affect the hushed whispers and comments their teachers gossiped about. Izuku and Katsuki realized early on that all Aldra wanted was to have star students go on to do great things, and placing them on a pedestal, prioritizing them. The duo knew they had some form of special privilege and tried to avoid it no matter what. It made Izuku and Katsuki uncomfortable and frankly quite disgusted with how much they could potentially get away with. It just seemed like the teachers didn't care to give them punishments. Izuku tried a different approach, trying to befriend their peers with the hopes of turning the friendship into a two-way road instead of just praises and flattery, but with minimal success. He found most of his classmates to be either A, complete power-hungry assholes, B, having zero personality and zero flavor, making them bland as unseasoned soup, or C, didn't mesh well with Katsuki at all. He'd managed to bond over having a telekinesis quirk with a girl who wore braids and owned round glasses, but Izuku swore it was like God just decided to mess around and give her the boring default settings in the game of making a human being, because her definition of fun was Sensei's geometry course at 9 a.m. So yeah, no friends. At least Sharky doesn't have an ego the size of the goddamn moon, Katsuki grumbled while hitting the stop walk sign button. That's coming from you, Kat, Izuku pointed out. But I guess so. Plus, you need friends, you lonely little boy. Like you have any more than I do. I have ties to people in the classroom. That's more than you have. Screw you. No thanks, Kacchan, you're not really my type. Duh. You're dead to me, Deku. Hey. You promised not to use that name. I don't remember promising you're sorry but a thing. Kacchan. Ijiro had been just the slightest bit unsettled right from the moment he walked into the classroom. Perhaps it was just a new school thing and he was being paranoid about it. It wouldn't be surprising if the nerves of this new setting with all these new people were catching up to him. After all, who wouldn't be wary about transferring schools? He reasoned during nap time Sensei's morning lecture. Or possibly the air conditioning was just a little too cold for Kirishima's liking. From the moment he'd stepped through the doorway, it felt like he'd been blasted with a fresh wave of "screw you" from Antarctica. It made his sharp teeth chatter at times, which he learned fairly early on in his youth was extraordinarily inconvenient, especially when trying to not accidentally bite off a bit of his tongue. Yes, that'd be a fair assumption and explain the random shivers down his spine Kirishima experienced. Or maybe it was because a certain greenhead had been staring intensely at Kirishima's back from a seat behind and to the left of said unnerved boy. The particular aura that radiated off of Izuku made his surrounding classmates sit on the edge of their seats, as far away from the short yet deadly green gremlin as possible. On a normal day, the sound of pencils scratching against paper would fill the classroom and the ambient noise would be calming. However, on some occasions the resident Sunshine Demon Bush child would concentrate and be lost in thought, making the room eerily quiet, and that's what kept everyone awake at night. The freckled boy hadn't blinked. Not once. Katsuki, who noticed the heebie-jeebies Kirishima got every now and then, as well as the atmosphere change around Izuku, could only stifle his laughter at the sight of the uneasy expression on the shark-toothed boy's face as he seemingly contemplated any and all life choices. He briefly considered passing a note to the nerd telling him to lay off a bit, but the sheer joy the blonde received from seeing everyone squirm and uncomfortably shift in their seats just from a simple mood change prevented Katsuki from taking action. Katsuki had never seen anybody look so thankful for the lunch bell as Kirishima did in his entire life. Kirishima-san. Izuku wasted no time rushing over to a very confused Kirishima, who jumped ever so slightly at the sudden mention of his name. He had been waiting patiently all of yesterday and this morning to catch the boy and not interrogate him per se, just relentlessly ask him questions about his quirk and potentially suggest the 5-page workout routines he'd written up at 9 p.m., which was the latest Cat let him stay up. "What's up, Midoriya?" Kirishima asked, noticing the enthusiasm oozing from the boy as Izuku sat down next to him. "So, I just have a few questions about your queer." "Slow down, Izuku." Katsuki strolled over to the lunch table they sat at, sitting down, and took out a neatly wrapped bento box. "Even I can barely understand what you're saying." "Right, sorry." Izuku grinned. "I was just super excited to talk to you and suggest a few exercises to better your endurance since that's a huge part of your quirk as well as some dietary changes, but that comes in later once I know your quirk better." He pulled out a standard composition book that contained all the questions and plans he had for Kirishima from under his lunchbox. Izuku was about to rapid-fire his queries when he noticed the boy staring at him. "What's the matter?" Izuku frowned a bit. Had he said something wrong? Maybe he had something on his face or spoke too fast. "You did all that," Kirishima said slowly, comprehending what Izuku had said. "In a day. For me. Well, more like last night, and yes?" Izuku pet his head to the side. He didn't see the issue here. Katsuki snorted and his best friend turned to him. People don't usually spend their time analyzing some stranger they just met and confront them with questions and stuff. Izuku, he pointed his chopsticks at Izuku. "Well, I'm different." Izuku placed a hand over his chest dramatically and batted his eyelashes. "I'm quirk, why, and not like other girls." That was the dumbest pun I've ever heard. Izuku opened his mouth to respond but was cut off. "Bro." Kirishima's mouth slowly formed a smile, showing off his shark teeth. Okay, Kacchan's nickname for him wasn't too inaccurate. "That's so manly. Thank you so much, dude." "Well, of course. I've decided that you're my friend and thus you're never getting away from me." Izuku simply put it, earning an eye roll from Katsuki. "He's right, you know." Katsuki finished swallowing a bite of rice. "I've been stuck with this idiot since he's a goddamn nightmare." "Oh hell no." "What?" Izuku stood up and slammed his hand against the table in protest. "I think you mean I've had to deal with your explosive but since we were in diapers." "Get it right, idiot." He barked with no real bite. "Yeah, sure." Katsuki didn't even look up from his food. "By the way, if you're trying to intimidate me with your height, it's not working, idiot. You're actually just an Oompa Loompa. Try again." Kirishima poorly hit a chortle by coughing into his fist. "Wow, screw you." Izuku plopped back onto the lunch bench. "Anyways, Kirishima-san dash. You can just call me Kirishima, no need for honorifics, bro," Kirishima said. "We're friends anyways." "Then the same goes for us, Kiri-kun." Izuku practically beamed, and Kirishima wondered if he should start bringing a pair of shades and sunscreen to school. "Sure thing, Midobro, Bakugou." "Seriously?" Katsuki huffed. "Bakugou, Diamond Sharky, and Izuku says I'm bad at nicknames." Kirishima made eye contact with Izuku and mouthed, "Sharky," getting a shaky nod from the freckled boy, who was struggling to keep his laughter contained, but upon seeing the other smile, both broke out laughing. "What the hell are you idiots laughing at?" "Kacchan, let's take a break, I'm exhausted." Katsuki panted as he finished shoving a refrigerator to the side, wiping his sweaty forehead with the bottom of his black tank top. Izuku himself had just finished using his quirk to fish out all the random metal scraps within a 50-foot radius and his muscles ached terribly. The two of them had been working endlessly to clean the beach, pushing their limits just a little harder and farther than they had before. The entrance exam was just a month away and although majority of Dagoba Beach had been cleaned thoroughly, there was still a good portion left dirty and in desperate need of change. Katsuki had been working on the bigger stuff, pushing and breaking down in used fridges, washing machines, and, with Izuku's help, towing cars out of the sand. The duo figured out early on that Katsuki's body type was better for upper body strength, which made sense since his quirk had his arms withstanding explosions, and that Izuku was much leaner and far more agile. Thus, while the blonde handled the larger junk, Izuku had to focus a lot more on using his quirk precisely and for long PRDS of time to enhance his endurance. Kirishima was aware of what they were doing, and even joined in at times to help clean the beach, but otherwise, he mainly just stuck with the workout plan he and Izuku came up with together. Kirishima found that the only use that the beach would be for him would just be to hit things with hardened arms, and so cleaning the beach wasn't exactly the ideal training for him. Izuku dragged his body towards a broken cooler the two of them left there as a bench and slumped down. He forced his arm forward to pick up his iced mango green tea, which now was just lukewarm, but still tasted like heaven to Izuku. Katsuki took a bit longer to trudge back to the cooler, and his hands were charred and still smoking from his quirk. Izuku used his left hand to pick up Katsuki's drink and held it up to the blonde's face as he took a sip using the straw. Katsuki grunted and Izuku put both their drinks down, scooting over for his best friend to sit down. "What time is it?" Katsuki grumbled. Izuku, now too tired to move, used what little energy he had left to use his quirk and drag his phone over to him. The time read 5:57 p.m. Almost 6 o'clock. Izuku used the backside of his wrist to rub his eyes. At any other time, he would have spent a few moments cursing at the sand for getting into his eyes, but at the moment he could barely remember how to function as a normal human being. 20 minutes. Katsuki sighed and closed his eyes, letting Izuku lean on him a bit for support. The sun was just beginning to set, and the water glistened and shimmered under the bright light. Neither of them felt like moving due to complete and utter exhaustion, but a voice made them jump. "Lovely sunset, isn't it?" Katsuki opened his eyes and jerked his head to see a golden-haired bony figure looking over the horizon and rolling waves with a small, content smile on his face. Izuku sat up immediately with a brief moment of panic flashing across his face before becoming aware of his surroundings. The boy calmed down a little, but it was clear he was still on edge at the sight of the new stranger. "Yeah, it is," Katsuki carefully said, eyeing the man. "Who the hell are you?" "Ah, just a simple passerby who enjoys a nice view." The skeleton man replied, still focused on the beach. "Say, have you two been the ones cleaning the beach?" "Yes," Izuku nodded, still unsure whether to be weary or not. "I'm glad." The man then turned to them, and the duo saw the calming blue in his eyes. "It's been a while since I've been here, and it's clear that people have done this place injustice." Izuku and Katsuki couldn't help but relax a little at his smile. Something about it was disarming and safe. "We plan on going to UA," Izuku blurted out, though still slurring his words. "And we needed training, so—" "We did it ourselves," Katsuki interjected. "Nobody helped us do it, and we've gotten a hell of a lot stronger." The man's eyes widened a little before smiling once more. "I see. Well, I'm glad that you young men are aiming to be heroes. You both seem to have the heart for it." The two vaguely understood what he meant, though Izuku felt a deeper meaning behind those words. But in his current state, he really couldn't make out what it was. He just gave the mystery man a determined, yet tired, look and a small smile of his own. "I hope you boys make it in." The golden-haired man looked back across the water, and the two did the same. By the time the sun had set, Izuku realized the man was gone without a trace. Yagi Toshinori had not expected to see two very familiar boys when he went to visit Dagoba Beach for the first time in just over a year. The place, much to Yagi's horror, had been completely and thoroughly trashed. It hurt to see the once beautiful beach with water that sparkled under both the sun and moon, which could render just about anybody speechless by its sheer majestic nature, discarded without a second thought. Though, perhaps it hit a little harder for Toshinori than the normal citizen. He had visited this place often with her whenever she felt like training grew too intense for her liking, after all. Yagi Toshinori, Nana Shimura, and Yagi gave a few nervous coughs into his fist, Sorahiko Torino had frequently gone to Dagoba Beach for simple picnics, light jogs or playful sparring together. At the time, Yagi loved the beach because it was a happy place. But now that, well, he didn't exactly house the same unadulterated joy towards the place anymore. Whenever he reminisced of those rocky shorelines and rolling waves, Yagi felt more of a bittersweet fondness. Something both hollow yet fulfilling at the same time, but with a comforting familiarity. So when Yagi Toshinori saw Dagoba Beach for the first time in a long while, taking in the giant heaps and mounds of garbage, followed by two absolutely exhausted figures lugging the trash, something in him stirred. Watching the boys lift scrap after scrap, ridding the sand and waters from any waste, Yagi felt the urge to confront them about their work. And now, as he walked down the sidewalk, taking in the scenery blended in with the remains of the sunset, Yagi had a small smile etched upon his face. All those months ago, he would have settled for nothing less than one of those two boys inheriting his powers after he personally trained them. But now, Yagi knew that even if he offered it, there was no way in either heaven or hell that they would accept one for all. They had their drive, and even with the influence of All Might himself, those boys wouldn't dare detour from their path. Izuku laid in bed that night, thinking about the day's events like he typically did at that hour, and his brain carried him to the man at the beach who he didn't notice leaving. He blinked twice and furrowed his eyebrows, squinting at his ceiling. Was that just a fever dream dash? I can't believe tomorrow's the entrance exam, guys. Yeah, it's crazy, it really hasn't felt nearly as long. You and Bushface here both just have a terrible sense of time. The trio had met up at a nearby park to spend the Sunday before the exam together, in an attempt to settle their nerves. It was supposed to be a feel-good day, and even if the trio weren't actually relaxed, the least they could do is pretend they were. Come on, let's go to that cafe, Izuku exclaimed, and started skipping down the sidewalk. It was obvious to the other two that he was trying to cover up his jittery nerves, but that's what today was for. Calming the hell down and not having an aneurysm. Fun. The trio had been to the Cat Cafe a multitude of times, but today they all made the unanimous decision to not get anything caffeinated. Not that Katsuki or Izuku were really allowed to have coffee in the first place. Kirishima strictly refused to deal with explosions left and right while listening to a certain someone mumble 24/7 with no brain-to-mouth filter. Izuku burst through the front doors of the cafe, startling a few cats, and made his way to the counter, where a familiar purple insomniac stood. "Oh, it's you three again," Shinso said, looking at Izuku and then the Kirishima and Katsuki. "Yep." Izuku popped the P. "Your usual?" He pressed a few buttons. "Nah." Kirishima strolled over to the counter. "Don't want to get any more jittery than we already are." "Oh." The barista raised his eyebrow. "Why are you guys jittery?" "The hell? UA's entrance exam is tomorrow," Katsuki pointed out. "You seriously didn't know?" "Oh, you guys are also trying to get in?" Shinso said. "Yeah, wait, you're trying out too?" Izuku practically tried to pounce on him, but Katsuki just held his hoodie, pulling him back. "Oh my god, what course?" "Hero." "So we'll see you there." Kirishima gave a thumbs up and a shark-toothed grin. "Oh, you guys too?" Shinso's voice seemed to be strained. "That's nice. Okay, what do you guys want today?" He quickly changed the subject. As Izuku and Kirishima both put in the trio's orders, Hitoshi noticed Bakugou's hand slowly reaching into the pockets of his jeans, and immediately knew what was up. Katsuki proceeded to very slowly slip out a thin wallet, and as soon as Shinso gave the total cost, he slammed the cash down on the front counter without hesitation. If he didn't know any better, Shinso would have thought that was the end of the transaction. Unfortunately, the poor purple-haired boy did no better, and thus the series of events that happened after that were not unexpected. Izuku immediately shoved Katsuki to the floor, threw the money off the counter and threw a whole but wallet at Shinso's face, all while screaming at Kirishima not to do anything. The redhead typically followed rules, but to hell if he was letting either one of his friends pay. Kirishima body slammed Izuku out of the way while yelling an apology and threw more money on the flabbergasted barista. Katsuki pulled Kirishima to the floor and the trio wrestled on the floor while Shinso had been showered in money like a whore. He started cleaning up the money on the floor as the rest of the cafe laughed at the trio's antics. They had visited often enough to have a reputation in the area, and had been threatened to be thrown out of the cafe multiple times, but surprisingly they never were. Urple hair take the moan dash. Hell no, take my wallet dash. Hey no, you can just use my dash. Oh my god, just split the goddamn bill, Shinso facebombed. Izuku, dinner's ready. Crap. Coming, mum. Language. Izuku tumbled out of his bed with all the grace of that scene in the B-movie where Barry B. Benson fumbled through the inside of a car, which is to say, none. He untangled his body from the mess of blankets he somehow managed to braid himself into, and gently slid his feet into his fluffy bunny slippers he received last Christmas. He took a step outside of his room and immediately he was hit with the beautiful and sweet aroma of the freshly made katsudon. It was like a switch turned on in his body. His mouth was watering and stomach growling by the time he sat down at the table. In front of him lay a bowl of magnificent goodness. Steaming bits of neatly sliced pork sat on a bed of sauce-drenched rice and herbs. It may have been Izuku's tunnel vision and need-want for the dish, but he could have sworn the meat was glistening and sparkling while everything else was golden and hazy. It resembled food one would only find in an anime. Izuku thanked his mom for the gift God blessed him that sat on the table before him, and immediately began to dig in. He didn't notice the amused look from his mother as he went wild, shoving everything into his mouth and nearly choking an uncomfortable amount of times. Izuku finished the bowl and was about to stand up when Inko spoke up. "Did you even eat anything for lunch?" she asked, raising an eyebrow as her lips twitched in the faintest resemblance of a smile. "I know you went out with Katsuki and Ijiro this afternoon. I assumed you ate at a restaurant, but from the looks of it, maybe you didn't." Dimin. Izuku's eyes widened as he tried to relax his tense posture, refusing to make eye contact with his mom. "WLUC. Kacchan, Kirishima and I went to that cat cafe around the corner. And we spent a lot of time there and I guess I just forgot to eat." He finished nervously, playing with the red ribbon tied around his wrist and looking at a small indent in the wall which seemed to be a much more interesting subject. "Izuku Midoriya." He winced a bit at the use of his full name. "Please do not tell me you didn't eat lunch." Inko's eyebrows furrowed a little bit, mouth now dipping into a small frown, eyes laced with concern. "Okay." Izuku met his mother's eyes. "So?" she prompted. "You told me not to tell you." The freckled boy's eyes sparkled and Izuku smirked a little at the small sigh that escaped his mom's mouth. "I guess I was just paranoid. Thinking about, you know." In fact, just before going to eat dinner in the kitchen, Izuku had been mindlessly scrolling through his social media pages, browsing but not really comprehending the different memes and posts he hearted. It was all just a poor attempt to distract him from the impending doom that was the UA entrance exam. He had already spent hours beforehand brainstorming what could possibly be a part of the physical portion of the test as well as reviewing any and all textbooks he owned, and yet he felt tremendously underprepared. Needless to say, Izuku was incredibly stressed, and judging by the heaps of uncharacteristic typos by Katsuki and the random keyboard smashes he received from Kirishima, his best friends were as lovely. They could all die in the same dark, dingy hole instead of being functioning members of society, lost and never to see the light of day again. It was a viable option in Izuku's opinion, and one that he openly shared with the other two, who both immediately shot it down. But not without seeing the merit in his reasoning. "Well, I can hardly blame you." Inko set her chopsticks down on the top of her katsudon bowl. "The entrance exam is tomorrow, which is now just in a few hours, and you've been preparing for how long now?" 10 months. Izuku mumbled, still fidgeting with the red fabric. "Right, and that isn't even counting the other classes and studies you took before your 3rd year as well." His mother got up from her seat, and much to Izuku's confusion, motioned for him to follow her. "I think we need to talk a little." He stood up, curious, as the two of them walked down the halls of their apartment and into Inko's room. Izuku didn't typically go into his mother's bedroom, as he didn't have much reason to. Actually, the only times he really went into her room was to catch a glimpse at his. "Oh." Izuku's mind numbly supplied, as he stood at the doorway and watched as his mom kneeled down on the ground in front of a framed picture standing on the bedside table. Surrounding it was a half-melted beige candle as well as a sealed letter and a few well-kept, vibrant flowers in a small vase. "Come here, sweetie." Inko turned her head around to Izuku, and he could see the slight gloss in her eyes as she beckoned him over. She had a small smile that felt very natural and warm, but the boy couldn't help but feel like there was a hint of bittersweetness in it. He made his way slowly over to his mother and sat down next to his parents. His parents, Inko Midoriya and Hisashi Midoriya. The heartwarming hero, Hearth. "Izuku," Inko spoke, and the boy tilted his head to face his mom. They locked eyes, and his mom gently took hold of Izuku's hands, slowly using her thumb to rub comforting circles on the back of his wrist. "I want you to know that no matter what," she took her right hand away from her son's and caressed his cheek. Izuku put the palm of his hand on top of the back of his mother's, already feeling his eyes water a little. "No matter what, your father and I are already so proud of you." Izuku vaguely registered the tears that slipped through his eyes and rolled down his cheek, dripping from his chin, but he couldn't help the grin that slowly filled up his face. From the small memories he had of his dad, the way that when Hisashi lifted Izuku up from beneath the child's arms and would pretend that the little 3-year-old toddler was as heavy as a few 100 pounds of lead, even if they both knew that the man was more than capable of lifting both his son and the pile of metal, or the nap times on the couch the two shared after cuddles and a movie every Friday evening after his patrols. There was not a single sad moment with him. Hisashi, he'd been told by both Inko and Kacchan's parents, had a way of lightening the mood no matter the situation or context. His smiles could have easily outshone All Might's. It was genuine and kind, made you feel safe in a different way than the symbol of peace. His mother recalled countless times when Izuku constantly badgered her for stories about his dad. "And I am so glad you have his smile, my little bean sprout." It had shaken the Midoriya household to its very core when Inko picked up the phone that fateful day, dread already creeping down her back when she heard the introduction and greetings of a nurse from Mizurufu's hospital. Izuku remembered sobbing while clinging desperately to his mama's shirt, but memories after that just got hazy and blurry. The only thing Izuku knew was that his dad was dead in a freak accident with an unknown villain, saving 4 civilians who had been caught up in the battle. But Hearth's death didn't go unnoticed as hundreds, if not thousands of people who in some way, shape or form had been aided by the man gave their blessings towards the mother and son and wept at the foot of his grave as well. Izuku knew his dad was good. He witnessed it firsthand, the loving care of a father, and the pro-hero unafraid to step in whenever danger arised. And thus a match struck a flame in his toddler heart as he vowed to be like his dad. To be like All Might and to help people. Of course not without Kacchan. 4-year-old Izuku whined while Inko laughed at her son's appalled expression. Izuku had memorized the picture that he and his mother sat in front of, so much so that if he had the artistic ability, the freckled boy would be able to, without a doubt, draw this father flawlessly. Down to every last freckle, every strand of curly hair, his jawline, and most importantly, the twinkle in his eyes that matched his smile perfectly. Although Izuku never often visited Hisashi's shrine, the few times he did he'd spend hours there, just in the company of his dad. Inko, seeing her son's angelic face and the light sparkle in his eyes despite the tear streaks that unevenly ran down his cheeks, broke down in a fit of laugh-crying, Izuku following shortly after. The two of them sat there in front of the smiling figure of Hisashi Midoriya, embracing each other as steady tears poured out of their eyes. It was, after all, a signature Midoriya trait. "Inko, sweetie, as much as I love you, and I really do, I'm quite sure you could genuinely cry a river and I don't know if that would affect our son's quirk. Please yoga Inko no dash." That night, Izuku face planted on his bed, exhausted from the amount of energy used in crying. He actually fell asleep before Katsuki could text him a reminder to "Pieces off and sleep ya dumb nerd." Kacchan. Oh my god. What? How in the ever-loving hell did you say that out loud dash? Izuku was a fumbling bundle of nerves at the moment, jumping and prancing around Katsuki while sprouting nonsensical phrases and facts. At one point he stopped moving entirely, going into a fit of incoherent mumbles, and Katsuki walked a few blocks before realizing he left the dumbass behind. He had to backtrack and tug Izuku by the scruff of his black tracksuit, all while the freckled boy was still lost in thought and only moved to make small, random hand gestures. All in all, Katsuki was glad he made them leave their respective houses 20 minutes earlier than planned out of paranoia, otherwise they would have missed the train by at least 15 minutes. The blonde had just forced Izuku to sit back down in his train seat for what had to be the 6th time, when vibrations from his hand and Izuku's coat pocket caught both their attention. Sharky, 726. You guys here yet? I don't see either of you. I'm waiting right outside the gates. This place is huge BTW. 727. Katsuki Bakugou. We're still on the train. This dumbass and I won't be there for another 10 minutes or so. We still gotta walk from the station to UA. Bush BSTRD, 727. Kacchan I'll not THAWBIS. 727. Katsuki Bakugou. Lie to my face again. I dare you. Sharky, 728. But it's okay Midobro, we can be dumbass together. Bush BSTRD, 727. Oh Heartsuit. 728. Katsuki Bakugou. Even you have more common sense than this idiot. Bush BSTRD, 727. Hey, Sharky, 728. Aw thanks Bakubro. That was a very manly compliment even if it was at the expense of Midobro. 729. Katsuki Bakugou. Did you just compliment me on my compliment? And it's not a compliment Shark Shin. Don't. Autocorrect. Bush BSTRD, 727. Eve never felt more betrayed in my entire life. Hold up, I think this is our stop. Well, see you at UA's gates icon, .. Sure enough, the train slowed to a stop and the duo, as well as several other nervous-looking students, stepped off the vehicle. Katsuki inhaled and exhaled heavily, taking in the fresh air and the gentle breeze. It felt nice after sitting in a relatively clammy vehicle full of disgusting, anxious teenagers. A few leaves and petals scattered across the sidewalk, and if it wasn't from the insane pressure on Katsuki's shoulders for what was to come in just a few minutes, he might have actually felt at ease. Katsuki was about to turn to the nerd when, "Race ya Kacchan." The hell dash. Izuku took off immediately, buzzing with both pure excitement as Katsuki yelled out a colorful string of curses, trying to catch up to him. They were almost neck and neck, though the freckled boy was quicker than Katsuki was and thus was still a solid 3 feet ahead. The duo were making quite a scene, causing anyone in their path of destruction to steer clear of the rampaging teens. That was a cheap butt move. The blonde hollered as they neared the gates of UA. Get back here you little dash. Izuku just laughed and charged ahead, eyes now gleaming with astonishment at the sight in front of him. By gods, Kirishima was right, this place is freaking massive. Holy crap, the gates were bigger than his entire apartment complex. The freckled boy suddenly felt the pain and the unfortunately familiar feeling of his left foot slamming into the back of his right heel, and before he could assess the situation, Izuku's face drew closer and closer to the pavement below him. Izuku activated his quirk to pull himself up right as he felt something brush against his back, and now somehow he was a good 30 feet in the air. Izuku, in his bewilderment, let go of his quirk and had a brief moment of panic because, oh god, he was gonna fall and die, this'll be so mortifying dash, and somewhat realized that embarrassment maybe shouldn't be prioritized over his life, but instead he just stayed hovering in the air. Izuku was floating and he felt extraordinarily light. He looked down below him to see a few people pointing and staring up at him, some walking by not detecting he was even there, and a certain blonde that was doubled over, cackling. Izuku noticed a girl with brown hair watching him with a look of pure horror, standing next to Katsuki, with both hands stretched out in front of her. Katsuki looked back up at the floating boy and, though still producing noises extraordinarily similar to that of a dying chicken's, called out to him. "AC, activate your quirk, dumbass." Izuku turned his quirk back on, and watched as the girl pressed her fingers together and muttered something. The feeling of weightlessness disappeared as quickly as it came, and Izuku was able to control his descent back down to earth with relative ease. He shot a dirty look to his BSTRD of a best friend and gave a curious look over to the girl. When his feet touched the ground, She immediately started talking over Katsuki's wheezing. "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you had it handled." The girl sheepishly twiddled with her fingers, giving an apologetic smile to Izuku. "I just saw you trip and I wanted to use my quirk and help, but well." Izuku's eyes narrowed. The girl stepped back a little bit, as if she was afraid of the little gremlin bush baby thing for some absurd reason, and was about to turn around to sprint in the opposite direction of the boy when he started grinning in a frankly terrifying manner, which did not help the situation. He had this certain gleam in his eyes that just spoke. "I am the pure personification of chaos, and you would believe me if I told you that I was Satan reincarnated. Your quirk has something to do with momentum manipulation, correct?" Izuku questioned. The girl gave a small nod with wide eyes. It's called zero gravity," she squeaked. "I can make things float." "Well, that's not an accurate description of what your quirk really is," Izuku stated, ignoring the perplexed look he received from the girl. "If it were really zero gravity, I'd still be falling from my momentum because anything in motion stays in motion, and I had a direction when I tripped. My gravity would be removed, but since I was already moving I would have continued moving, just at a constant pace forever if I were uninterrupted. However, I didn't, meaning that you are able to manipulate momentum, and maybe the floating is just a side effect of your quirk." The boy went rambling on as the girl stared at him in shock. The blonde who had been laughing a few moments beforehand wiped a single tear from his eye as he watched the pathetic conversation unfold, seemingly undisturbed as if this were a common occurrence. "What in the world? Midoriya! Bakugou! You're here!" The two teens looked to see a redhead with sharp teeth wave and walk towards them, the freckled boy too entranced in his mumbling. "Oh, who's this?" He looked over at the girl, who just looked like she was having an external crisis. "Ochako Uraraka? I'm here for the hero course," she absent-mindedly replied, casting an uncertain glance at the freckled boy. "I have no idea who any of you are." "Sorry about that, he does that sometimes. I'm Kirishima." Kirishima extended a hand out, which Uraraka shook hesitantly. "The boy that has no brain-to-mouth filter over there is Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, and that angry pom-pom over there is Katsuki Bakugou. Screw you dash. Anyways, we're here for the hero exam too." Sharky, Katsuki slowly started shaking with laughter again. "Did you see what happened? Oh my god." When Kirishima shook his head, Katsuki continued to recount the past few minutes. And now the two of them were laughing as Izuku mumbled to himself, completely unaware of the chaos surrounding him. Uraraka had to admit, it was pretty funny to see the boy just be in one place at one moment and halfway to the moon the next. The cherry on top had to have been the short, cut-off exclamation he let out before being yeeted into space. "You should have been there, Katsuki tried to compose himself again as Kirishima was on the verge of tears. The blonde opened his phone to check the time and sure dash. All three students this time turned to Katsuki, who loudly exclaimed curses. "It's 2 minutes till the exam, we gotta go dash." And with that, all conversation dropped as the 4 students scrambled through the front gates and to the main assembly room. Oh hell nah. Izuku stared at the finished test in front of him, which he had just blazed through within an hour and 30 minutes. This was too easy. He flipped through the packet once again, triple-checking his answers all over again. Either I'm just that much of a genius or I did everything wrong. There is no in-between. And boy, isn't that just spot on. There is really no in-between because this was a once-in-a-lifetime hard-but test and Izuku knew everything? Hell no. Izuku looked around and sure enough, the majority of the students were still working on the papers, pencils furiously scratching. Well, I'm screwed. Can I get a yeah? Silence. Izuku inwardly cringed at the awkwardness that radiated throughout the entire auditorium, and started fidgeting with the ribbon around his wrist as presentation Michael continued on with the speech. He sat right next to his blonde beach best friend, BBBF for short, and unfortunately Kirishima was located almost halfway across the room because he applied to UA at a different time than the duo. It was sad, but Izuku was more focused on not trying to PSS his pants. He hadn't realized he'd been bouncing his foot until someone stood up and yelled at him for it. "And you!" Izuku startled when he realized the weird blue-haired boy with glasses was addressing him. You have been very distracting because of your foot tapping the floor. This is a serious situation. Glasses started miming the motion one would do to chop carrots. Sorry. Izuku sheepishly smiled. Apology accepted. The boy was now cutting vegetables with both of his arms. Ahem. Moving on. Mike gathered everyone's attention again and proceeded to explain the rest of the physical portion. Izuku made the mental reminder to not overexert himself. He had thought this over enough times while lying down in his bed at night, and already made a plan on the physical exam to reserve his energy and spread it evenly throughout the test, lest he wanted a migraine for the following week with sprained wrists. The freckled boy didn't know what the test was going to be on, but the rules still applied no matter the scenario. Izuku, however, did not think that it would be this simple. He assumed maybe students would have to verse each other, and thus he would have been at a disadvantage because he couldn't use his quirk on organic matter besides himself. Robots, though? They're just brainless hunks of metal just waiting to be ripped apart. All right, listeners. Present Mike threw his arms in the air and the auditorium lights came back on. It's recommended that you leave all personal belongings behind. That includes cell phones, backpacks, jackets, and any other items. If you are to bring such items out, he is not responsible for anything broken or damaged. Those who have registered support items please meet with. Izuku left his pencil and water bottle, but kept his jacket on. He was shivering and his fingers felt cold as hell, so there was no way he was leaving his black jacket behind. He would just have to be careful. Izuku was always careful. Just like how he was careful this morning while almost getting a concussion from tripping over his own 2 feet. Careful. Which city did you guys get? Katsuki asked, peering over at the small card Izuku held in his hands. When everyone sat down at their respective seats in the lecture room before the written portion, a card containing all the students' application information greeted them. It also had a city category, which greatly confused everyone until Present Mike had explained that the city dictated where each student would go to take the physical exam. How they decided to split the students was unknown to Izuku. City C, Izuku replied after finding it on the card. City B, Kirishima deflated a little bit. I got City F. Katsuki scoffed. At least I won't have to deal with either one of you idiots. I mean, Izuku grinned, even the city paid its respects to you, Kacchan. 'Cause I'm gonna beat your butt in this exam. F. Kirishima solemnly agreed, wiping away a fake tear from his eye. Screw you. Both of you. Izuku eagerly waited with a crowd of maybe 50 other teens. Behind those giant metal doors in front of them lay a massive city full of robots which would determine his future. He took a deep breath in and looked around at his fellow examinees. A head of purple hair caught his attention. It's you! The purple-haired boy turned his head to see Izuku pushing through the crowd over to him, shoving a kid with glasses in the face who had been trying to hold him back. Cat Cafe Boy! Izuku smiled, and the sun that shone down on the competitors seemed to dim down at the sight of the light radiating from the freckled boy. I forgot you were taking this test. Yeah. The boy gave a small smile as he squinted his eyes, yet again adjusting to the brightness. I don't think we really ever introduced ourselves formally. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The boy said. I don't know your name, and I keep feeling bad for calling you Cat Cafe Boy, so. I'm Hitoshi Shinso. Hitoshi smirked a little. Nice to officially meet you. Izuku smiled. So, what are your thoughts on the exam? Hitoshi's facial expression seemed to sour a little, grin now turning into a bittersweet smirk. Well, it's just a little biased, isn't it? Against those with mental and weaker quirks. I guess it's to weed out villainous quirks. Makes sense. Izuku was completely bewildered as his eyebrows shot straight to the skies, mind already racing. What the hell does he mean, makes sense? That's not good. Why would he have that outlook on the exam? I mean, I guess now that I think about it, this all is pretty unfair for literally no reason. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but the giant metal doors slowly started opening to reveal a bigger city than he originally thought it'd be. He turned his attention fully to the scene, focusing back on the test, waiting for the signal to go. "What are you all waiting for?" Mick's voice rang out over a loudspeaker, though he could have just yelled it out through his quirk and it would have given the same effect. The exam started. Go, go, go. The words, "What the hell?" were the only things cycling through Izuku's mind as he used his quirk to fly over the rest of the students, who were still struggling to get out through the gates. "What is this? What do you mean that the exam started? You can't just, what?" Izuku was shaken out of his thoughts at the sight of a two-pointer turning the corner. He was speeding down. Its sensor turned to face Izuku and latched its tracking system onto him. The head of the laser started to glow red, but before it could fire, Izuku activated his PT, what Kacchan nicknamed his quirk when they were younger, whining about how it was too long, but in reality it was just because the blonde didn't know how to pronounce it. He tore the head clean off the robot's body and broke the remaining parts in half just for good measure. Izuku was about to go down to a different street when he heard creaking behind him and narrowly dodged a giant metal fist. What the hell dash? Another fist came hurling straight to Izuku's back, and he turned while jumping out of the way to see a three-pointer staring him dead in the eyes. It raised another metal arm. "Hey, seriously? I'm gonna set your goddamn gears on fire. Can you just let me speak?" Izuku vaguely felt a vibration in his jacket pocket, but he was busy beating the ever-loving hell out of this hunk of junk. He'd just finished ripping the limbs off of the robot, when a robotic voice from within his jacket caught his attention. "Okay. Now playing Girl on Fire on speaker." Did Izuku still have his phone on him? "Siri? Hello. She's just a girl and she's on fire." Yes, he did. Izuku was just about to turn his phone off, but the sound of gears turning forced him to look around and see at least 5 robots surrounding and looming over him. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Okay, screw his phone. Izuku needed to do this exam. An interesting batch this year, isn't it? Netsu sipped his tea as his eyes jumped from one screen to the next, observing the students' performances. A few examinees, he noted, stood around, watching with wide eyes as others ruthlessly tore the bots apart. Others were doing the damage, and a small selection of students were just avoiding the robots and students alike. "Whoa, look at that kid." Midnight pointed to a camera in City F, and on the screen was a quite literal explosive blonde blowing up robots left and right. From a bystander's perspective, the attacks looked reckless, but as everyone in the room had experience in combat, they were able to take note that the explosions were actually very controlled. Hardly any damage was being done to the surrounding buildings. How many points does he have thus far? Let's see. Vlad King pressed a few buttons on a controller and brought up the file. Katsuki Bakugou, quirk, explosion, description, using his click to read more, villain points, 42, rescue points, looks like he saved a few people from debris. He's doing pretty well so far. Indeed. Netsu set his teacup down and folded his paws in his lap. He noticed Yagi staring at the screen with a hint of recognition and perhaps pride. Netsu carefully chose to ignore the man, making a mental note to ask him about it later. Netsu then tabbed over to the City C camera to check up on those students. "HM? What's this?" "Oh hi, got our head in the clouds and we're not coming down." "What?" Midnight, Present Mike, and Power Loader shouted in surprise at the same time. A 14 or 15-year-old boy glowing with red fire surrounding his arms and glaring crimson eyes beating up robots to the tune of a PQE, pre-Quirk era, iconic anthem in a prestigious school's entrance exam, going so far as to smashing the robots together on the floor on beat. What the hell? Aizawa stared blankly at the screen. The man was in the corner of the examination room, in a yellow sleeping bag sitting against the wall, curled up with his knees against his chest. He was just thinking about how much he didn't want to be here, and then, whatever the hell this was happened. Now, Aizawa was used to unordinary and strange events. He was an underground pro hero. He taught a high school for kids with superpowers, for God's sake. Aizawa was a rational person. A calm, logical, completely sane, though his friends would suggest otherwise, human being. So sue him if he was perplexed at this child kicking but while blasting Alicia Keys through a phone speaker because, what the hell? When the chorus hit, The boy started dancing while breaking the robots. Not even half-butted dancing, he was full-on jamming to the song. The freckled boy grinned maniacally and Mike cackled. Netsu took another sip of his tea while pulling up the boy's file. Izuku Midoriya, Quirk, Pyrotelekinesis, Description, Fire-like hollow, click to read more, villain points, 34, rescue points. He looked very promising as his test points grew on a steady upward rate. No, Aizawa stated with a firmness and resolve that he typically only used when the man didn't have his coffee. Netsu, you will not. Netsu just smiled. I will not have this demon in my classroom. Netsu took another sip of his tea. Izuku was having the best time of his life. At first, Izuku just destroyed the robots as quickly as he could so he could shut his phone off, but when the chorus hit, the freckled boy just said, screw it. He used the song to fuel and fire, I get it, himself up, and since Izuku had his music settings on loop, it wasn't stopping anytime soon. The freckled boy both ran and flew in front of a few other contestants, who just stared at him in varying amounts of confusion as he passed, though most completely bewildered. Izuku was pretty sure he passed a few familiar faces from Aldra, who took one glance at him looking like ripping robots apart were as easy as tearing napkins while jamming out to Alicia Keys, recognized him, and proceeded to book it in the complete opposite direction. Actually, two of the examinees, a yellow-haired boy who had bright sparks of electricity surrounding him, and a black-haired kid who shot tape from their elbows, started belting along with the song for about 30 seconds before Izuku left to go to a different zone. He needed to remind himself to get their phone numbers later. This girl is on fire. 2 minutes left. Mick's voice echoed throughout the city, though it sounded a little shaky from laughter. Before Izuku could think about it too much, a loud scream caught his attention. He immediately stopped running, catching his breath, and turned to his left to see, holy God. That's the zero-pointer dash. Somebody, please, help. Izuku, about to just nope in the opposite direction, spotted someone stuck under a massive pile of rubble. Izuku blinked before realizing that the person was Uraraka, the girl who he met that morning, and proceeded to creep the absolute hell out of. The freckled boy was flying towards her before he even realized it. Hey, okay, can you use your quirk on this? Izuku hurriedly asked. He ignored the quiet, why the hell is there music dash from the girl and urged her to answer the question. Izuku needed to get the debris off of her, but there was no way he could risk using that much of his quirk before immediately collapsing of exhaustion, and him passing out on the spot wouldn't help anyone. No, I can't, it's too heavy dash. Uraraka winced in pain as she tried to drag herself out. Oh God. I can't get her out without blacking out, and even if I was able to, there's no guarantee we would be able to drag our way out of here. And it's not like I can just stop the zero-pointer without. Oh, wait. Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't need to stay conscious after defeating the zero-pointer. The danger would be stopped and the exam only had so long before all the other bots would be shut down as well. He could just, yeah, that'd work. But I need you to stay here. Izuku stood up, and Uraraka looked at him puzzlingly. Don't worry about it. You're gonna be just fine, I'm gonna be less fine, but hey dash, he flashed her a wild grin, baring all his teeth that somehow fit in with the crazed, toxic green of his eyes, and matched even better with the burning red that followed short after, I'm going to save you. Oh. And with that, Izuku activated his quirk, flew straight into the sky, slightly higher than the height of the robot itself. While in the air, he had two hysterical thoughts. Holy crap, why is it so big? Followed immediately after by a delirious, that's what she said. Izuku closed his eyes, focused, and felt his head explode just as the zero-pointer began to glow red and slowly became immobile, unable to move any further. It was a weird feeling. It was as if his head was both being compressed and detonated at the same time. In his intense concentration, Izuku didn't realize his nails digging into the palms of his hands, drawing blood that trickled down his knuckles and dripped to the world below. Oh! Izuku opened his eyes, though he couldn't see anything but black darkness with multicolored dots swarming his vision. He clenched his fists even tighter, putting any and all remaining energy into crushing the giant metal bot. The zero-pointer imploded, folding on top of itself, some parts glowing red and orange due to the intense heat produced by his fire. The sleeves of his black jacket had started to burn, smoke and ash raining down. Time's up. After maybe 15 seconds of pure agony and pain, Izuku stopped at the muffled sound of Present Mic's voice. Exhaustion swept over him as his ears rang, and his bloody hands extended limply in front of him as the freckled boy fell, back to the earth. Izuku almost didn't feel the familiar sense of weightlessness that returned just before he would have hit the ground. She's just a girl, but she's on fire. Reread the previous chapters for any changes, please. To say the UA staff was shocked would be like saying the surface of the sun was just a little warm and toasty. As soon as Nedzu gave Power Loader the okay to release the zero-pointer, a few things happened at once. To the pro's right, a screen displayed an enormous explosion unleashed from none other than Katsuki Bakugou. He blew up a falling chunk of concrete that had broken off one of the buildings the zero-pointer gripped onto. The eruption tore the giant block into bits and pieces, saving him and a few others from any possible harm. The blast was enough to just barely shake the wall the surveillance camera was perched on, as well as make a few nearby students stumble and lose their balance briefly. On their left, a student with the head of a crow narrowly missed being crushed under a foot of City B's zero-pointer, having just been tackled out of the way at the last second by another examinee with red hair. Nedzu swiftly disabled the robot with the push of a button on the main masterboard before Power Loader could even react, much to the staff's relief. Another student from City A with a shape-shifting quirk and fiery orange hair held a few students back with a massive hand, effectively stopping them from getting into the path of any falling or unstable debris. But the most noticeable event was without a doubt in City C, where Izuku Midoriya had been kicking Robobutt moments ago, and now lay back to the sky after face planting on the floor. If it hadn't been for that girl who slapped Midoriya's shoulder, making him float a mere inches off the ground, he would have become one with the earth. The very thought of a student's death during the entrance exam made the whole room shudder at what could have been. However, many of the pro heroes' minds were still on the fact that this 5 feet 2 inches teenage boy absolutely demolished the 15-story tall giant metal robot in just under a minute with nothing more than his quirk and sheer, raw strength. Recovery Girl is going to skin us all. Mike broke the silence with a deeply disturbing but unfortunately quite true statement. The staff collectively paled and Toshinori sputtered out a small portion of blood. Yagi had just gotten out of a 30-minute lecture about taking better care of his health from the youthful heroine earlier that day, and had been thoroughly terrorized. All Might decided right then and there that all old people were to be feared. He still hadn't recovered from Gran Torino's teaching experience, and frankly, Toshinori didn't need to be bullied by another tiny old person with a cane. So although he was quite concerned for young Midoriya's, so that's his name, he thought, health and safety, he had no doubt that the school nurse could heal him up. That left Yagi free to hide in the storage closet's corner, as far away from the danger that was the tiny woman with a giant needle. That would be an accurate assumption, Nedzu said, pushing another button on the control board before speaking into a small microphone. Recovery Girl, I would ask you to prioritize City C as we do have a student passed out from a terrible case of quirk exhaustion there. If I find another serious injury this year like I did last year, Nedzu, you best believe I'm going to get that raise. Recovery Girl's voice played through speakers as she walked down to the entrance exam cities. And the rest of you aren't out of the woods yet, either. Everyone except Nedzu visibly stiffened. Don't think I don't know about your stupidly dangerous lessons planned this year, she huffed, and Vlad could picture her annoyed expression a bit too vividly for his taste. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, Nedzu said. Let's focus on getting these students fixed up and their results processed by next Monday, shall we? Recovery Girl grumbled an answer before ending the transmission. You're lucky you're the principal of this school, Nedzu, Snipe spoke up, voice laced with envy. She would have killed any one of us without hesitation if we said that. Indeed, I am quite fortunate, Nedzu said while hiding a small smile behind the rim of his teacup at his staff's jealous glares and fear-filled eyes. Waking up was an interesting experience, Izuku decided. Maybe, just perhaps, it was the blatant overuse of his quirk, but it took Izuku a while to open his eyes and even longer to adjust to the bright lights of what looked like a hospital room. The bed he resided in wasn't the most comfortable. The bed sheets were a tad scratchy and the blanket that lay atop him was too thick and hot for his liking. Izuku looked at his surroundings without moving his head, but his bushy, curly hair blocked him from seeing anything else than curtains and ceiling lights. Izuku took a deep breath and, using his elbows and closed fists, slowly sat up, wincing at the feeling of his sore fingers and slightly bruised palms. Dots swarmed his vision and the headache Izuku didn't know he had till just then hit him like a truck. Not like one of those small car truck things, he was talking like a big 2-ton mother trucker. The pounding in his head persisted as Izuku threw the blanket off of himself and swung his legs over the side of the bed. He was about an attempt at standing up when he heard footsteps and an annoyed voice come within earshot, and then the sound of a door opening. Can't believe Nedzu still hasn't changed the entrance exam. I thought Aizawa's constant badgering would have been enough. Aizawa? Changing the entrance exam? Something about a badger? God, Izuku's head was so messed up. He must have made a noise or something to catch their attention, because the next moment, the voice addressed him. What do you think you're doing, boy? Izuku jumped at the sudden noise, letting out a pathetic eep, and promptly fell off the bed and onto the floor for the 3rd time that day. A strong reminder to never underestimate the clumsiness of Izuku Midoriya. Izuku can and will find a way to be reunited with his beloved lover, his fated soulmate, the ground beneath his feet. Ow, he muttered, still on the cold tiled floor. Izuku pushed himself up, using the wall to lean against. He rubbed the back of his head, already feeling a small bruise form, and silently cursed himself. In his disarray, he completely forgot about the person standing in front of him who most definitely saw that entire ordeal go down. Goodness me, are you all right, dearie? Izuku blinked a few times, finally taking in the figure in front of him. A small, old lady holding a giant syringe half her height wearing a lab coat, peered over him. If it weren't for the stern expression on her face, Izuku would have dared to call her frail, but he had just enough common sense to not title someone with the look of a bloodthirsty tiger as such. An appearance his mother wore all too well. Yeah, Izuku gave a small, sheepish smile as he chuckled. I think so. Good, she huffed, pulling back the curtain to Izuku's right to reveal a few cabinets and a sink. A small, plastic bag of gummies was pulled out of the second drawer to the left, and the woman turned back around at Izuku. Take these. I couldn't do too much with my quirk about your injuries. You were already too exhausted, but now that you're awake, I can heal you better. Wait. Izuku thought as he gingerly took the gummies from the lady's gloved hand. This costume, that giant syringe, healing quirk? UA staff? And then the realization dawned on him. Your recovery girl. He blurted out, unable to contain his excitement. Izuku studied many heroes in his late-night analysis, including but not limited to the top 83 heroes Japan has to offer, the UA staff, or at least who he could tie to their hero persona, and many past heroes from all over the world. So naturally, Izuku had to research, not stalk, Kacchan, thank you very much, every hero he came across. He had a list of questions to ask, no icon, not to interrogate G's, if he ever had the opportunity to meet them. So of course, Izuku was brimming with queries and in desperate need of explanations or elaborations, his mouth threatening to burst open to a flood of words and mumbles. He could barely contain himself. Shock and surprise briefly flickered over the woman's face at the sudden exclamation before she settled on a soft smile. Indeed, Recovery Girl said in amusement as she watched the freckled boy's eyes widen and his mouth gape at the confirmation. But keep your voice down, she lightly scolded, and Izuku flushed. Now get off the floor, there's no reason to be there. Why yes ma'am? Izuku squeaked, already hoisting himself up by using the wall and bed he previously tumbled out of. In his daze, he completely forgot about his migraine, thus causing him to nearly fall down again when the heat rushed back to his face and his ears started ringing. Not that quickly, be careful. Recovery Girl rushed forward to help steady the freckled boy as he clutched his head. You just woke up after a serious case of quirk exhaustion. You can't just push yourself so recklessly like that. Dear Lord. Izuku blearily came to the conclusion that the nurse would have no doubt whacked him with her syringe cane if he weren't so disoriented and damaged. The thought was kind of funny to him. What? This is a serious matter, young man. You can't go around laughing at injuries like this. Recovery Girl was very clearly appalled at the hysterical giggle Izuku let out at the idea that this tiny old lady went around smacking people with a giant medical instrument for not taking care of themselves. Well, now that you're conscious, I might as well fix you up. Izuku faintly murmured, feeling distant and out of place. Not sure how much I can do to you in this state though, Recovery Girl muttered under her breath as she gestured for Izuku to give her his hand. You might want to steady yourself a little more. This won't knock you out, but you'll feel a lot more exhausted than before. Izuku nodded, letting go of his forehead and allowed her to take his right wrist. The freckled boy loosened his grip on the gummy bear bag he hadn't been aware he'd been squeezing in his left hand. Recovery Girl took small white packets out of her coat pocket and proceeded to clean a small spot on Izuku's skin, making it feel cool and wet. He shivered a little at the cold spot, though quickly relaxed when the nurse actually used her quirk on him. Relief spread throughout his body like a dry paper towel dipped in water. Everything in Izuku's vision became a little hazy and it was slightly difficult to focus on much of anything. Recovery Girl pulled away from Izuku's arm and cleaned it once more, though he was too busy seeing double of everything to notice this time. He felt little to no pain in his hands anymore, and his headache had cleared up considerably, but the sheer exhaustion and fatigue weighed him down. Eat the gummies I gave you, she instructed, tossing the remains of the antibiotic wipe in the trash. They'll make you feel more energetic for at least the next 20 or so minutes. I suggest you take the next day off. No boring lectures tomorrow, sensei. Izuku failed to open the plastic bag a few times, the tips of his fingers feeling ticklish when he tried pinching the sides, but after a few attempts he ripped a side open and dug in. Slowly, reality shifted back to one solid image, and Izuku felt a light surge of energy flow all over his body. You've been here for long enough, Recovery Girl said. In fact, you've overstayed your time by quite a bit. It's already 30 minutes past the end of the exam. At the frantic look she received from the freckled boy, Recovery Girl sighed. But I couldn't in good conscience let you go about your day as if you hadn't just done something horrendous to your health. Mike should be here soon to take you to the front gates. As if on cue, the door to the infirmary swung open to a loud blonde-haired man with a leather jacket and tinted glasses. Hello. Present Mike sing-songed in autotune as he struck a pose. I am here to do OW. He was abruptly cut short by a swing at his knees from what Izuku could only describe as a very sad old lady. Pardon his choice of words, please. None of that. Recovery Girl hissed. Midoriya is still recovering from a very, very recent injury. You cannot come in here yelling and going about in a place meant for healing. Quiet. I can't believe you still enter rooms like that dash. As Recovery Girl continued to berate the now very timid, stuttering pro-hero, Izuku just stood there, eyes impossibly wide. Present Mike. Holy crap. That's Present Mike. Izuku's mind was officially blown. Sure, he'd seen the man during the debrief on the exam earlier that day, but he was several rows away from where Izuku sat. Not to mention that his precious time and attention was directed towards not trying to pass out from his nerves. He had seen him on the page for the UA staff, but at that point, Izuku had already done an analysis on the pro. Present Mike was most famous for his "Put Your Hands Up" radio show, so Izuku had just filed away the fact that the man was a UA teacher as another piece of information, secondary knowledge. But as of that moment, the Present Mike stood in front of Izuku and was being bullied up by a small old woman with a giant needle. Yes, Izuku's ears were practically bleeding from that horrendous yet harmonious display at Mix Quirk, and his headache increased tenfold, but the freckled teen couldn't help but grin. Oh, you incompetent, sorry excuse for a pro-hero dash, Recovery Girl just continued on, and unless Izuku's hearing was just that messed up, he could have sworn he heard Mike utter a few, yes miss, and, of course Shizenji-san, but in all honesty, it could have been the eerie ringing sound still echoing in his eardrums. I don't mean to interrupt you, Recovery Girl-san, Izuku spoke up, raising his hand a little to gather the others' attention. I think my friends are waiting outside for me, so I really should head home. As much as Izuku wanted to sit idly and watch this frankly hilarious exchange unfold, he still had a very uncomfortable headache just waiting to erupt. B probably shouldn't keep his best friends waiting, and C didn't have popcorn. All equally important and very serious points. Present Mike stared at Izuku like the boy had just hung the moon and stars in the night sky. Recovery Girl still appeared ready for murder and mass genocide, but calmed down just a little at the sight of the boy. Why yes, Present Mike exclaimed, but quieted at the dirty look Recovery Girl shot at him. Exactly. Let's go, Midoriya. Right now. He opened the door and held it as Izuku walked through, both boys beckoning the nurse goodbye with various amounts of fear. When the door closed behind them, Mike let out a sigh filled with so much relief that Izuku could hear the blonde's soul return to his body. Thanks for the save there, little listener. Present Mike turned to him as the two walked. I thought for sure I'd be dead. The blonde gave a light laugh that bounced off the walls of the empty hallway. No problem, really. Izuku tried not to slur his words together as he stumbled, trying to match the pro's walking pace. He was already getting tired again. I need to get home anyways, and friends are probably waiting for me. Mike noticed the boy's struggles to keep up and slowed down a considerable amount so as to not overwhelm Izuku with his long, lanky legs. The freckled boy, after all, was very short, and Izuku was reminded of that at least twice a day from Katsuki. The whole. Thanks, Izuku said, grateful for Mick's actions. I'm just a lil sleepy and headache isn't helping. No problem. Present Mike replied. A few moments passed with the only noise from the two being the uneven steps Izuku took, and Present Mick's soft humming. But Izuku was still quietly freaking out over the fact that, dear mother of everything sweet and holy, I'm walking through the halls of the IZUAAAAAH with the Present Mike. I have so many things to ask him. What do I do? You can ask me a few questions you have while we walk, if you'd like, Mike offered, Izuku not knowing that he had mumbled that, and thus the beast was unleashed. Okay, so you know how you were auto-tuned? I'm assuming that's your speakers doing right? Does that mean that you could add different effects onto your speakers while still using your quirk? I noticed that you could shake trees a little with your quirk in that video about your fight with Carnivorous, and that glass shatters if in the pathway of your yell, meaning that you use vibrations and such. Does that mean you can amplify it? By how much? Would it be with or without your speaker's help? Would you be able to break through concrete dash? Izuku wanted to ramble on, but a sudden pain in his head caused him to stop and look up at where Present Mike would be, only to find him a few feet behind. The blonde's eyes were furrowed, eyes blown wide, and mouth opening and closing. He looked like someone just told him that penguins had knees, thus shattering his entire perspective on the world. Mike started but couldn't seem to find the right words. Could I? Wait, no, what? How do you even breathe? Well, it's quite simple, Izuku said while Present Mike walked back to the boy's side. I take oxygen through him, nose or mouth, and then dash. Present Mike cut Izuku off with a loud, honest-to-God laugh that sounded all throughout the hallway. Gosh, little listener. Mike lifted his glasses to wipe a tear from his eye. You're a riot. I haven't laughed this hard in one day in my entire life. Also, girl on fire? Geez, what a throwback. Wait a goddamn minute. Oh my god, I completely forgot that the teachers would be watching the exam, Izuku groaned. He was somewhat embarrassed by how many people saw him, but also was pretty confident that he kicked butt. Izuku took gymnastics and picked up some pretty nice moves which he gracefully showed off during the exam. At the very least, was it fun to watch? Midoriya, Present Mike looked him dead in the eyes. I will have you know that I have not enjoyed myself so thoroughly since the day my friend and I put both a stink and glitter bomb in this idiot's backpack way back in my days at UA. The guy smelled like sewer water for a solid week after. At that, Izuku giggled a little bit, and was about to ask the pro if he could hear the story when the two of them arrived at the building's front doors. The boy saw his best friends waiting by the gates, Kirishima talking animatedly and waving his arms around while Katsuki just nodded and massaged his wrists, listening to the redhead. Well, little listener, it's been fun, Mike said. Now, I'd recommend you follow whatever recovery girl told you to do, unless you want the lady to track you down and force you into bed. He grinned, though Izuku sensed there was underlying trauma and fear shining through his eyes. Got it. Izuku gave the okay sign with his hands as he started walking towards Katsuki and Kirishima. Then a thought struck him. Wait, you never actually answered any of my questions. Izuku whipped his head around to see present Mike winking at him. Perhaps you can ask them later, little listener. Mike turned around and walked back through the front doors, waving goodbye at the green-haired boy. Izuku trudged to his friends, confusion visible on his face, but his ponderings were quickly dispersed when his friends called out to him. Hey, guys, Izuku mumbled, stumbling and falling onto Kirishima, who quickly caught him. Our CVY girl used her quirk on me and now am sleepy. Geez, Mido bro. The shark-toothed boy shifted to more effectively hold onto Izuku. What did you do to make recovery girl use her quirk so much on you? Due to Izuku's constant mumbling and analysis, both Katsuki and Kirishima knew a great deal of the heroes the freckled boy studied, if they chose to listen. They did each time no matter how confused Ijiro was and how annoyed Katsuki pretended to be. I crush there a pointer, Izuku said, muffled by Kirishima's shoulder. Quirk. You did what, Zuku? Katsuki's eyes narrowed. And where's your jacket? Izuku tilted his head slightly to allow them to hear him better and spoke. I crushed the 0-pointer with him, quirk, and my jacket burned off. I don't remember where other stuff is though. He burrowed his head back into Kirishima's shoulder as both other boys stared at him. Oh, damn it, I didn't get to ask recovery girl questions about her quirk. UFING, the 0-pointer. You sure you're talking about the 0-pointer? Right. Katsuki said in disbelief. Not some other robot? Izuku nodded his head and said something along the lines of, unless there's another 100-foot-tall giant hunk of metal, but it came out more like, 100-foot-all giant hunk of metal. Holy crap, Kirishima whispered, and he suddenly looked a bit more cautious with the freckled boy he held. He was not once for cussing like his other two companions were, but it seemed very fitting to use such terms when hearing about what happened. Dang, Aizu, you must be even more tired than I had imagined. Katsuki nodded and picked up his backpack off the floor before turning to the other two. Zuku, put this on, it has both of our stuff in it. Katsuki handed Izuku the backpack, who begrudgingly pushed off of Kirishima and strapped the backpack on. After doing so, he rested his forehead on the redhead's shoulder once more. Here, give the nerd to me, Katsuki addressed Kirishima, who gently peeled the boy off of him. Zuku, get on my back. Katsuki turned around to allow Izuku to wrap his arms around the blonde's neck. He leaned forward to support the full weight of his best friend, and once comfortable, Katsuki essentially started giving Izuku a piggyback ride. The blonde turned to Kirishima, whose gaze was laced with concern. Let's walk to the station, I'll drop Zuku off at his house. Right? Kirishima nodded. I don't think. Izuku wants to miss any more of our exam stories than he already has, but we should totally meet up and talk about what happened later. I can't believe your name is still labeled Izuku Midoriya on your phone, Katsuki grumbled to a sleeping boy leaning against his arm. They were on the train and waiting for their stop, and Katsuki was using Izuku's phone to text Inko as he didn't want to get his out of the bag the freckled boy held onto. Kirishima had already gotten off a while ago and bid the two goodbye. You told Nvivu, Izuku mumbled softly. It was a joke. This, Katsuki waved the phone around, this is out of pure spite and you know it just as well as I do, idiot. He gave Izuku the glare, but it wasn't really effective when the other had his eyes closed. Izuku exhaled a small laugh and promptly fell asleep as his best friend went on about how messed up the phone had gotten during the exam, and asked what the hell Izuku had done to it to make it look like it had gotten thrown inside a wood chipper. How the hell is it still functional? I swear to God, Auntie Inko's going to kick your sorry but if you have to get another new phone again this year. Waking up was an interesting experience, Part 2. Izuku turned his head to the right to see his all-might alarm clock read 1:08 p.m., and grunted as he sat up. It was already so late in the afternoon and, oh my god, school. Izuku had a brief moment of panic and dread before recalling the previous day's events. He was excused from school. He would be fine. This was fine. The freckled boy took a moment to calm himself down, sighing with relief, before assessing his health. Izuku wiggled his fingers and he felt almost nothing except for slight soreness. His headache was basically all gone, his vision fine if not just a little sensitive to the sunlight peeking through his curtains. Izuku felt a little dirty and greasy, but that was really the worst of it. All in all, it didn't feel any worse than if he were to have stayed up the majority of a night researching and gathering information on pro heroes. The boy got out of bed, surprisingly not falling over, and made his way to the bathroom, warming up the shower water as he stripped and stepped inside. He massaged his muscles and shampooed his hair thoroughly, rinsing off any grime and dirt built up during yesterday's events. After a few minutes, Izuku gingerly stepped out of the shower and quickly wrapped himself in a bathrobe, not wanting to be exposed to the cold for long. He dried his long hair as much as he could, tossing his dirty clothes in the hamper before changing into a comfortable black sweatshirt and sports shorts. Izuku walked into the kitchen after hanging up his towel, and found a sticky note taped to the fridge. "Good morning, Izuku, there's Katsudon in the fridge that you can microwave up." Smiley face. "I'm sorry I couldn't stay behind to tend to you, but the bookstore needed someone to fill in for a sick worker, but please, text me when you wake up. P.S. You can invite Katsuki and Ijiro over when they're done with school. They're going to bring you your work anyways. P.P.S. Don't hurt yourself this badly again. I mean it, Izuku Midoriya." Izuku folded the note and shoved it in his jacket's pocket and tried to ignore the sense of terror creeping up his back from the last line his mother wrote. His mother's talks were terrifying. End of conversation, there is no debate. Izuku took out his battered phone and sent a quick text to his mom saying that he was awake and couldn't wait for her to come home. Then he pulled up his group chat with Katsuki and Kirishima and decided to bug them while they were at school. Izuku was doing them a favor. Sensei's lectures were terrible anyways. Explodo B, he, 1041. At Izuku Midoriya, text us when you wake up, nerd. You rock, 1042. Yeah bro, but take your time and sleep too, smiley face. 123. Izuku Midoriya. IMG, screw you, have that my, middle, finger.png. You rock, 123. Midoriya. 123. Izuku Midoriya. Kirikun. / Explodo B, T, 123. God damn it, I was so close to finally getting rid of you. 123. Izuku Midoriya. JRK. Explodo B, T, 123. Wow, how creative. 123. Izuku Midoriya. If you call me that too. The microwave dinged and Izuku set down his phone to bring his bowl of slightly soggy katsudon to his table and continued his lovely conversation. By the time he'd finished eating, his texts with the two just spiraled into name-calling with Kacchan as Kirikun provided thrilling commentary such as, "Ooh sick burn bro," and "one-hit KO." Izuku set his bowl in the sink and sat down on the couch to add to the riveting discussion. When Katsuki and Kirishima showed up later to hand Izuku his work, the trio sat on Izuku's bed, each recounting the stories of what happened during their exam. Katsuki braided Izuku's hair to keep him from jumping around the bedroom walls as per tradition whenever one or the other was hyper or stressed. Kirishima had apparently saved a boy from being crushed, as well as ruthlessly bashing any other robot's faces in with his hardening quirk. Katsuki had evidently done a few selfless acts by saving a few people from falling rubble, to which Kirishima had called him super manly bro, causing Izuku to go into a fit of bros, to which the blonde barked at him to shut up. But from the moment when Izuku stated that Alicia Keys was blasting from his phone speakers whilst he took the exam, nobody could help the tears from laughter that flooded from Katsuki's and Kirishima's eyes. The neighbors thought someone had died when they heard wheezing and screaming next door. Monday could not come sooner. When Izuku came back to Aldra, it seemed like nothing else really changed. Like the same partially mundane life Izuku had just continued on as if he, Katsuki, and Kirishima hadn't just taken one of their biggest exams in their existence. Izuku tried to fall back into the same pattern, but he found it difficult to focus on anything else besides Monday. It all depended on Monday. And so, when Monday rolled around, Izuku couldn't focus on anything at school, much less function as a normal human being throughout the day. He sat at his desk, hands twitching, leg bouncing, eyes darting around and doing anything to distract himself. Izuku twirled his pencil around on shaky hands during break and lunchtime, not daring to eat his food for fear of it all coming back out. He took excessive notes during sensei's lectures, almost having an entire word-for-word transcript written down by the end of it, just anything. Anything to distract himself, Izuku did. It seemed like he wasn't the only one as well. He noticed Katsuki accidentally letting out a few tiny explosions during the teacher's morning speech, and he snapped a few wooden pencils. Kirishima was smiling the entire class time, though it didn't seem natural. His eyes were too wide and mouth wobbly, and in all honesty looked like he was questioning his existence and the meaning of life itself. A few students in Aldra's hallways looked terrified and on the verge of tears, while others stiffly walked around as if stepping on needles. Izuku was both dreading and also couldn't wait to get back home. Izuku, your letter. It's here. Izuku slammed the textbook that he wasn't really reading closed and raced down the hallway into the living room where his mother stood, shaking with an envelope in her hand. I'll be in the living room, Inko said with wide eyes. She knew that her son was capable of great things, that he was going to be okay, but even so, it was a nerve-wracking experience. Call me when you know. Izuku calmly nodded and with the id in hand, calmly walked down the halls and back to his room and calmly closed the door. This was it. He sat down on his bed calmly and stared at the mail in his hands. It was heavy for a paper envelope and didn't seem like it contained a letter but rather a small, flat disc. Izuku calmly, very, very calmly, ripped open the letter into shreds and pieces without any hesitation. Out popped a small circular device that lit up a few times before broadcasting a giant picture of All Might? Izuku screeched and jumped a little, dropping the object on the floor. He stumbled back in bed as the giant blonde's image still loomed over him. I am here. All Might boomed. As a projection. He laughed. Well and oh shit, Sherlock. Izuku automatically sassed in his head because of course his initial reaction to anything would be sarcasm. You, Izuku Midoriya. He emphasized Izuku's name as if it were a great title or honor. Have successfully passed the written portion of the UA exam. However, when it came to the physical portion of the test, All Might trailed off, pausing for dramatic effect, making Izuku die inside just a little bit more. You also passed. In fact, you didn't just pass. A display of names showed up on screen with different rankings. 1 Izuku Midoriya villain points, 40, rescue points, 41. 2 Katsuki Bakugou villain points, 54, rescue points, 25. 3 Eijiro Kirishima villain points, 39, rescue points, 35. 4 Ochako Uraraka villain points, 28, rescue points, 45. 5 Ibra Shizaki villain points, 36, rescue points, 32. 6 Itsuka Kendo villain points, 25, rescue points, 40. 7 Tenya Ida villain points, 52, rescue points, 9. 8 Tetsu villain points, 49, rescue points, 10. 9 Fumikage Tokoyami villain points, 47, rescue points, 10. No, Izuku did not misread this person's name as Tayaki, thank you very much. 10 Yosetsu Aways villain points, 50, rescue points, 6. You came in first. All Might reappeared and gave Izuku a digital thumbs up. Izuku swore he was hallucinating. There was no way. First? With an All Might projection? Wait, does this mean that All Might is going to be teaching at UA? Wait, he beat Katsuki. All Might's projection continued. There was a hidden portion of this exam which made sure that students were awarded for saving others. And because you were so willing to sacrifice your extra time and energy to save other examinees, you were awarded as such. Just take a look at the effect you had on others. The screen switched yet again to a recorded video of Uraraka and Present Mike. Present Mike-san. Uraraka tapped his shoulder, and he turned around to look at her. There's a boy, his name is Midori or something. He has long green hair, freckles, and can fly. She fiddled with her fingers. Is he okay? Present Mike smiled at her and nodded. He's in the infirmary resting at the moment. He should be just fine. Uraraka's shoulders relaxed a bit at the news, but she still played with her hands. I was wondering. She looked at Present Mike with a smidge of determination in her eyes. If he had enough points to pass. He saved me, you see, and I'd feel really bad if he didn't get in because he honestly deserves to be in UA. Uraraka dropped her hands to her sides and spoke again. If he doesn't, I would really like to give some of mine to him, please. Izuku blinked a few times, baffled by the conversation shown to him. Present Mike's smile became a bit more genuine as he gave a light chuckle. Unfortunately, we can't transfer points over, he stated, and Uraraka's face fell. But, Present Mike continued, I don't think you have anything to worry about. He winked at her, not unlike the way Mike did at Izuku. The video came to an end, and All Might once again stood in front of Izuku. Your actions spurred others to act. How can a hero course deny such heroic actions? He laughed and extended an arm out to the camera, out to Izuku. This, young Midoriya, is your hero academia. Izuku and Inko celebrated that night, both weeping into each other's arms. He later found out from both his best friends that they also received similar messages of approval. Izuku rubbed his first-place position in Katsuki's face a few times over video call as Kirishima laughed, and unbeknownst to them, hundreds of other students thought the same thing as the trio did. This is it. We're going to UA. The last few weeks of Aldra Junior High were both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, the classes had mainly begun to calm down. The teachers became more laid back and the days were spent just reviewing material the students had already learned previously. Class time was used as a study hall, or nap time depending on how horrendous your sleep schedule was, and hardly any new topics were covered in terms of lectures and homework. On the other hand, however, the end-of-the-year exams creeped closer as the days went by. Now, one would think because there was so much free time to study before the tests and all the lessons were covered already, that maybe this wasn't such a big deal. One would think, after all, it was near the end of school, people should feel relaxed and at ease. One would think they should feel prepared for the inevitable assessments and whatnot. Well, to that one person out there who has such thoughts, just know that Izuku Midoriya would like to hand you all his middle fingers. And yes, this does insinuate that he has more middle fingers than the two on his hands. Don't ask questions you don't want to know. Izuku had more or less already gone over what information Sensei lectured his peers about during his extracurricular activities, though that didn't stop him from cramming any other information in, stuffing them wherever they would fit in his head. Izuku hadn't felt nearly as stressed as he was for the UA entrance exams. He doubted he would ever feel that amount of pressure again, but it would be accurate to say that freaking out was definitely on his brain's agenda each time he studied. Katsuki was roped into doing flashcards with Izuku and Kirishima, though the blonde would be lying if he said it wasn't helpful. Some of his classmates shared the same idea as Izuku, reading textbooks and notes whenever possible in futile attempts to memorize math equations and history lessons, while others kicked back and watched their peers struggle. However, even those who appeared as though they couldn't care less about the tests emitted a certain nervous aura. There was a thick tension in the air that didn't match the minimalistic work the students had to do. It also didn't help that the principal was practically breathing down Izuku's, Katsuki's, and Kirishima's back. Ever since word had spread that the trio had been accepted into UA, all the teachers' eyes gleamed whenever looking or talking about them, and Izuku was weirdly reminded of the old saying, eyes on the prize. In fact, one day they had all been called to the principal's office and were just praised the entire time. The guy tried to make some offhand comments about Kirishima, saying some dumb crap like unexpected but not unwelcome, and really didn't think you could pull it off, but Katsuki and Izuku were quick to make the teacher shut up about it with just a few aggressive statements and a death glare. At this point, the trio was very, very done with Aldra. And so, when the last day of school arrived, Izuku couldn't help but weep tears of joy. Sayonara, you garbage hell spawn. Izuku thought gleefully as he burst through the front doors of the building with Kirishima and Katsuki hot on his tail. He laughed aloud and gave an excited whoop, pumping his fist in the air. No more boring but lectures for me, sensei. Izuku raced through the winding hallways of UA, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Sure, Izuku really shouldn't have disobeyed Kacchan's orders last night as he deviated from their sleep schedule to let his mind wander, day, night, dreaming about what the famous school might be like, but could anyone really blame him? Granted, he hadn't expected to stay up till 4 a.m., but in his defense, that part was a complete accident. Accidents happen. Just like how Izuku accidentally forgot to set his morning alarm in his excitement. If he hadn't been woken up by the sharp, frantic rapping on his bedroom door from his mom 10 minutes before the last morning train left its station, Izuku would have slept through the day. He would have to thank his wonderful, lovely, fantastic, caring, not at all terrifying mother later, but Izuku desperately needed to get to the orientation on time. And so, ignoring the furious texts and concerned calls he received from his friends as they wondered why he wasn't at school yet, Izuku dashed down corridors, eyes skimming for any mention of his classroom number until, finally, Izuku sighed in relief as he glanced at his phone screen. 5 minutes before the opening ceremony. He made it. Thank Christ, just the door is massive. Izuku had to take a step back to get a full view of the tall door in front of him. I mean, props for being inclusive, but wowza, I guess they really went beyond plus ultra, huh? The green-haired boy took a deep breath in, mentally preparing himself. Izuku had no idea who his classmates would be besides Katsuki and Kirishima, and knew even less about their teacher. No spotlight hero matched the name Shoyuta Aizawa, and thus he was left to assume this mysterious entity was either not a pro hero, which was very unlikely as all the other staff members had registered licenses, or much likelier, an underground hero. Here's to hoping I have better classmates and teachers this year, Izuku thought, exhaling. He pushed the door open and, it is very unbecoming of a hero student in such a prestigious school to sit in such an unprofessional manner such as you're doing. What you gonna do bout it for eyes? Bakugou, you probably shouldn't go around calling random strangers names dash. That's rude and quite offensive. Why are you acting in such an immature dash? Oh God, please no. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to block out the loud exchange between his blonde best friend, the shark-toothed boy, and the karate-chopping iridocyclitis kid from the UA entrance exam. Please, my man upstairs on that heavenly throne, please no. He could deal with Katsuki, and Kirishima was in no way, shape, or form a bother, but if this conversation was anything to go by, Izuku knew he was going to get lectured and scrutinized by the glasses man for any and all flaws he had. Holy crap, what crawled up your butt and died to make you like this? Katsuki rolled his eyes, and Kirishima poorly disguised a laugh behind a cough. Or were you born with a stick-shoved dash? I ask you not to use such derogatory terms. The blue-haired boy looked appalled at everything coming from the blonde's mouth. A few other students in the classroom sniggered at Katsuki's words, and Izuku saw a few shaking shoulders. Glasses adjusted his tie before going back to slicing and dicing them veggies with his hand. I believe we got off on the wrong foot. Allow me to introduce myself. My name's Tenya Ida, and I'm from Semi-Private Academy. May I ask your name? Oh, so you're a rich boy, Katsuki drawled, earning a few exasperated sputters from the other. The name's Katsuki Bakugou, and shark face here is dash. Eijiro Kirishima. The redhead smiled and pointed to himself. Sorry, 'bout Bakugou here. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't know basic human etiquette if it whacked him in the face with a baseball bat. What the hell, Sharky? Katsuki started. He sounded vaguely offended, but Izuku ignored it and decided to make his presence known. In, Izuku deadpanned, making a cross as he touched his head and shoulders with his hand. The class turned their attention to him. Amen. Oh screw yo dash. The blonde was cut off. Midobro. Kirishima grinned as he got up from his chair, despite Ida's protests about staying seated. Geez, what happened? We were kinda worried you'd miss the orientation. Jesus Christ, stop interrupting me, god damn it. Katsuki barked, but Kirishima and Izuku were unbothered. I overslept a bit, Izuku shrugged, not meeting Katsuki's squinted eyes. Nothing too bad. Kirishima, you know these people? A pink-skinned girl jumped out of her seat as well, and Izuku could almost hear Ida's existential crisis. Whoa, Mr. Popular over here, eh? She jokingly winked at the redhead, who chuckled a bit. "Ah, it's you." In some attempt of formality, Ida swiftly made his way to Izuku and bowed, making a perfect 90-degree angle. "I must apologize for my earlier actions and thoughts. I completely misjudged your character, but you realize there was some other portion to the entrance exam, didn't you?" Ida stood up straight again, and although he asked a question, gave Izuku no time to respond. "As such, I would like to acknowledge you as a superior student than I am." Izuku genuinely had no clue what to say after that, so he just stuttered, "Thank you? And, I didn't know anything about the rescue point system. Plus, it's not always a competition, Ida-san." Purposefully ignoring Katsuki's disbelieving eyebrow raise, and got Ida to back off of him for now. Izuku was making his way towards his assigned desk when the classroom door opened again. This time, a familiar brown-haired teen stepped through. "Uraraka-san," he exclaimed, startling her a little. "I'm glad you passed. Wow, we're really all in the same class, huh?" Uraraka recovered from the mini heart attack she briefly had, and flashed Izuku a smile and greeted him. "Yeah," she said, pressing her hands together. "Honestly, if you didn't make it in, I would have been concerned. I never got to thank you for saving me, by the way, though I am very confused about the battle music." Kirishima and Katsuki stifled a laugh and Izuku flushed a bit. "Alicia Keys is a queen, but wow. Holy mother of hamburgers, it's you." Izuku turned his attention to an oddly familiar golden-haired kid standing up from his desk. At this point, Ida just reluctantly sat back down at his table. Izuku racked his brain for any memory of the boy when it hit him. "Oh my Katsudon, it's you." Izuku leaned back and dramatically pointed a finger directly at the blonde. "You're that guy that sang along with me during the entrance exam. Oh my god, I need to get your number." "Wait, give me yours too." An arm shot up in the air, and Izuku noticed the recognizable bulky elbow. "I swear to God, you're a legend, my guy." The rest of the class looked thoroughly bewildered, though very invested in whatever they were witnessing. Uraraka just blinked twice, dazed. Katsuki and Kirishima were extraordinarily close to losing any self-control they possessed when they realized who Izuku was talking to. They both had heard an over-glorified version of the entrance exam story from their bush friend, meaning that Izuku exaggerated any small detail. So, when the freckled boy described the two people who belted the lyrics along with him as, quote, "angels sent from above," if Pikachu was a human like in a fanfic or something, and a talking tape dispenser, the two were surprised to see that Izuku was actually very accurate in his descriptions. "I thought I'd never see you again." The black-haired kid grinned. "Dude, same." The blonde walked over to Izuku and extended a fist bump, to which he happily complied. "I'm Denki Kaminari and this." He jerked a thump back to the black-haired kid, who waved. "Is Hantasiro. Pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Izuku Midoriya." Izuku finished Kaminari's sentence, and smirked. "Well, Kaminari-san, I have a feeling we're going to get along very nicely dash. If you're here just to make friends, then you can just pack your stuff up and leave." "What in the ever-loving fudge nuggets dash?" Izuku's eyes darted around the room, trying to find where the voice was coming from. Eventually, he found what looked like an overgrown giant caterpillar on the floor behind Uraraka with a face of a guy who most definitely smokes crack. The man slowly unzipped the sleeping bag. From the inside, "How is the zipper on the inside what dash?" and emerged from his cocoon, not unlike a butterfly would. The only difference was that butterflies typically look beautiful or appealing in some way, even with their wings wrinkled up and not fully developed. This guy straight up looked like a hobo. "It took you all 8 seconds to calm down. That isn't gonna work. Time is precious." Hobo Man lazily spoke as he walked over to the podium with his back hunched and stood behind it. Rational students would understand that. Immediately, the class erupted into whispers as the students out of their seats made their way to their designated seats. "What's up with this guy? He looks so worn out. He has to be a pro, right? I don't know any pros looking like a dead cockroach dash. Who is he?" Izuku took note of the time displayed on the clock above where the man stood. A minute passed when the students were supposed to arrive. Their teacher should already be here, And yet the only adult in the room was Mr. I Need Coffee Mornier, and he stood where their instructor should. But surely not. This man couldn't be Shoyuta Aiza. Hello, I am Shoyuta Aizawa. Well, I guess he is Dash. And I'm your homeroom teacher. Once again, the classroom was filled with whispers and dramatic gasps, though all it took was one simple look from Aizawa to silence them all. I know this is kinda sudden. Aizawa pulled out a blue two-piece set of clothing. But put these on, they should all be in a case under your chairs. Once you're done, head outside. And with that, Hobo Man left the room. Shoyuta wanted to down a gallon of coffee, eat Snipe's hat, and then have Nemuri force him into an eternal slumber. In that order. There was really no other way to describe the seething rage he felt towards a specific psychotic rat. Why, on heaven, hell, and earth, Nedzu put all the problematic kids in his class was beyond Shoyuta, but it was apparently he needs a break every once in a while, which was a total BS statement. The worst part was the fact that the rat man no doubt knew that his reasoning was blatant crap, and knew that Shoyuta also knew that it was crap. It infuriated him to no end. When he first received the documents and the list of students that would be in his class, Shoyuta wanted nothing more than to throw himself out the window. He'd been hoping, praying, wishing to the dead man above that the names Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugou wouldn't show up in the email Nedzu sent out. When they did, Shoyuta spent the following nights hoping, praying, wishing that there would be another Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugou at UA with the same quirks, same appearances, same grades and school as the girl on fire, Gremlin and the Explodo kid. Another pair who'd be more manageable. Who'd give Shoyuta less of a migraine. He was, of course, given the biggest middle finger the universe could manage, and now here he was. If Shoyuta was perfectly honest, the exchanges he overheard before he got into position on the floor were amusing to say the least. Though he would have found the conversations more humorous if he knew he didn't have to deal with these kids for the rest of the year. And just his luck, the explosive blonde and the freckled boy were close friends. Even setting aside the duo, Shoyuta was not happy with the lack of restraint the new students had when it came to talking overall. He was also not in the very least impressed with how long it was taking to get out into the field. When 10 minutes passed with no sign of the 20 demons outside, Shoyuta made eye contact to where he knew Nedzu kept a camera in a tree and gave the best glare he could muster without activating his quirk. It was a fine line he walked as a teacher, throwing shade at the UA principal, but Shoyuta knew it's partially what gave the man so much joy, seeing how others would react to the decisions he made. The terrible decisions he made. Shoyuta grumbled under his breath. Besides, Nedzu really shouldn't expect any other response from the erasure hero anyways. Not when he'd practically been shoved a handful of unpaid bottles filled with Advil and was told to have fun with it. God, Shoyuta needed a raise. And a break. And a lifetime supply of coffee. The distant sound of chatter slowly approaching caused Shoyuta to sigh, an action he would no doubt be doing quite a lot with this bunch. Completely illogical, he thought, pinching his brow. Where was their sense of urgency? Any rational student would have made it outside as quickly as possible, especially on the first day of school, even if it was just supposed to be a welcoming announcement to the students from the staff. He cast one more glance at his phone before pocketing it and turning to the incoming group of students. 13 minutes, Shoyuta said, causing the teens to quiet down. That took you all 13 minutes to change and get out here. If this were any real scenario, people would have already died, and whatever situation you were called in to help with would most likely have been resolved one way or another. The class stiffened and the few late stragglers joining the crowd took note of the atmosphere and came in quietly. Shoyuta knew he was laying it on thick, but all patience he had reserved left as soon as he finished his coffee, which was 2 hours ago. A few students looked like they wanted to protest against his reasoning, but a pointed glare shut them up. I expect you all to treat UA as your only training preparing you for your future of saving people. Understood? Shoyuta asked, receiving a few solemn nods and quiet murmurs of agreement. Good. Now, we're going to take a quirk assessment. Mido dash. Sir. A hand shot straight up and the student's voice interrupted Shoyuta. Without being called on, the boy, Shoyuta noted, continued, what about the opening ceremony? Are we going to miss such important information for a test? Of course things couldn't just move along smoothly, the pro sighed again. If you want to make it in hero society, then you won't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we aren't tethered to traditions, meaning I can run my class the way I see fit. Shoyuta took great joy at his students' expressions as he let the realization sink in. If he was stuck with this lot, they were going to have to do whatever lessons he had planned. Ida looked a little dejected, but accepted the answer with a curt nod, and thus the test started. Izuku had been digging through memories of any underground hero that wore a black jumpsuit, though with no such luck. There were a multitude of pros that wore all black outfits to blend in at night, and the only thing really separating their teacher from the rest was a thief scarf around his neck. Izuku had a sneaking suspicion that it wasn't a simple strip of fabric, and it somehow actually served a function because which underground hero had a scarf just in case they got cold at night? He would just have to figure out who his teacher was through whatever his quirk was, though Izuku's musings were quickly dispersed when was called on by Aizawa. Yes, sensei? Izuku chirped. You managed to get the most points in the entrance exam, Aizawa said, shifting his standing position slightly. What was your farthest softball throw in middle school? 65.8 meters, Izuku said. Just 1.2 meters behind Kacchan, he reminded himself. Right? Aizawa tossed him a ball, which Izuku instinctively caught. Now try again with your quirk. Anything goes, just stay inside the circle. That wording. Interesting, Izuku thought as he stepped inside the circle. Well, he definitely wants us to be creative, so I'd wonder if that'd work. So as long as I don't go on the other side of the circle, Izuku clarified, I'll be fine. Yes, Aizawa said, raising an eyebrow. Now, get on with it. We don't have all day. Sure thing, sensei. Izuku fought a giggle bubbling up as a plan formed in his head. He took a deep breath in, building suspense, and in a very similar fashion to when Izuku first met Uraraka, shot straight up like a bullet. Shouts of surprise could be heard from below, but Izuku just grinned as he hovered 30 feet in the air, and using his quirk on the softball as well, chucked the darn thing as far as he could. Izuku touched back down on the ground just as Aizawa announced his score, holding out a device to the rest of the class as his peers gasped and gaped. 738.4, his teacher read aloud. You all need to know your maximum capabilities and use your brain to think outside the box. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. Aizawa lowered his head into his scarf, though there was a slight smirk apparent on his face. You all need to learn how to use clever moves. Holy cow, Kaminari breathed, eyes wide. Kirishima gave a low whistle and Katsuki just bared his teeth, no doubt thinking that he'd absolutely crush Izuku's score. A few other classmates murmured amongst themselves, though there was a new sense of determination in the air and Izuku could tell that the real trial began now. Everyone was getting fired up and there was no way he would be left behind. Dang, guess this is really IZUAAAAAH? We get to use our quirks. This'll be so much fun dash. Fun. Aizawa became cold, and any hint of cheer disappeared without a trace as his face morphed into a small scowl. You have 3 years to become a hero, 3 years to learn how to do your job and do it right. I've said it before, but in case I haven't made it clear, you need to take this seriously. Today, you will compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. His steely voice halted anybody from interrupting. How about I just have whoever comes in last place expelled? Aizawa put his hands in his pocket as if holding casual conversation despite the underlying dangerous tone he had and the pale faces of the class. That should teach you all that this isn't all just fun and games, right? Well, crap. Izuku screamed in his head, trying not to show any signs of distress. Sure, Izuku probably wouldn't fail, but with this teacher, he really couldn't be sure. For all he knows, this guy could be having a bad day and just decide on an impulse to expel them all. Show me that you're meant to be here, Aizawa continued. That we teachers didn't make a mistake and put you in the hero course by accident. Izuku clenched his fist. He did not get into his dream school just to be kicked out on the first day. That's enough talking. Let the games begin. The first test was the 50-meter dash, and whereas some quirks were built or accommodated for speed, others were not so lucky. Izuku fought the urge to run and grab his journal to take notes on everybody's quirks, but settled on just committing them to memory as best he could instead. He could add the entries to his book and ask about them later, if he didn't get expelled. The green-haired boy watched in interest as the signal to start fired, and Ida took off, the engines on his calves boosting him to the finish line. 3.04 seconds. The machine at the end beeped. I'm assuming he can't actually go full speed here because of how short the distance is, as I won't be able to as well, but that's still very impressive nonetheless. Izuku thought as the next batch of students walked up to the start line. Interesting application, Uraraka. Definitely better than nothing, though I wonder if you could use your quirk on yourself, and then kick off quickly to maintain a constant quick pace. Thank you, Midoriya-sen, though I get nauseous if I use my quirk on myself, ha. Uraraka popped up in front of Izuku, and he jumped a bit. Sorry, I just heard you mumbling and thought I'd answer your question for you. I didn't mean to startle you. She waved her hands around in a placating manner. I get motion sick fairly easily, and it doesn't mix well with my quirk, so I just used it on my shoes and clothes instead. Oh, I see, that's kinda unfortunate, Izuku spoke without thinking. Wait, no, I mean that's not like a terrible thing, it's just, I didn't mean to insult you or anything dash. Smooth, real smooth, Izuku wanted to facepalm. How did he end up this socially inept? What went wrong in his life? Izuku just wanted to know. Uraraka chuckled a bit at Izuku's inability to speak and reassured him that she wasn't offended. No, you're good. It's fine, I get what you mean. Okay, cuz I didn't want you to think, I'm not dash. Izuku tried talking normally, failing miserably, but was saved by Katsuki flicking his forehead as the blonde walked by. Oi, nerd, Katsuki said, stop flirting and come take the test. Izuku huffed, more comfortable sassing his best friend. I'm not flirting, Kacchan, I'm having a civil conversation. Yeah, sure, Katsuki rolled his eyes. Just hurry up so I can beat you. Izuku scrunched up his nose as he walked over to the starting point, next to Katsuki, and flashed a small apologetic smile to Uraraka, who just gave a thumbs up in return. Runners, on your marks. The machine signaled. Set dash, a gunshot sounded and the duo took off. There was no way Izuku could reach top speed in only 50 meters, so although they were neck and neck, Katsuki took the lead in the end with bigger explosions used specifically to propel and boost himself forward. 3.87 seconds. 4.13 seconds. The machine declared. Ha! Katsuki barked out laughter as he sauntered over to Izuku. Eat my explosions, dipshit. You know exactly why why you won, Kacchan? Izuku stuck his tongue out, but the other just smirked. And that's how the rest of the quirk assessment went. The duo privately competing in every test, unknowingly blowing quite a few of their classmates' minds. Kirishima just laughed at their antics and helped Izuku sass Katsuki a few times. Shoyuta took a sip of a juice pouch to cope with the oncoming headache he felt as he watched the angry blonde chase the two around, screaming bloody murder. Oh, in my beloved. Izuku slung his arm over Kirishima's shoulder and leaned onto him, striking a pose. Would you please be a dear and read aloud the finalized score between me and Kacchan? Why, of course, Aizawa dearest. Kirishima exclaimed, voice shaking with restrained laughter. The score is a 5-3. Eat that, Kacchan. Izuku and Kirishima broke down in a fit of giggles. I was close, okay? Now shut the hell up before I dropkick your butt to Mars. Katsuki threatened, the palms of his hands slightly smoking. Close? I beat you in the standing long jump, the side steps, the ball throw dash. I was only 5 meters short, the long distance run, and the seated toe-to dash, Izuku listed, but was muffled by a hand clamped over his mouth. Shut the hell up, oh my god, did you just lick me? Katsuki screeched, pulling his hand away. That's what you get, Izuku flipped him off, a-hole. Kirishima held Katsuki back as he let out small explosions while trying his very best to tackle Izuku, who just continued to taunt him. You dash. The sparks stopped very suddenly, and both the blonde and redhead toppled over from losing their balance. Katsuki looked at his palms, confusion visible on his face as he tried and failed to activate his quirk. Kirishima rubbed his back as he sat up, disoriented. What the? Katsuki flexed his hands again, but nothing happened. I'm only going to say this once. The entire class at this point was focused on what was happening. The trio turned their heads to see their teacher glaring at Katsuki with red eyes with a very done-with-life expression on his face. Aizawa's long tangled black hair levitated, and his gray scarf had begun to hover in spiraling coils around him. Stop messing around. Don't make me use my quirk on you more times than necessary, Aizawa said. I don't want to have dry eyes and I'm very sure you don't want to get in trouble. Aizawa blinked and his eyes were no longer red, nor was anything floating anymore. His hair fell down back onto his shoulders, but before the gray material could fully settle down, Izuku noticed a pair of bright yellow goggles around his teacher's neck. Wait a second dash. Now, get up. Aizawa turned around and faced the rest of the class, who stiffened under his gaze. I'm showing the scores. Holy crap, that's Eraserhead? Izuku's eyes widened. Holy crap, I just set off Eraserhead. Izuku wanted to ask the man the dozens of questions he amassed over the course of several months, but A, he didn't have his notebook, and B, Aizawa-sensei seemed pretty scary at the moment. Maybe later. I've ranked you all from best scores overall to worst. Aizawa pushed a button and a projection displayed all 20 students in a list. Though you should already have a good idea of your standings. Izuku reluctantly looked away from his teacher, stopping his analysis, in favor of seeing his position on the leaderboard. He sat at a nice third place, behind a Momo Yaoyorozu and a guy named Shudo Todoroki. Katsuki came in fourth, right in front of Ida in fifth and Kirishima in seventh. A few content and relieved sighs rang out, and some didn't look too surprised at their rankings, good or bad. Not too shabby. Izuku thought, content with his score, when another thought came to him. Who's in last place? His eyes dragged to spot number 20, where someone named Minoru Mineta placed. At first, Izuku felt bad, but then when a 3-foot-tall purple-haired boy broke into tears on the floor, he quickly tossed away any empathy he felt towards the guy. Izuku had been taking mental notes of his classmates all day, and thus noticed the lustful way the little grape BSRD stared at some girls, specifically at a black-haired teen and the pink-skinned classmate from earlier that morning. Izuku only knew Mineta for a few hours, and genuinely wanted to set his clothes on fire. I lied, Aizawa said, gathering everyone's attention. Nobody was getting expelled simply because they were in last place. It was just a logical ruse to get you all to try your best. He ignored the terrified looks of his students, took one glance at Mineta on the floor, sniffling and crying, and spoke again. However, Mineta, don't think I didn't see the way you were looking inappropriately at quite a few of your classmates today during the test. This behavior is completely unacceptable and not at all heroic in any way, shape, or form. At this, everyone in the class looked down upon the boy with various expressions of disgust, fear, and anger. Because of this, you will be dropping out of the hero course entirely. Aizawa's tone made it very clear that there was nothing anyone could do to change his mind. Mineta sobbed more and started whining. His ex-classmates inched away from him, clearly not wanting to be associated with him. I don't believe in second chances, though I don't think you'll learn your lesson if I simply just expelled you. Nothing would be stopping you from repeating these actions at a different school. With this in mind, you will never be allowed to attend the hero course here. You will be moved to Gen Ed just so we can keep an eye on you. If your attitude doesn't change, then I will not hesitate to send you right out of this building. Aizawa glared at the disheveled boy on the floor. Do I make myself clear? Mineta sniffled and shakily nodded his head. Good. Class dismissed. Mineta, take everything you brought into the classroom back home. As the students filed back to the locker rooms, they all shot dirty looks at the boy. Izuku had to refrain himself from flipping him off, but Katsuki, who lacked any self-control, didn't even bother trying to hold back and gave him the bird. Kirishima muttered a "not manly at all," with a disapproving stare. Denki and Siro linked arms and skipped past Mineta, humming a light-hearted tune. Uraraka gave him a weary side-eye before scuttling away. Well, at least they were productive and took out the trash. Class 1A collectively agreed to never do anything to get on their teacher's bad side, for fear of death. I can't believe our teacher is the Eraserhead. Izuku squealed, throwing his hands up. I mean, how cool is that? Eraserhead, Kirishima thought aloud. Is that the underground hero you talked about? The one that mainly fights Quirkless? Izuku nodded excitedly. Yeah. Well, I mean there's a lot of heroes that fight Quirkless, but Eraserhead is one of the most iconic. He has this capture weapon, which was the weird scarf thing on his shoulders, and these yellow goggles, and his quirk is erasing other people's quirks, and oh my god, I can't believe he's our teacher. We heard you the first time, thumbs, Katsuki scoffed. He seriously needs a wardrobe change though. Like, holy crap, he looks like a hobo. I don't know about that one, Mr. Fashion Police, Kirishima teased, earning a scowl from the blonde. Doesn't his costume make it easier to blend into the shadows at night? Izuku enthusiastically agreed and started to go off on a tangent about how the loose, baggy clothes also disguised his physical attributes and can be mistaken for civilian wear to throw off opponents. The trio was walking to their favorite cat cafe, talking about the events of the day. Kirishima decided in order to celebrate their survival, they should head down to the Calico Cafe for a treat. At this point, they were set in stone regulars and had befriended Lizzie, the owner of the place who actually moved there from England, as well as established a strangely strained relationship with Shinso. The bells to the cafe jingled as the doors opened and Izuku, Kirishima, and Katsuki entered. Welcome, oh it's you three, Shinso said, looking up from the tablet he was messing around with. How was 1A for you guys? He asked, and Izuku sensed a hint of bitterness in his words. Judging by the looks his friends gave the purple-haired teen, they did too. Oh, it was nice I guess, Kirishima vaguely said, cautious as to say anything. Aizawa-sensei dropped a student from the hero course though, god he was terrifying. The redhead shuddered. Oh. Shinso looked 1,000 times more interested in the conversation now. It was no secret to the trio that Shinso wanted to be in the hero course, and unfortunately didn't get in, which is why Izuku assumed that he was slightly aggressive whenever it came to that topic of discussion. That along with, well, it's just a little biased, isn't it? Against those with mental and weaker quirks. I guess it's to weed out villainous quirks. Makes sense. Izuku sometimes kept up at night or got distracted during class thinking about those words. Something wasn't right, but it wasn't his business to poke around and see what was wrong with Shinsu's life. Right? Yeah, a purple grape-haired creep was looking up people's skirts, Katsuki growled, clearly disgusted. Deserved worse than just getting kicked out of class, but sensei's reasoning makes sense I guess. Shinsu's glare hardened at Katsuki's words, revolt evident on his face. But that means that there's an open slot in the hero course. Izuku said, smiling at Shinso. I'm pretty sure there's a way to transfer into the class, so you dash. Thanks. Shinso cut Izuku off, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. Do you want your usuals? Katsuki seemed like he wanted to talk back to the boy for interrupting Izuku, but weighed the options and stayed quiet. Sure, thanks man, Kirishima said, smoothly changing the topic. There was hardly any more small talk between them, but Izuku was too busy lost in thought. Shinsu's attitude to heroism was strange, and even weirder when talking about quirks. Whatever it was, Izuku wanted to help. Shinso was his friend, and thus Izuku was obligated to aid him in any way possible, no matter the cost. Whether Shinso liked it or not. Nedzu took a sip of his tea in his comfortable office chair. He'd had the most wonderful of days. It was the welcoming ceremony for the newcomers of UA, and it went fairly well for the most part. Sure, Nedzu may have gone on a bit longer than anticipated about what UA's goal as a high school was, but overall, quite successful. When Nedzu wasn't speaking during, he sat in the back of the auditorium and watched the first year's quirk assessment through a device he had Majima build along with the cameras he installed all throughout the campus. Though, Nedzu was a bit surprised at the lack of a certain sleep-deprived coworker bursting into his office, demanding to swap students with Kan. But, it seems that Nedzu spoke a bit too soon. You're either paying for all my coffee this entire year or, Aizawa paused, collecting himself from having just kicked open Nedzu's office door. No, actually, just please get these chaotic demons out of my classroom. Nedzu simply just set down his teacup on a small plate, placing them both on his desk. He folded his paws and smiled a bit. "And why would I feel obligated to do that?" Nezu asked, voice sickly sweet with malicious intent. "After all, I find it to be quite amusing, don't you? You'll do it because you care about your staff's well-being and I don't want to get a migraine every time I teach?" Aizawa glared at the principal. Nezu continued smiling as he spoke. "It'd be too much of an inconvenience to have to redo the classes, so unfortunately, I can't do that, Aizawa-san." "I can't believe you," Aizawa grumbled, setting down a few pieces of paper on the principal's desk. "Here are the transfer papers for Mineta. But if you value my sanity, I would deeply appreciate it if you considered changing the students around." Nezu just grinned wider and took another long sip of his tea, maintaining eye contact with the now defeated-looking man in front of him. Aizawa groaned and shuffled out of the principal's office, closing the door just after hearing a few cackles from the man. Shoyuta would not get any sleep that night. Who can tell me which one of these English example sentences is incorrect? Present mix question left the students of one either very uninterested or contemplative and lost in thought at the sight of the 4 sentences projected out on the board. Most of the class sat slumped in their seats, blankly staring at the man standing behind the podium holding a textbook. "Come on, guys." The blonde threw his arms up in the air, trying to spur some excitement with little success. His energetic voice and sudden movements did spook a few unsuspecting teens though. "Give me your answers." The first option and second both are very obviously correct, leaving 3 and 4. However, the relative pronoun is in the incorrect position in example 4-. The pen Izuku had been loosely twirling around between his fingers nearly slipped out of his grasp as his hand shot up. Yamada senses, gosh, it feels too weird to call him that. Eyes flickered around the classroom, looking at the few hands raised. He focused in Izuku's direction. Success. And then wildly gestured, pointing a finger directly at Izuku. "Yeah. Yaoyorozu. Let's hear it." Mix cheered, voice obnoxiously loud. "Or not." Izuku reluctantly lowered his hand, somewhat disappointed he wasn't called on, but still equally as invested in the English lesson as he was previously. "The fourth one is incorrect, sir," the black-haired girl 2 seats behind Izuku answered, earning a "It's right" from Mike as well as a wink and thumbs up from the man. Present Mike moved on to then explain each different example and their unique meanings. Izuku listened intently as the blonde yammered on about the positioning of different types of words, and furiously scribbled down more notes in his notebook. Sure, he'd heard the majority of this lecture a multitude of times from a plethora of teachers, but something about hearing it from present Mike at UA motivated him to rewrite everything down again. He felt a rush just being in the parameters of the school that the freckled boy doubted he'd ever get used to, much less tired of. However, when taking a quick scan of his peers, Izuku noted he was one of few that seemed genuinely interested in what Yamada-sensei was actually teaching. Well, guess they were missing out on some quality pronoun vs noun content. At the end of one as English PRD, and after Katsuki spent a good 5 minutes dragging Izuku away from present Mike to prevent the hyperactive boy from assaulting the pro about his quirk, with Kirishima apologizing profusely to the terrified teacher, all the first-year students filed into the cafeteria. Izuku spotted a familiar tuft of purple hair in the sea of people and waved frantically at Shinso to come and join the group he amassed at the lunch table. He already had a surprising amount of friends and companions considering he just started UA High. Izuku, Katsuki, Kirishima, Uraraka, Kaminari and Siro all gravitated towards each other after coming to the conclusion that they knew almost nobody else, and thus a beautiful, and most definitely problematic, squad was formed. However, Izuku was determined to befriend as many people as possible to widen the mental images he had of UA and Aldra in his head, and unfortunately for Shinso, his plans didn't uninclude a certain insomniac. The poor, tired boy only sighed and admitted defeat when he saw Izuku begin to stand up, threatening to leak photos he had of Shinso playing with the kittens at Calico Cafe. "This is blackmail," Shinso grumbled as he begrudgingly took a seat next to Izuku, setting down his lunch tray. "You get used to his bullshittery after a while," Katsuki said, taking a bite out of his curry. "Don't take this as me being friends with you guys." This is only because Midoriya has a substantial amount of pictures and information against me saved on his phone, Shinso huffed. You know, this all kinda throws a wrench in my whole befriend nobody, simply become non-existent vibe I was going for. SSDCK then? Izuku grinned, causing Shinso to roll his eyes. Shiro and Kaminari, having already accepted the green-headed boy's crackhead energy since the moment they met, just carried on their riveting conversation. Uraraka and Kirishima listened in, watching the chaos unfold. Dude, no, I'm telling you. Kaminari said, violently shaking his hands to emphasize the point. Why don't you believe me? What do you mean, why don't you believe me? I don't believe you because it doesn't make any sense. Shiro groaned. Like, I genuinely want to know your thought process through this one, dude. Okay, so, you know how the ocean is a soup, right? And you've lost me. Oh, come on. Kaminari whined. Shiro, my man. Basic knowledge 101. But what makes a soup a soup? A liquid base, vegetables, sometimes meat, oh my god. The ocean is a soup. Shiro intensely stared at the plate of curry in front of them, succumbing to the realization. Uraraka tried to stifle a laugh, ending up in a coughing fit. Okay, but how does that logic make us, people, humans, humanity itself, soup? Kirishima said as he patted Uraraka's back. Like, I'll accept that logic for the ocean with all the kelp, fish, all that sea life and whatnot, but people? Apply the same logic. Kaminari said, speaking over the girl's sufferings. It works. Liquid base, we're made with the majority of us being water, we digest vegetables, and literally are just giant slabs of walking, talking meat. Do you see it now? Okay, you didn't need to phrase it like that, dash. Uraraka croaked, finally recovering as she took a sip of water. Not when we're eating. Sorry, Uraraka, but you can't deny my facts and logic. Kaminari slammed his hand down on the table, shaking it slightly. Jesus, don't get the curry everywhere, Sparky. Katsuki barked, right palm held up threateningly. Also, whatever you're thinking of, it's wrong. Your stupid logic doesn't say anything about skin and stuff. I'm pretty sure soup doesn't have an outward thin layer of harder soup like us people have skin. The skin is just our serving vessel, Izuku read off his phone. And for one, I would buy your logic completely, Kami-kun, if it weren't for the fact that the exact definition of soup is, and I quote, a liquid dish, typically made by boiling meat, fish, or vegetables, in stock or water. Did you seriously just search up the definition of soup? Shinso spoke, unable to maintain his stoic complexion and silence at the absurdity of the entire exchange. Just why? Well, I was curious, and so was everyone else, Izuku shrugged. Plus, it's not the weirdest thing I've ever Googled. For instance, did you know you can track what body of water a person drowned in by checking their lungs and seeing what diatoms are in the water? The entire table sans Katsuki froze in their exact positions, staring at Izuku with various levels of terror. Uraraka was still reeling from the outward layer of harder soup, and the skin is just our serving vessel comments made, but also had a somewhat astonished look. Or maybe that was her trying not to GG. She did seem a bit green. As if somehow justifying his words, Izuku attempted to clarify. You see, when a person drowns, they take a final breath before they eventually go under. By taking a look of what's in the water, you can pinpoint which lake or river or ocean, etc. they died in because diatoms in water can be as specific as fingerprints on people. I've just been keeping it stored away in the back of my mind, I guess. I dunno, a lot of the words I memorize are just on accident. He took another bite of the food, which melted in his mouth. Wow, this is really good. As expected of lunch rush though. Hang on, how do you accidentally memorize? Kirishima let out a disbelieving chuckle. Oh my god, how did I not know about this sooner? I only found out he just knew this random stuff when we were like 9 and Zuko corrected our teacher in the middle of the guy's speech. Katsuki snorted. He has an entire encyclopedia in his head and yet he still chooses to spew BS instead. You spew BS without having an encyclopedia in your head anyways, Kacchan. Piss us off. No, but this is great. Kaminari broke out of his stupor and snapped a few times. Midoriya can prove my point. Right? Humans are soup. Well, I'm no culinary expert, Izuku said, but if it means anything by dictionary definition, yes. Our bodies are technically soup. He paused to think as Kaminari celebrated by pumping his fist. But I think you'd have to ask someone who actually makes soup dash. What about soup? The table turned to the sound of the new voice to see a figure with a giant chef's hat peering curiously over at the bunch. Oh my god, it's lunch rush, I have so many questions. Izuku choked and unexpectedly started chewing on food. He whipped his head around to see Katsuki leaning over the table. The blonde held out a spoon that had grains of rice and bits of curry clinging onto it, still hovering near Izuku's mouth. Katsuki scooped more food from Izuku's plate and glared at the freckled boy, as if daring him to open his mouth again. Did he just shove food into my mouth? Izuku thought, trying to eat the intake of the flavorful gourmet meal as fast as possible. He was just about finished and tried to speak again, only for another spoonful of food to force its way into his mouth. This big dash. Excuse those two, Kirishima brought the very bewildered, very concerned, and very surprised audience back in. They do that sometimes, but I believe Kami had a question. He stressed the last words, making a clear attempt to change the subject away from the two equally set-off boys. Is this normal for them? Shinso whispered to Uraraka, regretting his decision to associate himself with the bunch because what the hell? I truly have no clue, she hissed back, very confused herself. Though the first time I met Midoriya, he launched himself like 30 feet in the air in like the first 2 seconds, so I would place my bets on yes. Yes, this is normal for them. That, for some reason, did not put Shinso at ease. Oh, wait, yeah. Kaminari blinked a few times before asking a slightly dazed lunch rush, what makes up soup? And the next few minutes Shinso and Uraraka spent rethinking their life decisions while Shiro and Kaminari debated with lunch rush about what makes up a soup. Izuku was hyper-focused on the staring, rather glaring competition he had with Katsuki, and Kirishima was trying to get the two not to attempt murder. At some point, Izuku lost all sense of preservation for staying at IZUAAAAAH, completely forgetting about trying to not get in trouble the first week at the school, and tried to tackle Katsuki from across the table. Luckily, Kirishima came in clutch to save the blonde, holding the aggravated green-haired teen down with a hardened hand. All this, in stark contrast to Izuku's student role model behavior he displayed earlier that day. It was a miracle lunch rush was too invested in his conversation with Kaminari and Shiro to notice the murderous rage in Izuku's eyes. The rest of the cafeteria carefully chose to avoid the loud bunch as Uraraka and Shinso finally began to indulge in the mayhem, escalating the great soup debate on a whole new level. Why would you even think that people are soup? Lunch rush sounded exasperated as if pleading the teens to stop. It makes perfect sense. Kaminari defended. Midoriya said that the definition of soup was a liquid dish, typically made by dash. He said dish. Do you eat people? Uraraka threw her hands in the air. Hello. I mean you could, Izuku said when Katsuki ran out of food to shut him up with and he stopped trying to gut his best friend. Cannibalism dash. Isn't that illegal? Shinso intercepted. He was fighting a grin, though his outward appearance was completely stone-faced and serious, making it all the more better. The boy looked like he could be delivering news about somebody's death, and yet here he was discussing soup and cannibalism. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Izuku paused, trying to think. Actually, last I checked there's no laws against dash. Why would you even willingly consider that? Lunch rush sobbed at the same time Katsuki screeched, if you say one more word I will end your entire bloodline, Deku. Shiro and Kirishima dissolved into a fit of uncontrollable giggles, nearly falling off the bench. Oh my god, I'm going to be sick. Uraraka held a hand to her mouth. Why, just why are we talking about this at lunch? Izuku cast a brief glance at Lunch Rush, who was clearly in a state of disarray and at a loss for words, and looked around at his friends passionately arguing about soup and lost it. He wasn't sure what the was, as it sure as hell wasn't his sanity, 'cause he got rid of that thing ages ago. Maybe was his breath. because Izuku then doubled over in hysterical wheezes and hacking noises, joining in on the chorus of laughs brought by Shiro and Kirishima. Although, Izuku seemed to be collecting an assortment of shocked and traumatized pro-heroes' faces like Pokemon cards. First it was All Might, Kamui Woods, Backdraft, Death Arms, and now Lunch Rush is added to the list. Maybe Izuku should invest in a hidden camera. That way, he'd be able to frame these fond memories up on his wall like trophies of all the iconic moments in his career of being a complete nuisance. But Izuku was going to get answers to his questions about those quirks someday, somehow. How did you guys not manage to get trouble? Izuku complained, his left cheek pressed against his desk as he faced the smug expressions of Shiro and Kirishima, who both sat to the right of him. You were there too. You two were just as involved as the rest of us. Well, to be fair, we weren't the ones screaming in the cafeteria about soup or making a teacher cry. Mito bro, Kirishima grinned, showing off his sharp teeth. We just happened to be there, that's all. Exactly, Shiro nodded, putting a hand over their chest. We were simply innocent bystanders, dragged and roped into the chaos you created. You and Kamikun literally started the entire soup ordeal. Izuku said, sitting up straight. And how is it fair that Kamikun and I are the only ones who had to get scolded by Cementos when Kacchan was somehow trying to defuse the situation, albeit loudly, and only got a light telling off? Like, I get Uraraka-san didn't get any punishment because she was actually trying to get us to stop, but this idiot was just yelling. He flicked the back of Katsuki's head. Uraraka sat in a corner desk away from the bunch and seemed to be familiarizing herself with the people who sat around her. She and Ida were having a lovely discussion, but at the mention of her name, Uraraka looked over at her friends and said a simple, "Common sense is a beautiful thing, isn't it?" before casually returning back to her conversation as if she didn't just sass a handful of people. Izuku made an offended noise. "Oi, watch it, Deku," Katsuki snarled as he leaned back in his chair. He turned around to show Izuku his growing smirk. "Don't blame me for yours or Sparky's incompetence." "Hey, what did I do to you?" Kaminari said. "Midoriya was the one who called you out." "Fine. Don't blame me for your incompetence, Deku." Katsuki corrected himself, getting a nod of approval from Kaminari. "What can I say? I'm petty like that." Izuku flipped his hair, causing his friends to laugh and the explosive blonde to roll his eyes. "Anyways," Kaminari said, "we're supposed to have our basic heroics class next. Do you guys really think All Might's our teacher?" "Well, I mean, we all saw him in the projection, right?" Kirishima asked. "It'd be pretty weird to fake All Might's involvement like that." "Wait, what projection?" Shiro tilted their head. "I didn't get a projection with All Might in it." "He means the acceptance letter," Katsuki said. "Zuku, Sharky, and I all got All Might projections." "Oh, neat," Kaminari said. "I got Present Mike and Shiro got Midnight." He hummed a little. "Wonder why we all got different pros. If we all got All Might, it'd take him an entire week just to record all those videos," Katsuki pointed out. "They probably just split the students up evenly among the staff or something." "Whoa, so we'll actually be able to see All Might in person?" Shiro ran a hand through their hair. "That's so cool." This would be the second time seeing him face to face, Izuku thought but didn't say, smiling, faltering ever so slightly as he tuned out the rest of the conversation. As much as he would like to recount and joke about the story of how he originally met the symbol of peace, the experience of the events that followed were not pleasant to say the least. One thought would lead to another and suddenly Izuku would be spiraling down a rabbit hole of traumatic memories from just a simple, "I have a picture of me and All Might together." And although he didn't wake up shaking with dreamt-up pressure around his neck and having to endure hallucinations of slime crawling down his throat leaving him gasping for air, or have to spend an hour sitting in scalding hot water to calm himself down anymore, that didn't stop the freckled boy from remembering those moments and feeling a sense of dread. For that reason, Izuku avoided telling anyone that he had met All Might in the first place, especially with Katsuki in the room. Kirishima knew the story to some extent, having seen a few news stories on it, but the redhead pushed neither Katsuki or Izuku to tell him their recollections. He would provide a hug and comfort, helping in every way he could in trying to cheer them up. Izuku was grateful they'd befriended the boy. Kirishima so obviously cared about the two, and it showed. He would never be able to stress just how much their friendship meant to them, and Izuku knew Katsuki greatly appreciated it all as well. Even if he'll never openly admit it as much as the green-haired boy did. Though, he did have to wonder why All Might was suddenly a teacher at UA, and why it wasn't made a big deal by the media. The knowledge of his involvement and recent appearances around Japan made the public curious as to why he was staying mainly in the Shizuoka prefecture, more specifically at Mizudafu. There was the occasional rumor that it would be somehow related to UA, and a few speculations suggesting he was preparing for his retirement at a familiar place, though nothing was confirmed. Until now, that is. What's more is that All Might's name was never specifically listed in the UA staff on their website, nor did they ever announce even having a new teacher, which they did for all Spotlight heroes. Izuku was sure the #1 hero in all of Japan and world-renowned symbol of peace would certainly not be any exception. Did he even have a teaching license? Izuku's musings were quickly cut short by the bell, signifying the start of their afternoon PRD, and all the students settled down. Everyone please be in your seats and quiet. Ida stood up and reprimanded everyone. Class will begin shortly. Ida-kun, Uraraka whispered, though in the quiet, everyone could hear it. You're the only one not seated. Ida stood up a little straighter and flushed. Right? But just as a reminder. He then took a seat, either ignoring or not seeing the few amused expressions upon his peers' faces. A moment of silence passed. Then too. A bold voice boomed as the classroom door slid open with a resounding thud, and suddenly a very tall golden-haired man stood in the doorway. He leaned forward while gripping the sides of the doorframe, and his bright blue cape twisted and twirled in the small gust of wind he created. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might exclaimed, very much not like a normal person. Instantly, gasps and cheers erupted from the students as All Might stiffly and exaggeratedly marched to the podium, turning to face the class. Ida tried to maintain order, but even he seemed slightly ruffled to see the symbol of peace in the flesh. Holy cow, it's really All Might. So he is a teacher. This year's gonna be totally awesome. Whoa, look, is that his Silver Age costume? Its style is so retro, it's giving me goosebumps. Your cape est magnifique, monsieur. Yes, wait, was that French dash? Yes, it is. Allow me to lower my voice a bit. All Might said as he noticed a girl with purple hair wincing at his volume. She gave him a thankful nod and he proceeded. I'll be teaching your basic heroic training class this year. It is arguably the most important class in all of your time here at UA, and one you should take seriously. You can think of it as Hero 101. He gave a boisterous laugh and his signature smile blinded the class. Now then, without further delay, All Might said as he flexed his muscles. Let's get right into it. The first lesson will be on. The symbol of peace delicately held up a card that looked far too small in his hands that read, Combat Training. Now, to get ready, UA has prepared a special something for each of you. All Might pointed, garnering the students' attention to focus on a striped wall. Gray columns with racks holding briefcases slowly slid out of its nearly invisible spot on the wall, making everyone's jaw drop. One key thing of being a hero is how others, villains, citizens, and fellow heroes, perceive you. He talked over the excited mumbles and whispers. Based on your application forms and requests you sent in before school started, we've prepared costumes for you all. These can be edited over your time at UA as you progress along your journey, but as of now, put these on and meet me at ground beta. Yes, sir. The class enthusiastically replied. Yagi Tashinori waited, not so, patiently at the entrance of the Faux City for Class 1A. He had been particularly stoked for this class, not just because of young Bakugou and young Midoriya, but also because the bunch had more potential users of One for All than he had been expecting. In fact, both heroics classes had possible candidates for One for All. From the videos he'd watched and rewatched of 1BS quirk assessment tests, Itsuka Kendo and Pony Tsunatori both seemed like viable options both. For their quirks but also personalities. Young Kendo seemed to take initiative and confident in her abilities overall, whereas young Tsunatori, although ever so slightly disadvantaged in not being completely fluent in Japanese, seemed to put all her effort into whatever she was doing to a whole nother level. Yagi had briefly considered a boy with a copy quirk from 1B after reading his UA application, but quickly changed his mind when he saw the boy rambling on nonsensically about how much better 1B was than 1A with a sneer etched on the boy's face during lunch. Then Yagi looked at the security footage provided by Nedzu of 1A. Immediately he noted that so many of them were cheerful and all filled with drive, and Yagi knew he would have to keep an eye on more than a handful of students as time progressed. Mina Ishido, Tsuyu Azui, Eijiro Kirishima, Momo Yaoyorozu, Achiko Uraraka, Denki Kaminari, and Mizo Shuji, all of whom had different quirks, traits, and characters that Nedzu provided his own insight on, shedding light to how they could effectively wield one for all. When the principal had asked about Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugou, however, Yagi told him that it was unlikely he would be pursuing either students. It was obvious that Nedzu already suspected such things. You could never hide anything from the man, but Yagi provided the full story over a cup of tea after admitting to have met the boys before UA. Nedzu understood Yagi's thought process. It was just as much of All Might's decision as it was the students', and thus if the person Yagi wished to pass one for all onto didn't wish to have the quirk, nobody could force it upon them. And based on both what the principal had seen of the two students as well as Yagi's own personal recounting, Nedzu suspected that it would be a futile attempt to try and get Midoriya and Bakugou to receive the power. Still, Yagi would be lying if he said that the thought of asking at least one of the two about one for all hadn't crossed his mind when watching the two fool around during the quirk assessment test. Both were intelligent, resourceful, and more determined than anything, all qualities of a fantastic user, but he digressed. Right now, he should be focusing on all the students and helping them equally reach their highest potential as a pro hero, not just a few selected individuals. And based on the echo of distant chatter that bounced off the walls of the tunnel, Yagi Toshinori wouldn't have to wait long to do so. Izuku couldn't recall the last time he'd felt this powerful. The last time he felt this good. Sure, there were moments such as the UA entrance exam, or the time he landed 4 consecutive bullseyes using his quirk to throw darts from 15 feet away, but nothing could even compete with the amount of childlike awe and happiness he possessed when wearing his hero costume for the first time. Everything was somehow exactly as he pictured in his head despite his lack of artistic skill using pencil and paper. Izuku wore a very muted, dark red sleeveless one-piece made of a flexible yet strong material decorated with what appeared to be an upside-down black stretched out across his chest. The tip of the V just barely reached in between his collarbones, but the bodysuit went up his neck a bit before ending. A black utility belt containing multiple pouches and packs full of supplies hid the transition from red to black on his suit. It carried a few medical supplies as well as 12, tipped purposefully blunt as of that moment, darts, since he had been practicing with them for ages up until then. Izuku had on some reinforced boots that didn't require laces in the same color of red as his one-piece. He flexed his hands in the black fingerless gloves he sported and pushed a button on his headset so the tinted visor retracted and no longer covered his face. Izuku based the shape and design of the lens heavily off of Pro Hero Hawk's design, as both served the same purpose, to prevent wind from impairing their vision. However, he had modified the blueprints of his to be attached to and controlled by a dull red headset. The device pushed his unruly green bangs out of his face as well as acting like a communicator and earpiece. The visor was tainted just a bit red, adding a pinkish hue to Izuku's vision whenever he put it on. Overall, Izuku's hero costume was quite bare, leaving much room for improvement and upgrades. However, it was very sleek and smooth, both design elements Yuka needed in order to be aerodynamic and be as fast as possible while airborne. He was proud to say that a lot of his wear was practical as well. The lack of sleeves ensured that if Izuku were to overexert himself, none of his costume would be burned or ruined in the process. And if he were to get cold, all he'd need is to activate his quirk a little bit and warm up that way. The bottom of the boots were reinforced to deal a heavy blow while still being easy to maneuver in. Izuku nearly added in a cape for the coolness factor, but decided that Edna mode might come to life just to kick his butt about it, and B, his long flowy hair blowing in the wind would make up for the lost cool points anyways. And I guess there are dangers of having a cape such as getting tangled up easier in a fight, but I like my reasons more. Izuku thought. Looking good, Mito bro. Kirishima shot Izuku finger guns as he walked towards him. Thanks, EI. Izuku looked up and beamed. You look fantastic too. Though we really need to find an alternative to you just being half naked. Kirishima squinted at the brightness that shone from Izuku's smile but replied with yeah, it's unfortunate, but I don't mind waiting until we do find something else. You all look amazing. All Might gave a thumbs up as he successfully grabbed everyone's attention. But now, to move on to the actual challenge. Can anyone guess why we're in such a big city for our training? To discover the best strategies to capture villains, sir. Ida said, with all the confidence in the world. Izuku tried hard not to picture Ida as a vehicle from the movie Cars, made way back in the day. It wasn't his fault that the guy covered his entire body in random pipes and metal. Izuku simply just made the connection. That's all. That's correct, young Ida. But, All Might said, gesturing to the buildings surrounding him. That also happens to include indoor battles. Sometimes, scuffles might happen inside of a building, hostage situations, robberies, or in this case, he paused for dramatic effect. Bombs. Bombs. Uraraka pondered aloud. Yes, bombs, All Might said. In today's lesson, you will all be split into groups of 2, and will then be either given the role hero or villain. The heroes have to try and either capture both villains and incapacitate them, or touch the bomb in any way. The villains will receive 5 minutes to hide the bomb anywhere in the building, and have to prevent the heroes from getting to the weapon. They can either capture the heroes or wait them out, it's their choice. All Might looked over at the excited teens' faces. Yes, young Yaoyorozu? He said, having seen the girl's raised hand. Where will the rest of the class be when the trials run? Yaoyorozu asked, and oh my god, what was her costume? Why was it so showy? Izuku furrowed his eyebrows in concern. Yaoyorozu's quirk was creation, right? He understood that she would need skin showing to efficiently use her quirk, but holy mackerel, did she have any support for her chest? Izuku would have to ask her about the design and hopefully shed some light onto the situation. There was no way that she was comfortable in that, and Izuku's point was proven by how much he noticed her shielding her exposed skin. Good question. All Might said, responding to Yaoyorozu. I, along with the rest of you all, will be seated in the observation deck, watching your classmates. That way, I can monitor and be at the ready just in case something goes wrong. If I declare the match is over, then immediately stop what you're doing. Do you all understand? All he got were nods and words of approval. With that being said then, let's choose your teams. Izuku spent the entire time discussing to Uraraka possible costume changes and exchanging compliments when All Might finally stopped listing names and groups. Don't get him wrong, he was completely interested in whatever the symbol of peace had to say, but after listening to the names of all his classmates that he really wouldn't be able to remember, he started talking to Uraraka. Young Todoroki. All Might suddenly said, do you mind doing this exercise alone? There isn't a 20th student in the class, and you're the last one to be drawn. At the slight curt nod of affirmation from Todoroki, All Might thanked him and moved on swiftly. Now, who will be the first hero and villain fight? He reached his hand into the box he held and pulled out 2 cards stuck to each. And the hero team will be Team D. The villain team will be Team A. Team D. Oh, that's Kacchan's team, Izuku thought. Team A are the villains. Why is Uraraka staring at me? Wait, did he say Team A? Oh crap, wait, I'm Team A. Izuku locked eyes with Katsuki and grinned. This was gonna be fun. Why is Lunch Rush crying? Yamada looked up to see Aizawa standing at the doorway of the teacher's lounge, empty coffee thermos in hand, looking confused at the scene in front of him. Mike was sitting on the floor, trying to comfort a bawling chef going on about why soup and cannibalism, as Cementos sat on the sofa, gazing off into the distance to who knows where. Your students are demons, Aizawa. Cementos spoke in barely a whisper, though upon hearing his words, Lunch Rush burst into louder sobs. Literal demons, Cementos didn't even blink. I had to lecture them on proper cafeteria etiquette, but one of them just started asking me if I would be able to move the earth by slowly make a massive ball of cement just slightly off the ground and slowly keep draining our planet's soil away until we just lived on the earth but just positioned slightly off. Aizawa just refilled his bottle with pure black coffee and downed it all in one before promptly getting the heckity heck out of there. He was not dealing with the after effects of Class 1A just yet. It wasn't even the end of lunchtime and 3 teachers were already traumatized. Aizawa didn't need to be the 4th. Okay, so what's the plan? Izuku turned to Uraraka, who stood just to his left and was looking up at the multi-storied building. Huh? Izuku very smartly asked, and the girl let out a small laugh. Well, I mean, you've been mumbling to yourself the entire time it took us to walk here. And from what I know of you, you probably have an idea of how to win, right? Uraraka smiled as she locked eyes with him. So, come on teammate, what's the plan? Although Izuku was a little embarrassed that he had been muttering to himself, he hummed in agreement. She was right. He did have a plan, albeit not fully fleshed out. The fake explosive they were supposed to guard supposedly awaited the villain duo on the top floor. Katsuki and Ida were at the front of the building while Izuku and Uraraka entered at the backside to avoid giving clues to the hero team as to where the bomb would be hidden. They only had a few minutes left of the grace PRD provided to the students, and the duo still needed to locate the faux weapon as well as come up with a plan. Well, actually, they had only a few minutes left to locate the faux weapon. Izuku already had a vague route to victory formulated, and was quite certain that although not super clear nor detailed, it was reliable enough to work in their favor. Right? So here's what we'll do, Izuku told Uraraka, who nodded enthusiastically. As he explained his thoughts while walking, both the teens' faces gradually morphed into matching determined expressions. As soon as All Might signaled the start of the battle simulation, Katsuki launched himself through a window on the first floor, barely even listening to Four Eyes. Wait, Bakugou. We have yet to establish a solid battle strategy. Walmart Lightning McQueen used his quirk a little to catch up to Katsuki. We hardly know what to do against such villains. Katsuki was this close to just turning around and decking Mr. Metal Face right in his. Well, a metal face, but he needed another person for the exercise and punching his classmate would only be counterproductive. Not to mention, he didn't want to have to deal with Hobo Man's lecture and possible expulsion for something as dumb as this. You want to know what to do? Fine. Here's what to do. Stay out of my way unless you find where the stupid bomb is, in which case, tell me through the radio so I can go explode Zeus butt off. Katsuki grinned at the very thought. And don't attack him if you see the nerd. Just call for me instead. Would that really be wise and efficient? Netflix adaptation Transformers-looking man tried to question Katsuki, but the blonde just cut him off. Izuku's quirk only affects non-organic. You are literally covered head to toe in heavy metal. Go figure. Katsuki took a sharp right turn and finally stopped to face his classmate, who skidded to a halt. You're wasting my time. If we split up to look for the med thing and Izuku with floaty, it'd be a lot quicker. If you need something from me, just use the comms. Glasses stood up straighter and seemed to accept the answer. His eyes widened a bit at the realization that his teammate was giving him helpful, although quite vulgar, tips and pointers. Understood. The walking fashion disaster karate chopped the air one more time before turning around and disappearing behind a corner. Not a moment later did Katsuki hear a slightly statusy voice come through the communication line. Testing. Can you hear me? Katsuki rolled his eyes as he went back to looking through the first floor's corridors, not bothering to give a reply. For a moment, the only sound heard was the echo of his heavy steps throughout the empty hallways. Testing. Bakugou. Can you hear? Yes, I can hear you. My bet's on Midoriya. No way, Zero, forget a brick house. Bakugou's built like a brick castle. I'm saying Ida and Bakugou for this one. 100%, plus ultra, and all. But have you heard Midoriya speak? He just knows things, I swear. You and I both heard what happened at lunch, Ashido. Why did he know about cannibalism? Listen, Hagakure, you just gotta embrace the chaos. Just let it sink in. Let it vibe. Didn't you let it vibe at lunchtime and then get lectured by Cementos? Wow, Gyru's got you there, Cammy bro. Not you too, Kirishima. Why do you all insist on bullying me? I wouldn't call it bullying. Zero. Yagi Toshinori barely suppressed a laugh as he listened to the teens' conversation, though he kept his gaze glued to the giant screen. He was watching all 4 students intently, looking from one security feed to the next, though no conflict arose yet. It made sense as the mock battle had just begun, but it didn't make Yagi any less anxious. This was his first day of teaching after all. Anything could go wrong. Anything. So although Yagi was interested in how the students would work around with and handle one another, his paranoia is what kept him so focused on the tapes, not his curiosity for the outcome. He watched as young Ida turned a corner, away from young Bakugou, and heard through his left earbud the two yelling at each other. Yagi winced at the brashness of the blonde teen, opting to turn the hero communication line's volume down a few notches, lest he wanted to go deaf solely in his left ear. He then turned to where he last saw young IZUAAAAAH and young Midoriya in the room that held the bomb, only to find the lack of a certain bush-headed teen. Oh boy. IZUAAAAAH seemed to be rearranging and breaking things, creating a small pile of the disassembled furniture and decor the place had to offer. She left a long couch alone, but as the pro's eyes scrutinized the rest of the area, he confirmed that young Midoriya was, indeed, not in the room. In fact, none of the cameras showed the boy at all. Odd, considering they were programmed to broadcast on screen as soon as movement was detected. Yagi frantically began to flip and cycle through all the videos, silently freaking out as he tried not to display any signs of panic. The observation room's brightness fluctuated depending on what camera feed he switched to, the screen being the only source of light illuminating the otherwise dark place. Yagi kept his signature smile plastered on his face and thanked whatever god was overlooking him because none of the other students seemed to notice their peers' absence. Majority of them were too busy debating and betting with one another over which team would emerge victorious than actually paying attention to the exercise. Maybe an experienced teacher such as Aizawa would scold the class and not have somehow lost a student on the first day of combat training, but Yagi was no such person. He could hear no conversation between the two villains over the comms, and thus was unable to determine if young Midoriya was still in the vicinity. So, he did the next best thing he could think of and lightly pressed a button on his right earbud. In a not at all awkwardly loud voice, Yagi spoke into the villain communication line. "Ah, young Midoriya." He boomed, and the room quieted to hear what the number one hero had to say. Yagi cleared his throat. "Are you there?" He inwardly cringed at how incompetent he must appear as a teacher, but to his utter relief a familiar voice answered him. "Oh, alright," Midoriya said in a somewhat hushed voice, seeming a bit surprised to hear from him. There was a bit of background noise that sounded like wind. It interfered slightly with the boy's microphone and caused a bit of static. "Still here, why? Did some happen?" "Oh, not at all. I just lost visual on you, that's all," Yagi answered honestly. "Where are you?" "On the premise." "Ori." "On the premise? What's that supposed to?" "Well, as long as he's not dead?" Yagi tried to reassure himself, and nearly face-bombed at how low he set the bar for himself. "All right if you say so," is what he answered instead. The class was no doubt somewhat confused at the conversation as they had only heard All Might's side of it, but what all the students now knew was that Midoriya was no longer visible. Thank God they were now focused on the screen, too distracted to notice their teacher's sweating bullets. If anyone were to see him, they'd realize how ridiculous the scenario was. Japan's number one hero and worldwide proclaimed symbol of peace, who debuted by saving over 100 citizens from a raging fire, who flew across rooftops and could outrun others who had quirks built for speed, that single-handedly held up and supported Japan's hero system, who could probably bench press the Eiffel Tower, and faced supervillains never to be seen before, nearly having a heart attack teaching a class of 19-15-year-old students. Having no longer a major issue to stress terribly about, Yagi allowed himself to breathe a little and continued to survey the cameras. "Oh my God, is that Midoriya?" At the exclamation provided by young Ishido, Yagi turned his attention to the bottom left of the screen, where a camera that surveilled the outside top of the building zoomed in on some sudden movement. It was only through practice and years of endurance did Yagi Toshinori not spit out a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, suspended in the air by red and orange holographic flames, on the outside of the building's second-floor windows, was young Midoriya. All Might in Class 1A watched with wide eyes and gaping mouths as Midoriya proceeded to slink just under the window frames and out of sight from anyone on the inside of the building looking out. The freckled boy peered through each tinted glass pane he came across, no doubt scouring about for the hero duo. Someone let out a disbelieving laugh, and soon enough, Kirishima, Siro, and Kaminari were all leaning on each other for support, wheezing. The class all watched in complete and utter bafflement as their classmate skeptically gazed into the building. He resembled like a child trying to be sneaky, poking the top half of their head over a countertop in an attempt to steal a freshly baked cookie from right under their parents' nose. Like a small toddler too short to see fully over the top of a bathroom counter. Midoriya looked like an absolute idiot. Izuku was aware he looked like an absolute idiot as he hesitantly popped his head up just enough to see the entire hallway. All Might just stated we either need to outlast the other team or capture them. Izuku spoke hurriedly as he and Uraraka jogged up the flights of stairs leading up to the third floor. But the thing is, he never said we couldn't leave the compound. He said nothing on the perimeters of this exercise. Izuku swiftly walked through the hallways with his classmate trailing behind him. It's just assumed that the villain team wouldn't even think about abandoning the weapon in the first place, and thus the rule was never specified. Uraraka huffed as she caught up to him. She spoke. How would that help us though? If this were a real bomb, we couldn't move the massive thing anywhere, even with my and your quirk. It's too risky. Izuku nodded. While that is true, I didn't mean that the weapon should be moved. What I'm suggesting is for me to go outside and scout for us, and leave you to defend the bomb. Uraraka looked at him puzzlingly. Why would we only have me defend when you have a better quirk for both offense and defense? Wait, why would we even split up in the first place though? Wouldn't it be better to just defend the weapon? Izuku took a breath. I'm going to be honest with you. I think we should aim for a capture as well, instead of playing pure defense. He took a turn and walked up another flight of stairs, leading to the final floor. Knowing Cat, he's going to split up with Ida no matter what. There's no doubt that if either of them would call for the other when one of them locates the bomb though, no matter how uncooperative Katsuki might be. It'd be a lot more difficult to defend the bomb against Omion with a speed quirk while keeping Katsu at bay. Especially since I can't affect organic matter. Uraraka's confused expression changed to that of realization. She spoke slowly. So because you can only affect non-organic matter, while I stay and protect the bomb, you go and track down Ida. They said simultaneously. Exactly. Izuku's eyes sparkled with glee. He's completely engulfed in metal armor. The battle would be tons easier if it were just you and me against Kacchan. The duo turned one more corner, walked through a doorway, and saw the giant fake bomb that stood in the center of the giant room. Surrounding the weapon was a small amount of minimalistic furniture scattered around the place. They had just under a minute left before the start of the exercise, if Izuku counted correctly, and so he turned to Uraraka. I'll start by looking from the bottom floor up, but Cat hasn't always been the most patient. He'll probably try to work through the floors as fast as possible and Ida will probably be a lot more thorough, Izuku said. Kacchan might reach here quicker than I can incapacitate Ida. If that happens, I know what to do, Uraraka told Izuku with such certainty that he had no choice but to believe her. She eyed the furniture and when she looked at Izuku, the determined glare in her eyes only bolstered his faith in her. Trust your teammate, yeah? Yeah, Izuku grinned as a deafening voice rang through the communication lines. The battle trial for teams A and D begin now. Uraraka then suddenly grabbed one of the nearby coffee tables and swung the desk against the ground, breaking everything into chunks and splinters. Wow! Izuku just hoped that, if All Might's query as to where he had gone was any indication, that there was no security camera on the outside and the class couldn't see him like this. Kirishima only laughed harder when he saw Izuku almost lose control and panic as he shot up too far and wildly flailed his arms about, trying to balance himself. Izuku confirmed that there was nobody left on the first and second floor, and quietly checked in with Uraraka as he flew up to the 3rd floor level. The 2nd floor is clear. I think they're moving a bit quicker than I thought they would, Izuku half-whispered. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. This wasn't exactly going to plan. He was supposed to have run into Ida by now. How are you holding down? I think I'm good, Uraraka said, slightly out of breath. The trap should be ready if either one of them show up. Izuku peered into the next window. Nice, I think I'm a holy cow, he hissed and ducked down as fast as he could. Midoriya? Hello. Okay, sorry about that, but I now have eyes on Mini Ingenium. Izuku pressed his back against the side of the building and clutched his chest. He spotted Ida just entering the hallway he looked into, but having not expected nor mentally prepared for the moment he actually would run into the boy, Izuku freaked out for a moment. God, I feel like I just got jump-scared, he muttered. Mini who? Mini Ingenie? No, wait, I need to focus. Izuku took a deep breath. I'm going to engage now. I'll try to wrap this up before Cat gets to you, but if he does, give him hell for me. Will do. Izuku exhaled and flew a bit further away from the building, turned back, and using his metal-reinforced saws, smashed through the window. Izuku hit the ground and tucked into a roll to lose the excess momentum. Glass shards scattered across the floor and crunched under his weight. The freckled boy stood up from his low crouch immediately, expecting a hit or an attack. He was quite surprised to find Ida talking on comms, though Izuku couldn't catch the word spoken. Well, that can't be good, Izuku thought as he immediately activated his quirk, cutting his enemy from whatever he was about to say. Villain, do not resist our... Izuku threw him against the wall and winced slightly as he heard the scraping sound of metal on metal. Oof, sorry Ida, they always do that in movies, so I'd thought I'd give it a whirl. Plus, I can't exactly have you walking around freely and unharmed. Izuku used his quirk to push Ida down into the ground, holding the boy in place using his armor against its wearer. Uraraka, I've got Ida? Unhand me at once, villain. Ida yelled, unnecessarily loud. I am a pro hero and you will. Wow, okay, you're being really noisy. Izuku unraveled the capture tape as he rushed over to tie Ida's arms and legs up. Can you please stop yelling? A loud and familiar crackle rang through the hallway and Izuku hardly had any time to leap out of the way to dodge an explosive fist to the face. Ha! Katsuki barked out a laugh. Thought you could take Hues down that easily, Zu? The blonde let his palms heat up and spark threateningly as Ida got to his feet behind him. He rushed in to take another swing at Izuku, who dodged and tried to punch Katsuki, only to be blocked. Izuku jumped back to get some space in between them. Crap. This was not the ideal situation. Not at all. Izuku was stuck in an otherwise dead end surrounded by his enemies, with the only exit being the window he came through originally. This was just supposed to be an ambush on Ida. When the hell did Katsuki start cooperating and communicating with people he hated? Izuku kept his stance low and his eyes trained on the duo in front of him as his mind desperately raced for any solution to this issue. Small bits of glass and shards still clung to his outfit, and he had a few cuts on his arms from the somersault he did to break the fall, but Izuku couldn't care less at that moment. You know, the sound of glass breaking is kinda loud, dumbass, Katsuki said, clearly taking pleasure in the upper hand position he held. And Four Eyes here isn't exactly quiet either. It was all I needed to find where you were and where this was all going down. Thus, it was a plan. Arouse. You, vile villain, have fallen for our trap. Ida declared while pointing at Izuku. Surrender now. However, Izuku was too immersed in his thoughts of what the hell to do to really be listening to what nonsense Ida was sprouting. There was almost no chance of being able to just waltz on past Explodo Beach and Karate Kid. Izuku could attempt to use his quirk to throw Ida against Katsuki, but the chances of the blonde being unable to dodge or at the least react quickly to the metal man being tossed at him were slim to none. Izuku knew his best friend, meaning that he knew just how quick Katsuki was able to think on his feet. Izuku would be grabbed and tied up immediately if he tried because Katsuki would remain mobile. Izuku could jump out the window and escape that way, but there would be no doubt that Katsuki would follow in pursuit with his rocket-powered palms. The blonde had much more control of his explosions than many would assume one would have with such a destructive quirk, making the aerial battle a dangerous and risky play. Izuku would be the one chased by a crazed exploding maniac and Uraraka would be left to deal with Ida. With the unavoidable outcome that Izuku would be captured by Katsuki, his teammate would then have to go up against both the hero members, and although Izuku wouldn't ever doubt Uraraka's strength, their chances at winning then would be slim to none. Their only feasible victory would be to wait for time to go out in that scenario, and even that was an incredibly risky gamble not in their favor. Ida was the only one Izuku could really affect. Katsuki easily had the high ground when it came down to it, as Izuku's quirk was essentially useless against him. And because the only solid and easily manageable part of his costume were those gauntlets. Wait. Hero society will never crumble to the hands of you. You evil being. Ida was still rambling while making absurd hand gestures. Shut it. You already did your monologue, Katsuki bellowed, but he kept his eyes laser-focused on Izuku. We need to tie Izuku up. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. His gauntlets. Midoriya? What's happening? Uraraka's concerned voice blared from Izuku's earpiece. Izuku perked up. Now that could work. Katsuki noticed Izuku's sudden shift in demeanor and clearly was instantly put on edge. He readied his stance and was undoubtedly about to charge in to throw a right hook when Izuku put his makeshift, impromptu plan into action and activated his quirk. Katsuki's arms abruptly jerked to the side and towards Ida's direction. What the? The blonde put in valiant effort to combat Izuku's power, screaming and shouting profanities along the way, however, was inevitably outmatched due to the nature of the telekinesis. But, right before Katsuki was about to hit his teammate, who was unsure of what to do in the situation, Izuku forced the palms of his hands forward. Bakugou! Praying with all his might, Izuku then greatly enhanced the fire element of his quirk, heating up Katsuki's gauntlets, which in turn heated his sweat-filled hands. It was almost comical how wide the blonde's eyes became. A deafening explosion sounded through the corridors as Izuku scrambled out the hall to find the stairs to the 4th floor, not bothering to check if anybody was following him. He knew that even though the blast sounded dramatic and overwhelming, the sound was much louder than the actual impact. The two weren't properly incapacitated from the detonation, and thus it would only screw the villain duo even more if Izuku tried to capture either one. In fact, the freckled teen could already hear the wonderful curses the blonde so eloquently screeched at the top of his lungs as he dashed up the stairs. A clear sign that all is well and Katsuki was already recovering. Lovely. The explosion was nowhere near how big the howitzer impact Izuku helped draft up with Katsuki would have been, but was definitely larger than the Katsuki's normal explosions. Izuku thanked the fact that Ida's armor was genuine protective metal and would withstand the explosion, but silently wished it would have been just a tad bit more frail to render Ida immobile. No time to think about that, Izuku thought, and then remembered. Uraraka! He gasped, stumbling through the winding hallways. We have an issue. Well, I assumed so. Uraraka sounded distressed. Listen, they're following me after I walk into the room. Just prepare to enact the plan. Izuku grimaced at how sudden this all must be, but he'd apologize later. He dashed into the room, and was never more thankful to see a person hugging a giant couch, holding it up in the air without issue, surrounded by bits of broken furniture suspended in the air. Not a few moments after Izuku entered, followed the half-rattled, half-set-off hero team. Though, they both paused to take in the scene in front of them. Izuku desperately shouted, "Now, Uraraka!" The same moment Katsuki roared, "Get back!" and chaos ensued. Uraraka then suddenly grabbed one of the nearby coffee tables and swung the desk against the ground, breaking everything into chunks and splinters. Wow! Uraraka continued to relentlessly break more tables, chairs, and vases into rubble. Uraraka, friend, bestie, Han, Izuku spoke, slightly concerned. Is this really the best time to be unleashing all your demons? I mean, anger needs to be let out sometime, I guess, but is now really the best time? Uraraka laughed at his words as she smashed a stool to pieces on the floor, and Izuku didn't think he'd ever seen a more horror movie-worthy scene in his life than this one. He was a bit scared of his combat partner, if he were to be honest. No, listen, Uraraka said, stopping to pick up a few broken bits of what used to be a chair. She touched each piece with all 5 fingers and Izuku watched in fascination as they floated, frozen in midair. Now watch this. She swat her hand at the floating chunks and sent them crashing into the wall. They left little dents where they hit the metal, and Uraraka turned back to a stunned Izuku. How's that for defense? She joked, releasing her quirk. You think it'll work? Think it'll work? Izuku repeated incredulously. Oh my god, Uraraka, you're a genius. Well, I gotta carry my weight. Uraraka gave a determined look, smiling. Well then, let's go plus ultra, shall we? The freckled boy matched her determined expression. Plus ultra. She pumped her fist in the air. Uraraka swung the couch, causing all the floating rubble to come showering down upon the hero duo. Katsuki raised his right hand and blew a few table bits up, using his left arm to shield his face. His face was littered with splinters and cuts now, though he was more focused on tanking hits from speeding chair legs. Ida was actually better off because his, albeit charred, hero costume protected him from the splinters and smaller debris, but Izuku immediately put a stop to whatever attempts could be made to try to get closer to the weapon. He was brought to the floor for the second time that day, completely immobile. Izuku, not about to waste another opportunity, pulled Ida directly to him and used his capture tape on him without further hesitation, much to the dismay of the latter. Ida from the hero team has been captured. All Might's loud, commanding voice was drowned out in the sound of explosions and angry yelling. You! Katsuki let out a bigger explosion than the smaller ones he'd been using to deter the rubble, and broke through the final row of the furniture bits. You're done for, Izuku. He swiped his hand through the smoke, clearing it just enough for him to see Uraraka. Just enough to see Uraraka throw the giant butt couch at his face. Release! She cried, and oh boy, that's a very heavy couch headed straight for Katsuki. Izuku would have been more worried if he didn't hear the blonde's next words. Howitzer! Katsuki growled as he grabbed the pin on his left gauntlet, tossing it aside with a manic grin. Impact! A quarter of the building was gone in an instant, and Izuku could feel his costume heat up, despite being fireproof. It's over, you villains! Katsuki yelled, and had an arm outstretched, reaching for the weapon when the time has run out. The villain team wins. You a-hole! Izuku slapped Katsuki's right arm, as his left one was being bandaged by Recovery Girl. She cast a stern glare at Izuku, as she'd already given them a stern talking to about safety and other very important things that Izuku totally remembers. Look, he was still stuck on the fact that, you burned my hair off. Izuku exclaimed, lifting his locks up to stress the point. How could you? I literally unleashed a small nuke and you're concerned about how some of your hair is missing? Katsuki hissed, giving Izuku the glare, but yet again, Izuku could not care less. You literally lost like an inch off. You'll live. Izuku angrily sputtered, and Uraraka took the opportunity to step in. You could at least apologize, she scoffed. You also burned me, you know. You threw a couch at me, Katsuki said, baring his teeth. What else was I supposed to do? Stop cursing and stop moving while I'm treating you. Yes, Recovery Girl. Good. Izuku groaned. We're going to have to get our costumes remade. This is all your fault. Which I'm sure. The blonde rolled his eyes. And you're dead to me. Izuku insisted. Okay. Katsuki said. Are you even listening to me? The freckled boy whined, crossing his arms. Sure thing. Katsuki made eye contact with Uraraka as if to say, this is what I have to deal with every day. You have a small dick. Yayatri. Ow. Izuku rubbed his back, where he was hit. Do not be so immature in my office. I am trying to heal you all. Recovery Girl scolded, cane in one hand, clearly threatening to whack him again. Izuku Midoriya. This is the second time you've shown up injured and it's only been a few days. She shook her head. What will I do with you? Katsuki snorted and Uraraka slapped a hand over her mouth to stifle a laugh at Izuku's reddened face. Ida is lucky to have worn such thick armor to protect himself. He only needed a kiss, Recovery Girl said in an approving manner. Bulky but protective. Saves me all the more. The next 15 minutes were spent slandering Izuku with suppressed laughs, and Katsuki getting painful cane wax for every cuss word he uttered. Izuku asked a skeptical Katsuki to go ahead and return to the battlegrounds, while the green-haired boy, awkwardly, waited for Uraraka to leave Recovery Girl's office. Midoriya? Uraraka closed the door behind her as she exited the hospital ward. What are you still doing here? Where's Bakugou? Oh, he went ahead. Yep, Izuku said, nodding, and then immediately wanting to slap himself. Why was he so socially inept when it came to strangers? I just wanted you to. I had, okay you know what. He huffed, running his hand through his now slightly shorter hair. Uraraka watched amusedly as Izuku tried to compose himself. Okay, I just wanted to apologize for earlier. He finally got out. Yes. My plan didn't really work out as planned and, planned, okay you get the point. My actions and decisions caused our performance on the field to lack to say the least. Izuku tapered out at the end when he noticed the confused look on Uraraka's face. What are you talking about? She asked, but before he could stutter out an answer, Uraraka continued. I mean it was the first class. And we hardly even know each other. Plus, of course not everything went to plan, but we still supported each other and made a pretty good team, didn't we? She smiled. 'Cause that's what teammates do, don't take all the credit here. Izuku blinked a few times. He then released out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding and let out a genuine laugh. Yeah. Let's get back to class. I don't want to miss one more second of All Might teaching. Uraraka jabbed her thumb in the direction of ground beta. It's really obvious he has no idea what he's doing. Frankly, I find it quite hilarious, Izuku said. Like a lost puppy without their owner. They took their time walking while making fun of talking about All Might's teaching. Oh, my God. Class 1A stared, mind-boggled and flabbergasted at the screen, and well, who could blame them? It's not like they just watched a building get demolished in front of their very eyes by the pull of a single pin or anything. That can't be legal, right? Kaminari asked in a small voice, looking to a petrified All Might for confirmation and dying a little on the inside when he got no response. Right? That's your friend Kiri? Mina shrieked, causing a few classmates to look at Kirishima with various expressions of pity, fear, and respect. Did you just forget to mention that Blondie over there is literally just a flipping nuke? A warning would have been nice. Well, what was I supposed to say? Kirishima said, a little shocked at Katsuki himself. Sure, he knew his friend was more than competent, and yeah, he knew about the gauntlets because he helped brainstorm them. What Kirishima didn't know was how terrifying the combination of the two would be. Literally anything would have been better than figuring it out by watching him blow up a 4-story building with a bracelet. Mina grabbed Kirishima by his shoulders and shook him before letting him go in favor of flailing her arms around. Like, I know I placed my bets on him, but I didn't expect him to self-destruct. Is this the part where one of us faints? Siro murmured, I twitching. On it. Aoyama said, never missing an opportunity to act. He gracefully fell to the floor and struck a dramatic pose that showed off his dazzling cape. Nobody paid attention to him. I'm wasting my best material on all of you, Aoyama sighed. First nobody compliments my cape, and now I find out that no one here appreciates good acting. Such a tragedy. The class, for some reason, still seemed more concerned about the unstable building that was slightly on fire and still falling apart. Both hero and villain teams, please follow the robots to Recovery Girl's office. All Might said feebly into the communications line as he pressed a button to deploy the androids. The absolute relief that washed over him when he heard the groans of all 4 alive and intact students was frankly ridiculous. Maybe it's time to check out that book I saw at the library on how to teach superpowered children, he thought to himself, trying to ignore the dread knowing that this was only the first day of heroics. If teaching the heroics class would be this stressful every time, Toshinori might almost prefer being in Gran Torino's company rather than these 19 teenagers. Almost. And now, All Might said, trying and failing, to sound like someone who knows what they're doing. Would anyone like to tell me who the MVP of that round was? He averted his eyes from the literal burning mess on the screen and looked at the cluster of stunned students. To his surprise, a hand was raised. Miss. All Might silently ran through a list of all the students and took a gamble. Yaoyorozu? The girl lowered her hand and opened her mouth to speak. Oh, thank God dash. At least the symbol of peace got something right today. I believe the MVP of the battle was IZUAAAAAH, Yaoyorozu answered, although dash. No way what? Midoriya was the MVP. Hagakure interjected, much to Yaoyorozu's displeasure. He did the scouting, faced the heroes, and brought them over to IZUAAAAAH, which let them win. What are you talking about? Kaminari said incredulously. Did you see that giant explosion? Bakugou deserves the MVP title. Can we, how about dash? All Might weakly protested over the loud debate the few comments sparked. Alright, that's enough. Okay, so dash. What? Listen dash. No, because Bakugou dash. Bakugou blew up literally everything. Exactly. And he was supposed to be a part of the hero team, not the villain team. But Midoriya just dash. Can someone please just look at my cape dash? Can we all agree that Ida shouldn't be MVP dash? Ida did more than you could ever do, Kaminari. Jar, you don't have to be so mean to me dash. Shut up, Kaminari. What dash? Whoever's idea was to give Toshinori a job as a teacher should be charged with committing a war crime. The chatter only somewhat ceased when the observation room brightened up briefly before dimming down again as Ida stepped through the doorway, helmet in hand. He wore a defeated expression reflective of the state of his slightly disfigured and slightly burnt armor. The boy walked stiffly over to where Azui stood and tried not to look like he just eaten on a lemon as she sympathetically, and awkwardly, patted his back. All Might used this golden opportunity to grab the class's attention once again. Okay, let's focus back on what young Yaoyorozu was saying. He gestured for the girl to continue her analysis and the teens reluctantly quieted down to hear what she had to say, some clearly more annoyed than others. Right? Yaoyorozu nodded. As I was saying, I believe IZUAAAAAH was the MVP of the round because although it seems Midoriya made the plans and was able to come up with a solution to an unfavorable situation, he was sporadic and failed to communicate with his teammate. That being said, the hero team also suffered from a lack of cooperation. Bakugou appeared extremely aggravated the entire time and their performance, in general, was lacking. They had a vague idea as to what to do in the beginning that was clear to see, yet everything fell apart when they came across Midoriya and got too overconfident. What did she just say? Kaminari nervously whispered to Shiro. I lost her as I was saying. Just nod and agree, dude, Shiro muttered. Just nod and agree. Midoriya was certainly clever using Ida's costume against him dash. Ida clenched his teeth and a few students grimaced in sympathy. There was no way being tossed around wouldn't hurt, regardless if you're covered head to toe in armor. And while no one acted perfectly, IZUAAAAAH was able to do her job flawlessly. She managed to come up with a creative plan of defense, trusted her partner to do their job, and was, in the end, the sole reason why the villain team won. Kirishima was seeing the parallels between his new classmate and Midoriya strengthen with each passing moment. He was in equal parts very not looking forward to having to pretend to understand their intellectual conversation, and curious as to what it would sound like. IZUAAAAAH stalled Bakugou just long enough for the time to run out. While it is true that if there were just a few more seconds the hero team most likely would have reached the bomb, the reality is that IZUAAAAAH was extremely resourceful and reliable. Yaoyorozu finished, completely oblivious to the elevator music playing in the heads of some of her peers, as well as her teacher. Yes? Yes. All Might cleared his throat and flashed his signature smile because how the hell do you respond to that? Thank you, Miss Yaoyorozu. The girl in question smiled. As your classmate said, communication is key to victory. The number one hero pressed a button on the dashboard and the cameras displayed a different building on the screen. Now, taking what you've learned, let's have the next battle start. Teams H and I please head to Building 23, and there you'll all find maps of the building's layouts. Yes, Sensei. Oh man, Zero and I are up next, Kirishima said, cracking his knuckles. I'm kind of nervous. You're going against one guy, Katsuki pointed out. Just go out there and kick that candy cane's butt. Easy for you to say, Zero huffed. You obliterated half of that building like it was nothing. Katsuki rolled his eyes. It wasn't nothing, flex tape. I have to build up a lot of sweat and be careful so I don't accidentally kill anyone when I unleash howitzer impact. Flex tape? Zero repeated, completely and utterly perplexed. Don't even question his awful nicknames, Kirishima said. I've been doomed to be forever known as Sharky. It's all fun and games until you start responding when people say the word shark, he sighed. And don't even get me started on that kid's song, Baby Shark. Bakugou somehow made it my alarm on my clock and I don't know how to change it back. The redhead looked at Zero dead in the eyes. I've been waking up to the song, Baby Shark, for 3 months now. Howitzer impact? Kaminari asked, eyes glued to the camera screens. It's what that move's called, Katsuki said. The big explosion that tore up half the building. Ever since Katsuki got his quirk, he'd been dead serious about having bombs everywhere on his hero costume, even at the age of 4. Of course, it wasn't until later in middle school did he and Izuku start actually thinking of the mechanics, pros and cons of strapping grenades to his body, but the idea was still there. Then Kirishima came along and said jokingly, "Your hands are already bombs, just make them look the part," an idea struck. So in middle school, 14-year-old Katsuki Bakugou wanted nothing more than 2 giant nukes on his hands. And how convenient was it that while cleaning trash on Dagoba Beach, Katsuki discovered the beauty of building up sweat to make a really big explosion. It was meant to be. Fate and all. Though Katsuki would take full credit for the name. It sounded cool as hell. Ouch, Kaminari said, giving his classmate on the screen a pitying look. Ojiro's gonna be feeling that one tomorrow. The students watched as the tail-quirked boy tried to dodge Dark Shadow but was ultimately thrown against the wall and crumpled to the floor next to some floating blue gloves and boots. Izui wasted no time restraining the 2 of them. Both the members of the villain team have been captured. The hero team wins. All Might announced. Young Tokoyami, please take young Ojiro and Hagakure to Recovery Girl by following the bots. Young Izui, come back to the observation room. That battle was honestly mundane compared to the one that happened with you, Midoriya, and IZUAAAAAH, Zero said, and then skimmed the room. Hey, speaking of those 2, where are they? Katsuki snorted, probably holding hands and staring into each other's eyes. Huh? Kirishima said in alarm. What do you mean? Zuko was all, you go ahead, I'm gonna wait and talk to Floaty. 999. I'm a nerd who knows that I can't pull anybody anyways, but it wouldn't hurt to try Blay. I, for some absurd reason, doubt that Midobro said that last bit, Kirishima said. Just a hunch though. He might as well have, Katsuki said. I don't know why else he'd want to wait and talk to Floaty for. Kirishima looked like he wanted to say something, but All Might started talking again. Does anyone want to take a guess and explain who the MVP would be in this round? The symbol of peace scanned the room, seeing if literally anybody else except for Yaoyorozu wanted to answer his question. Noticing how nobody else raised their hand, he called on her yet again. The MVP of this round would. What's this crap about an MVP? Katsuki whispered to Kirishima. Oh, I forgot that you weren't here for that, his friend replied. I'll tell you and the other 2 about it later after class. Katsuki nodded. Although close between all contestants, Tokoyami was the MVP, Yaoyorozu concluded. Should we clap or something? Kaminari said, unsure as to what to do. Yes. Thank you, young Yaoyorozu. All Might said in his typical boisterous voice, though it did nothing to cover how absolutely apparent it was that he didn't know at all how to conduct these battle trials. Next battle. Teams B and J go to Building 35. Yes, Sensei. Oh God, wish us luck. Zero gave a slightly uneasy smile. Come on, I'm sure we can do it. Kirishima playfully punched his teammate. And if not, we can at least go down fighting, yeah? Well, of course. Zero's grin became more. Let's go. The two began walking to the door. And kick his butt? Katsuki called out, uncaring for the fearful looks of his classmates. This was the kid who blew up a building. They would never not be scared. What he said? Kaminari gave 2 thumbs up. Todoroki glared at them. Eijiro was excited, more so than he thought he would be. He didn't need a reason to want to win this fight, but the redhead felt as though he had a few. This would be his first battle since entering UA. He would be turning over a new leaf. Here, he'd be able to learn how to use his quirk and strengthen his abilities. Eijiro would be able to learn how to be a hero, how to be courageous, brave, how to save people. And it all started with this very battle. Sure, he might be hyping himself up a bit much here, but it felt as though so much was weighing on this battle. This was Eijiro's chance to prove that things have changed. Eijiro has friends that he's actually close to and trusts, unlike when he was enrolled in the Mustafa private middle school when his dream was taken as nothing more than wishful thinking. These friends built him up and have helped him change into a person he's happier being, and a person who could be a hero. He would prove starting today that he can be heroic. Needless to say, Eijiro was determined to win this fight. If not for his own self-satisfaction, then for the symbolism. Okay, so we have about a minute to come up with a plan. Any ideas? Zero asked. I mean, his quirk is ice, he's made that clear, Eijiro chortled. His left side of his body is completely encased in ice. Yeah, Zero agreed. I don't know how he's going to move around like that. Eijiro turned away from the faux bomb to look at his partner. Then that's exactly how we're going to take him out. Oh. He lacks mobility. Zero smirked. All right, Magic Man, I like your funny words. Seriously though, anything he does just looks so awkward. Uraraka laughed. And his voice. Izuku groaned. Like, did someone hot glue a megaphone into his vocal cords or something? I thought we might go deaf from present mic, not the symbol of peace, Uraraka said, rounding a corner and stopping in front of a black door. Okay, we should stop talking about All Might like this before we go back into the observation deck, or we'll get in trouble. She grabbed the door handle. I don't want to be told off like you were at lunch. Izuku scoffed. Excuse you, we were having a very civil and mundane conversation about soup. Which then turned to talking about cannibalism, you almost tackling Bakugou, and making a teacher cry. Uraraka raised an eyebrow and lowered her volume as she turned the knob and opened the door. If that's civil and mundane to you, I'm having second thoughts about being your friend. Excuse you, Izuku hissed, stepping into the dark room. You'd be missing out on all the action. Oh Izuku, you poor, unassuming, innocent child. You have no idea what's going to happen. Finally back from your nice stroll, lovebirds? For heaven's sake dash. I what? Uraraka sputtered. It was a nice break from dealing with you. Izuku snarked right back at Katsuki, walking towards his classmates. And we've known each other for a few days. This isn't some movie or badly written romance story where the first girlfriend a boy has is immediately his love interest. Ouch, Kaminari said. You just dissed like 50 animes at once, dude. Good for them then, Izuku said, leaning against the wall. Kirikuin and Zero both aren't here. I'm assuming it's their match now then? Yep, Katsuki said. They have a minute or so left. Who are they up against? Uraraka questioned, seemingly gotten over the shock of being called a lovebird, with a boy she had just befriended not a few days ago. That Peppermint Beach, to do something, Katsuki replied, scowling. That BSTRD probably thinks he's better than us, going into this without a partner and expecting to win. Tisch. Well, I mean he's going up EI-kun though, Izuku said. And Zero too. Though, I do worry a bit because the quirk matchup isn't really in their favor. Kirikuin's hardening is really only built for hand-to-hand combat defense. I don't know what he's going to do against long-distance ice. And Zero's quirk would really only help in a bigger playing field. Wait, what team are they on? He cut his ramblings short. Villain, Kaminari answered. Todoroki's on the hero team. Does that matter? Uraraka asked. Well, they could do what we did if they're on the villain team, Izuku said. Play keep away and stall till time runs out. It would probably be a smart choice considering the mediocre Quirk matchup. If they hold Todoroki back long enough, they could pull this one off. Let the battle trials between Team B and J begin. The entire building was immediately encased in ice. Damn it. Eijiro angrily chipped away at the ice the best he could with his hardened arms and hands. Kirishima! Shiro shouted from a few meters away. Are you stuck too? Yeah. Eijiro grunted. I can't move at all, can you? I'm trying to break free but it's a slow go, he panted. How is this guy so strong? Eijiro thought. We're all the way on the 4th floor of this building, there's no way. He only iced this room, meaning that the entire building is covered in this stuff. His upper torso was completely free, though the ice restrained everything from his waist down, and it was surprisingly dense and was taking much longer than anticipated to break through. Just fantastic. To make matters even better, Eijiro could hardly even feel his feet anymore, the cold numbing his legs. So even if he got out of this, the entire floor was covered in ice and would be impossible to navigate with no feeling in his feet. Kirishima, what are we gonna do? Shiro called out, desperation evident in their tone. I can't slow him down with my tape like we planned. Eijiro opened his mouth to reply, but his attention was diverted to the white and red-haired boy standing at the doorway. He struggled harder in the ice as his opponent exhaled frost and began silently walking towards the fake weapon. Hey! Shiro yelled at Todoroki. You get away from the bomb. His empty threats fell upon deaf ears. Eijiro was nearly free, he could feel it. If he could just... Todoroki has acquired the bomb. The hero team wins. Eijiro punched the ice once more before relenting. Damn it. Okay, you all are actually just scary, Ashido said, running a hand through her hair. First it's Bakugou and his hot hands, and now we have Elsa the Ice Queen in the flesh. Are you sure I'm not just tripping on my own acid or something? Izuku could only gape. What the frick? His mind was scrambled. He did all of that in one go. The entire building, just in ice without taking any breaks, in a second flat, and with no noticeable drawbacks. Beach hello? God had to nerf me with the living organic matter limitation on my quirk, and here Todoroki gets off scot-free. Izuku blinked. Todoroki? Isn't that India? Young Todoroki, if you could get your classmates out and if nobody's injured, return back to the observation room, All Might said. Peppermint lookin', but Katsuki looked livid. I bet he thinks he's so cool winning a match like that. I'm gonna beat him. This class is insane, Kaminari said under his breath. Izuku took one more glance at the building covered in glistening ice and had to agree. So I take it that the MVP thing was a pretty important thing, eh? Katsuki said, hauling his backpack over his shoulder. Mind sharing who it was in our round? The final class had just let out for the day, and after heroics class, everyone was at varying levels of exhaustion. Some students were more physically tired, whereas others had a headache from hearing All Might's booming voice for a few hours straight, and Izuku really couldn't blame them. He himself was starting to get fed up with it, and he heard it every morning as his alarm clock. Though what he was concerned about wasn't his steadily increasing migraine, but rather the mood of one of his best friends. And from the looks of it, so was Katsuki. Ever since his mock battle with Shiro and Todoroki, Kirishima had been quieter and much more muted than usual. The explosive duo, being the paranoid and, somewhat surprisingly, aggressively loving friends they were, took it up to themselves to cheer him up. It was the usual routine for whenever someone in the trio felt down. Distractions, playful banter, and affection. In that order. No exceptions. Not even Katsuki dared to disrupt the ritual with his don't give a crap attitude. HM? Oh yeah, I said I would tell you about it. Kirishima stood up from his desk. Well, I can say it isn't you, Bakugou. Ha! Izuku exclaimed. Take that, he said, glancing to see if ectoplasm was paying any attention to what he was saying. The teacher was not, so he proceeded in a slightly hushed voice. Itch. Oh, how you wound me so, Katsuki deadpanned and then groaned. Is it seriously, Zuku? Well, actually, the MVP was Uraraka. Three heads turned to see the very anti-gravity girl standing behind them. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to make it seem like I was eavesdropping." Uraraka sheepishly smiled. "I was just trying to get to the door, but now I'm curious, how was it me?" "Well, I can't explain it better than Yaoyorozu, but she basically said that you were super reliable and was the majority of the reason why you guys managed to win," Kirishima said, picking up his bag. "By the way, that was a really cool idea with making all the furniture float." "Oh well, I mean Midoriya-kun had such a great plan, so I decided to go all out with my attack," she said. "But while I didn't expect to be nominated for the MVP, I feel like I've been blessed." "I mean, you deserve it." Izuku complimented her. "You really pulled through with your idea." "Yeah," Katsuki said, starting towards the door. "Without you, this idiot would have never won against me." "Big talk for someone who lost twice to me in the last week," Izuku said smugly. "Isn't that right, Aikun?" "You know I have to side with Midobro on this one," Kirishima said, chuckling as Izuku puffed out his chest. "You did lose to him both in the Quirk apprehension test and now the battle trials. Next one, I'm winning." "Sure you will," Uraraka said simply. "That is, if I'm not there to stop you again." "You dash," Katsuki started. "Uraraka, you're my new best friend," Izuku clutched his heart. "It's at times like these where true loyalty stands out." "Well, I just might beat you too when I go against you too," Uraraka laughed, ignoring Izuku's look of shock and betrayal. "Ah yes, the beauty of true loyalty," Katsuki said. "You can tell by the way she stabbed you in the back the first chance she saw." "I guess it's just me and you, Kiri-kun," the freckled boy sighed. "Though I couldn't ask for a better companion than you, so I'm really not complaining." "Why thank you," Kirishima grinned. "I could say the same for you." "Don't," Katsuki said as he pushed open Yue's front doors. "This dumbass can't compare to you. And even if he could, his head's already big as it is, so don't give him a bigger ego boost." "Oh, that's rich coming from you, Mr. God Complex," Izuku teased, holding the door for Kirishima and Uraraka. "Your self-confidence is larger than the howitzer impact you unleashed today, which, might I add, took away a solid inch of my hair. And we're back here, listen. That was only to avoid getting hit by the giant but couch someone threw at me." "Okay, but I couldn't just let you win," Uraraka protested. "So you chucked a couch at me?" Katsuki said, disbelief etched across his face. "Apparently so," Kirishima said. "To be fair, I'm sure Midobro would have done it too." "Well, of course he would have dash. Of course I would have dash." Laughter could be heard from the four students as they walked through UA's giant gates. "Are you sure I'm fit for being a teacher, sir?" Yagi said, setting down his cup of tea. "Absolutely not." Netsu smiled sweetly, paws folded across a folder on his desk. He had already seen the security footage in all the battle trials as well as the videos from the secret camera hidden in the observation room. Netsu knew full well how incapable the symbol of peace was at teaching, yet with the knowledge that the Chimera would be able to intervene at any given moment to prevent any serious harm, he couldn't bring himself to care. After all, it made for wonderful entertainment. "Thank you for the tea, sir. I will be leaving now." The blonde shakily got up out of his seat and walked right out of the principal's office without looking back. When Ijiro took off his shoes and set his backpack down on the floor, the first thing he noticed was the sound of a sink running and light humming. "You're back early," Ijiro said, walking into the kitchen. "How was work?" "EI." His mom turned to him and her expression brightened. She turned off the sink, setting down the clean dish on the drying rack. "Did something happen at the bakery?" Ijiro asked. "Why are you home so soon?" Hiro Kirishima dried her hands on her apron and rushed over to hug her son. He melted into the embrace, letting most of the tension leave his body. Her hands were cold and she smelled vaguely of dish soap, but Ijiro didn't mind. Even if his mom swam in a sea of trash and rotten food, smelled like a public gas station bathroom, and looked as though she was fed through a wood chipper, Ijiro would still never turn down a bear hug from her. They were unbeatable, and certainly welcome after a great but also kinda not so amazing day at school. "I asked the big boss if I could leave early to greet my amazing kid after his first day of school, and he gave me the okay," his mom said, voice slightly muffled by Aijiro's shoulder. She squeezed tighter before letting go and resting her hands on her son's shoulders. But that's not important. Oh geez, how long I've waited to say this. How was your first day at UA High School? His mom nearly shouted. Aijiro couldn't help but smile a bit at his mother's enthusiasm. It was so cool. He brightened up as he began to recount how awesome it was to be taught by pro heroes and describe his friends' antics throughout the day. Hiro led them both over to the living room's couch and they both took a seat, his mom listening with rapt attention. And at lunch, we talked about the logistics of Kanib. Actually, that's not important. Aijiro chuckled nervously and quickly moved on, unsure as to how to explain to his mother that his friends started a debate on whether or not eating people would be ethical, and that they made a teacher cry on their first day of school. When Hiro gave him a curious look, he hastily replied, "Oh, you know. Just Midoriya and Bakugou just being Midoriya and Bakugou." Huh. His mom nodded, understanding immediately, and Aijiro moved on with his recountings. "Holy cow, and you're not gonna believe this, Mom," Aijiro said, already brimming with excitement in anticipation of his mother's reaction. "Guess who our heroics teacher is?" "Oh geez, with that vague of a question I feel like you're expecting me to say like All Might or something," his mom laughed, but at the amused, "I know something you don't" expression her son cast her, she stopped abruptly. "No way." "Yes way." Aijiro laughed at his mother's dumbfounded expression. "Oh my gosh," Hiro gushed. Oh holy cow, there were rumors of course but they seemed so far-fetched." "That's what I thought too," Aijiro said, but there he was, posing behind the podium. He was so cool and totally unexpected. "I would imagine." His mom grinned. "So, I'd never thought I'd say this, but how was being taught by All Might? What was the class like? Did you do anything fun?" Okay, so we did this thing called a battle trial, where we were put into groups and we were either heroes or villains," he said. "And you should have seen some of them. My classmates are really strong and they all have such cool quirks. Midoriya and this girl who I'm friends with named Uraraka won against Bakugou and another guy in my class, Ida. They blew up a building." "I am not as surprised as I should be." Hiro shook her head and chuckled. "Your friends sure are something special." "Yeah," Aijiro smiled fondly. After a brief moment of quiet in which Aijiro reminisced over the sight of his friends beating each other up, his mother spoke up again. "So," his mom said, "what about your battle run trial thing?" "Oh," Aijiro's smile fell a little. "Well, I didn't do too badly I guess, but we weren't even close to winning. Ciro, another one of my friends, and I had a plan but it kinda didn't work out like we thought it would." "Ah. Yeah, the guy we went up against had a really cool and strong quirk," he said. "We were stuck in ice the second the round started. We didn't stand a chance in all honesty." Stop, Hiro cut him off. "Let me ask you this, did you do your best?" Aijiro paused. "Not really, I'm sure if we had more time or if I was stronger." "Okay, let me rephrase my question," his mom said. "Under the conditions and situation you were in, did you try your best?" "Of course I did," Aijiro said. "Then I'm completely satisfied," Hiro said firmly. Seeing her son's confused expression, she smiled and softened her tone. You're just starting out, of course there's room for improvement. There always is anyway. Just as long as you pick yourself back up and come back stronger, I don't care if you lost your very first battle trial. It just goes to show that we have things to work on. That's it. It's nothing bad." "But I already have been training before UA," Aijiro protested. "Yeah, you have, and I'm so proud of your progress thus far. But what does that have anything to do with this?" Hiro asked. "This is a genuine question because as far as I'm concerned, your journey and training aren't over yet. So don't sweat it, yeah?" Aijiro ran his tongue along the inside of his jagged teeth, a habit he'd developed over the years, as he processed his mother's words in silence. Part of him still wanted to argue and explain to his mom that he could have done more, hit the ice harder, communicated with Ciro better, not have given up so soon. But another part of him knew that what his mom said at least held some merit. And heck, why not? He wanted to believe his mom. He wanted to have that positive mentality and be hero-worthy material. "Yeah," Ijiro said, softly at first and then more confidently. Yeah. It just means I gotta get stronger. That's the spirit. Hiro cheered. Now, you go change out of your uniform while I fix us something to eat, how's that sound? She pulled herself up from the couch. He grinned. Sounds like a plan. To have someone there for him and pick him up when he needed it, to be open with someone about even his most minor issues and furthermore encourage him so much. Ijiro Kirishima thought he was the luckiest kid in the universe to be blessed with his mom. Inko squinted at her son. Did you cut your hair? Izuku set down his spoon and finished chewing his food before answering. Kacchan. Explosion. Big. Ah. Yep. Izuku typically made it to school at least 15 minutes before class started due to how ridiculously diligent Katsuki was about literally everything. However, when the two arrived at the station just in time for the early train to take off, there was a stunning lack of trains and an overwhelming amount of people. A lot of space was taken up partially due to all the large bags and leather cases almost everyone who wore a suit or dressed in any formal clothing of sorts had by their side. Izuku and Katsuki, being long-time inhabitants of Mizudafu, a relatively safe city, for the most part, have only seen these big mobs of people a few times, but both knew what they were. What's up with all these reporters? Katsuki said. It's annoying as hell. Maybe there was a big villain fight somewhere close to Mizudafu, Izuku shrugged. Must have been why the ticket line was so long. Thank God we have bus passes. Yeah, Katsuki agreed. Though it'll be fun explaining to Hobo Man why we're late to class. When he already got mad at us during the quirk assessments too, Izuku groaned. I wouldn't be surprised if Aizawa-sensei expels us on the spot when we show up to class an hour late. He let me not wear the tie in the school uniform, so he's probably not really a rule follower in that sense, Katsuki said. Honestly, if he saw what a mess your tie looked like when you tried to tie it, he'd probably let you off too. Thank God I'm here to be your savior yet again. Kacchan, he literally spent like a solid 15 seconds glaring at you yesterday because he already told you on the day we took our quirk assessments to dress appropriately, Izuku said. And hey, it wasn't my fault I can't tie a tie. I tried my best. It's called a tie for a reason. You don't call it a knot because you tie a tie. Well, Izuku protested but was promptly cut off by a foreign voice. Wait, you two are dressed in UA uniforms? The person shouted, making multiple heads turn in the direction the stranger's finger pointed at, which just so happened to be Katsuki and Izuku. Hold on. The reporter fought their way through the crowd in an attempt to reach the duo. Luckily for them, the train had just arrived and the doors barely opened in time for the two boys to squeeze their way into the bus with minor difficulty and avoid the reporter. Unluckily for them, they were now in a car full of news reporters and journalists who had heard how there were two teenagers dressed in UA uniforms. Instantly, Katsuki and Izuku were flooded with questions. So you two are UA Are you in the her All Might How is it like to be taught by the Hey, back off. Katsuki yelled, which caused the crowd to quiet down for a brief moment into uneasiness and murmurs of disapproval, but it didn't take long for the queries to start up again, much to his chagrin. The reporters weren't physical, though they were getting much too close for comfort, and it didn't help that the car was so full it was almost hard to breathe in. Izuku replied mainly with, "My friend, and I just want to get to class," and, "Please stop asking us," but he was always cut off or talked over. His patience was wearing thin and he doubted Katsuki would be able to contain the urge to deck someone in the face for much longer either. But Izuku really couldn't piece together what they were all saying, so he just repeated the same answers and variations of the phrases in hopes that they would give up soon, though he had a hunch they wouldn't. The train made another stop and the doors opened briefly to let a few people in and out, but it seemed all these reporters wanted to get to UA for some reason, so a great lot of them stayed where they were. Are you a part of UA's hero course too? Someone suddenly exclaimed, and then a large portion of the interviewers changed targets to whoever entered through the train doors, hoping to get better answers out of them. Now armed with the knowledge that these people wanted to talk to hero course students, Izuku did some fast thinking and quickly blurted out, "All of us are from the business course." The goddamn Of course we get the uninterested What about that kid? Is he in the business course with you too? The boy in question shoved his way forward. Oh yeah, Kirikun here is in our class. Izuku shot him a look. Right. Yeah. Kirishima grinned. Sorry for the confusion you all dash. Now PSS off, Katsuki gritted out between clenched teeth. Gradually, the reporters begrudgingly stopped the rapid-fire questions, and the trio only had to deal with the occasional question about what UA was like, which Kirishima and Izuku brushed off as best they could while Katsuki irritatedly sent text messages into their group chat about how he needed to blow something up. Kirishima, Midoriya, Bakugou, get inside. The rest of you, please leave. You are disrupting classes, Aizawa said as he led the 3 students into the gates of UA. How does All Might put up with all this? He muttered before turning to his students, facing away from the crowd. You all head to class. I'll be there shortly after I get this mess situated. Izuku glanced one more at the field of cameramen and interviewers. He was about to turn around and walk with his friends when he noticed a dark purple mass forming behind all the people. A dark hooded figure stepped through what turned out to be a portal and blended in with everyone else as the purple mist dissipated. Izuku blinked and lost sight of the person. Zuku, hurry up. Coming. He turned and ran to Katsuki and Kirishima just as a random reporter tried to cross the gateway, activating the UA barrier and effectively stopping the mob from entering school grounds with multiple giant metal walls. Man, reporters have really crazy ways of getting places. Teleportation quirks are really rare, Izuku thought, and then forgot as he pushed through the front glass doors to his school. Good work on yesterday's combat training. Aizawa stood behind the podium and surveyed the classroom. I saw the video and results, he said, causing the class to stiffen up a bit. All teams fought with the intention to win. Some showed better teamwork than others. The same could be said about strategy and combat techniques, all of which we will be working on in this school year, but there's potential within you all. The students' moods lightened considerably. That being said, I need to make a few announcements before we discuss anything else of importance, Aizawa said. We try to keep property damage here to a minimum, as it is school property, and we should respect that even though we're privileged to be in a well-funded school, these structures still take time to construct. That means not covering the entire building in unnecessary ice. He made a point to look at Todoroki. The boy gave a quiet nod in return as a few of his classmates snickered. Aizawa waited for them to quiet down and continued. While I suppose the excuse that some of you were villains in the battle exercise would explain the damaged property makes enough sense, it does not excuse obliterating a building. The teacher glared at Katsuki, who glared back at first but looked away with a scoff. Unless you can control your gauntlets and prove that you have enough control over them to not be a hazard to your peers, I will confiscate them. Understood? I only used them because a couch was launched at my face. Point taken, Aizawa said, and then made eye contact with Uraraka. So let's not throw sofas at your classmates. Yes. The girl ducked her head and smiled sheepishly. Another thing, he said. If your costumes were damaged at all during the battle trials, know that the support group is working on repairing them now. If you have any qualms or changes you want to talk about to them, in 2 days you'll have the opportunity to do so during homeroom time. You won't have time tomorrow because of the field trip we have tomorrow that I sent an email about to both you and your guardians talking about. The classroom buzzed excitedly, but with one glare with his quirk activated, Aizawa was able to quiet them down relatively fast. Now let's get down to homeroom business, he sighed. Now, apologies about the short notice, but today I'll have you. The quiet, "Oh dear God, please not another test," he heard from a few of his students was enough to let Aizawa know that he'd done his job well at instilling a healthy amount of fear in the teenagers. Decide on a class representative and vice representative, he finished. The relief that washed through the room was immediate. Kirishima's hand shot up. I want to be the class rep. Pick me. Kaminari and Jair both shared the same sentiment. Aoyama tried to speak, but Ishido overshadowed his dramatic pose and excitedly shouted, "I'll be the leader." Chaos slowly began to take over the class before they were all silenced by Ida's demanding tone. I suggest that we do not take this lightly and instead hold a voting session with the verdict determined by majority rules, he said. The role of a leader is burdening, meaning only those who are truly confident and trustworthy should be considered. Someone who can unite the class and keep the students under control. Someone smart in more ways than one. He turned to his teacher, who was slowly shimmying into his bright yellow sleeping bag. Isn't that right, Aizawa-sensei? I really don't care as long as you get it done before homeroom ends. Perfect. Then it's settled, Ida declared. Wait, but some of us don't even know each other at all though? Ashido questioned. How are we supposed to decide if we don't even know who the good people to choose would be? Just use the battle trials we did yesterday as your decision, Katsuki said impatiently. Can we get on with this? Here, Yaoyorozu raised her sleeve cuff slightly and used her quirk to create small, even strips of paper. Write whoever you decide to nominate on these. And the class representative is? Yaoyorozu looked at her notebook where she tallied up the scores. Uraraka. The students clapped, some louder than others, and all turned their focus onto Uraraka, who just appeared frazzled. Wait, what? Are you sure you calculated correctly? She said, waving her arms around. I couldn't possibly. Who even voted for me? Well, you got 4 votes, Yaoyorozu read from her paper. And I know I nominated you, so that's 1. Izuku raised his hand. I voted for you. He grabbed Katsuki's hand and held it up. And Kacchan did too. Katsuki narrowed his eyes, daring Izuku to touch him again, but kept his hand in the air. Same here, Kirishima piped up. Oh geez, Uraraka looked a little mortified. That's a lot of responsibility just by myself though. Are you sure there isn't anyone else more qualified? Ida spoke. I think that our peers made a great choice voting for you, but if you don't want the position, we could pick whoever was the second highest nominee. He looked expectantly at Yaoyorozu, a little bit of desperation leaking into his tone. And who might that be? Oh, well, Yaoyorozu said. That would be me. Why not just have them co-lead? Jairu suggested. Would solve Uraraka's problem and would also put 2 strong candidates in the position. Ojiro spoke up. Uraraka did get the most votes though, so I think maybe either Yaoyorozu should be vice president or Uraraka should just represent our class by herself. I could definitely use someone like you to help me lead. Uraraka turned to Yaoyorozu. If that's all right with you. Yaoyorozu smiled. Of course. If that's it, then you can go ahead and leave, Aizawa said from the ground. Lunch is going to start soon anyways. I can't believe you guys voted for me. Uraraka said. You're really reliable and smart, Kaminari nodded. Though Shiro and I voted for Yaoyorozu. She seems smart too. Yeah, Uraraka agreed. Her analyses of the battle trials were all top-notch, I think. I couldn't actually understand some of what she was saying, but it sounded like she put a lot of thought into it. Katsuki nudged Izuku. How much you want to bet that you 2 nerds would get along? Izuku ignored him in favor of scanning the cafeteria looking for Shin, so you can't escape me. He hopped out of his seat and nabbed the Gen Ed student, dragging him to where the group's designated cafeteria table was. Come on. Shinso yanked his arm away from Izuku and rubbed the spot where the freckled boy touched. Can you maybe not touch people without their permission? He hissed. Izuku gave him a perplexed look. Well, that was a new response he's gotten. Typically his friends and even random people he hardly knew were all right with rough housing. If grabbing someone's arm could even count as rough housing. Sorry. Izuku said, filing away that information in his head. I didn't mean any harm. Whatever, Shinso mumbled. What did you want, Midoriya? Izuku mentally cursed himself for messing up. He was making such good progress with this friendship too. Do you still want to sit with Dash? Izuku was cut off by an ear-splitting alarm blaring out and red lights flashing everywhere, which could only mean one thing if he remembered right from the school safety information documents. An intruder was on campus. Footsteps and panicked cries were the only thing Izuku could hear. In all the confusion, he lost Shinso and the only faces Izuku saw he didn't recognize. Being shoved around wasn't at all one of his favorite things, but he could hardly even take a step without almost being knocked down, so there wasn't much he could do about it. Eventually, he was pushed out of the mosh pit of students frantically trying to reach the cafeteria exit, and he slammed into a window after being elbowed. Izuku peeled himself off the pane and, while rubbing his slightly bruised wrist, looked out the window at the front of the school to find a missing portion of the giant layered metal wall and a horde of cameramen and journalists flooding into the campus. It was the media causing all this ruckus. No sooner after Izuku discovered this did a familiar voice ring out. "Everyone please calm down." The cafeteria quieted down and people stopped shuffling around for the most part. "Please, listen to me," Uraraka shouted into a megaphone while floating 15 feet above the students' heads. She had to compete with the noise of the alarms going off in the building, but the megaphone amplified her voice tenfold, so she had no trouble doing so. "Look outside. It's just the press. There is no dangerous intruder on the campus. Everything is okay." Izuku, although still sad at whoever pushed him onto a window and most definitely going deaf from the noise, smiled at his friend. They really did choose the right class representative. Uraraka was a strong pillar and could no doubt build their class up. When things started clearing up, alarms stopping and students going back into their seats, Izuku wandered around, looking for his friends. He finally found them sitting down and finishing their respective lunches at the table, and sat down to join them. He didn't see Shinso sitting with them though. "That was so wild," Shiro said, taking a bite of their sandwich. "I'm Mia who would dash." "Don't chew with your mouth full," Katsuki said distastefully. "It's disgusting and we can't hear what you're trying to say." "No, but it really was unexpected," Uraraka said. "I'm just lucky that I found Yaoyorozu relatively quickly. She was able to make a really loud megaphone for me to use to try and calm everyone down. It's kinda dumb that we all panicked over an event like this, isn't it? I mean, we're UA, we should probably be more organized." "Wow, Uraraka. You're really stepping into that leadership role, are ya?" Kirishima laughed. "And speak for yourself." Shiro finished chewing and swallowing their food. "I was honestly kind of scared." "I wasn't scared," Kaminari proudly stated. "Dude, I wasn't even using my tape and you were like, glued onto my arm or something," Shiro teased. "What a sight to have missed," Izuku said wistfully. "Meanwhile, I was busy being shoved into a window by some random idiot." "Oh no, that was me," Katsuki smirked. "It was a golden opportunity that I just had to take, so I just nudged you a bit with my elbow, that's all." No," Izuku said, appalled. "First of all, the betrayal is unreal. Are you really even surprised though?" Katsuki asked. "Not one bit. But second of all, that was not a nudge. I full-on face planted into the window pane." Izuku whined. "It hurt like hell." His friends laughed at his pained expression. "Wait, I gotta see this again. Someone record this," Katsuki grinned. "Izuku, go over to the window I nudged you on and do a reenactment." Why would I do that?" Izuku said, and then noticed Katsuki holding his portion of Lunch Rush's fried rice over a nearby trash can. "Oh, for crying out loud." The freckled boy defeatedly walked halfway across the cafeteria to where the window was at and lightly tapped his forehead against the glass, making a thunk-engy noise. He smiled at the sound of his friend's laughter and was about to push himself off the window for the second time that day when Izuku opened his eyes and saw something that made him pause. There, outside, just behind the last small crowd of reporters packing their cameras and equipment up behind the UA gates, was a familiar purple swirling vortex, the same one he'd seen that morning. And into the portal stepped the same shady, hooded figure. "Man, reporters are weird," Izuku thought just before returning to his friends at the lunch table with a smile on his face. Izuku reread the email Aizawa sent out previously and was more than excited to go on the mysterious field trip tomorrow. It was going to be so cool.